A big welcome to Zwartkops International World of Motoring and round one of 2026 Regional Extreme Festival. We're here, and so are a lot of people, because when I drove in here this morning, I could not believe the size of the crowd that was parked on the sidelines. My name's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Alongside me is my fellow commentator from the commentator's curse side of things. Welcome, Carl Lawrence.
What's up, Buttercups? So you were saying the place is packed. I drove in this morning a little bit earlier, 7 o'clock, dark clouds, didn't look like it was going to be a clear day. Within an hour, it's all cleared up. The spectators have packed the place, and we're ready to go into the first heats of action here at Zwartkops Raceway.
Yeah, we do, and this is exactly how it's going to turn out for the day. There is our race program. We pick up with the Turbo Cup for 10 laps to start things off. ATE Volkswagen Challenge are up next, and then we go to the DOE Formula Vs, partnered by CIM Lubricants. Digit FMS, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and then Class X, as you can see there, two separate races, but a big welcome to Digit FMS. And they're going to come and join us up here as well and come and have a chat about their involvement in the sport. And I believe they've also brought along a couple of people from 947 as well to join us, just to make the experience a bit bigger for the Extreme Festival, get a bit of radio coverage. The M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup is our next race after that. Then we go to the Dunlop V8 Supercars, and our final race of the first heats there, ending at about 1:30 this afternoon, is Super Hatch. We have a small circuit break, and then we do it all again into the afternoon, up until about 5:30 this afternoon. And then if you are here, or if you are sticking around, you can come and join us for prize giving at the Pit Stop Cafe. So that's what it looks like for Extreme Festival Regional Round 1 here at Zwartkops.
Now, there's the shots of our BMs all getting ready to go out. Looking ominous, though. Car A40. Look how evil the black of that car looks. It's Sav Gutierrez.
The big V8. It's nice to have him back into the field and joining us once again. He's sort of been out of the running for a while, but it is fantastic to have him back here. And part and parcel of what is going to be the Turbo Cup aspect of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. They are, of course, pushing hard to try and get their numbers to still keep growing and growing and growing. We saw, of course, this is their second round. The first round took place at the Passion for Speed Festival. And with the new classes, normally aspirated and Turbo Cup, it certainly proved to be a great maneuver that they pulled.
Yeah, it's really helped the class separate and create some great racing between Turbo Cars versus Turbo Cars, NA Cars versus NA Cars. But the one thing we did see at Passion was a sudden breakaway of one particular car in each class. You and I both spoke to each other about how that should shorten the gap or close the gap come the next round, and it looks like, looking at qualifying, looking at the times that we're doing, it seems to have closed it up. But we can expect some great racing from these turbo BMWs all the way around here at Zwartkops International. That's
for sure. And of course, the last time out, we saw a brand new man hit the front of that class and come into his own in a car that we haven't seen involved in this championship at all. And it was fantastic to see the sort of debut of that machine and bringing it out for the very first time and giving the normally unmatched guys at the front end a bit of a run for their money. But then, as I said, Kashin Naika, after he found that pace in qualifying, couldn't quite put it into race pace. And there was a big turnaround for the man who's actually put it on pole this morning, Anton Pommersheim, who came out and decided, you know what, I'm not going to play on semi-slicks. I'm going to chuck a set of slicks on, and let's see what I can do out in Class A. And he won overall at the Passion for Speed. So nothing wrong with a good start, and another good start this morning with him on pole. So getting down incredibly into the 102.7s in Pommersheim's car. The next quickest car was only a 104 from Leon Loubser. So he's almost 2.5 seconds up the road.
We did see that the Passion in qualifying with these big gaps of over a second come quali kind of spec in a turbo car like this. It does tend to close up come race pace. You can't run a 102.8. Well, we don't think. I mean, I'm guessing before the cars even go out. But to run a 102.8 is an incredibly quick time. Now, do that over the course of 10 or 8, 10 laps is going to be difficult to do, and it's going to be hard on the car. So there has to be some sort of mechanical sympathy going into this race.
We're also going to have a couple of eye cams out there as well. As you can see there, that's Craigie Herbst's point of view, or looking back at him as he leaves pit lane any second now. You can see Class A and Class B about to roll out. Or it's actually Class A, Class C, and Class D that we got. So there are no Class B cars here today, apparently. All of them Class A, C, and D in the Turbo Cup class as they roll out now for their first heat of racing and our first bit of action today at round one of the Regional Extreme Festival. Fantastic to be here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring again. There's the boss man on the sideline there, Bernard de Gavea. He's the man, of course, who puts this entire club together, the chairman of the board, as he watches a nice field of 27 Class A, C, and D cars I'm about to make the way out onto the track for the first bit of angry action all weekend long.
I see a nice little M2 there heading out of circuit, one of the newer vehicles in this field, followed shortly by an E36. So a big mix of cars throughout this field. All BMWs, all turboed, separated from Class A through to D. No B cars this weekend, as Greg mentioned. Time split across the field, 102.7 on pole and a 116 for the Class D cars. So a relatively big split throughout the field, but I'm sure we'll see some close battles all over the circuit.
Yeah, but the way that they've done this, and here we go on board with Craig Herbst looking from the front end of the car now as opposed to looking back at Craigie in the car, is that the turbo cars will work on time-based classes. So as soon as you break out of the class time, you move up instantaneously. The very next race you will be into that class. You will carry your points that you scored up until then into the class that you move up to. So the guys that are at the back right now, they are looking to sort of do the improvements as quickly as possible and as fast as they can, because this, of course, just shows you that they have the ability to move up as rapidly as they can through these classes. We look at Bilal Ahmed, for instance, at the back there. He was only capable of doing, I think, a 117. So he was one of our guys that's also moved up during the qualifying sessions and through the practice sessions. But then if you look at our cameraman, I mean, we normally see Craigie Herbst a little bit higher up in Class D. Right now, he's down in about 4th place. So he's got a bit of work to do to try and catch the man who's on pole in Class D, Eugene Gous. We chatted to Gous. You remember he was the yellow and white car that we chatted to at Passion for Speed in that pre-race paddock. Here he comes down here into turn 8 as we speak. And, of course, he's got the lawnmower business. So we always make sure that he tries to stay on the black stuff and doesn't go and make some extra money on the sideline while he's racing.
Yeah, you don't want to end up in the grass and cutting it for the circuit. They do that themselves every Monday, I think. So,
but just saying that, how pristine does this track look at the moment? They really have gone all out to make sure that it's in prime condition for today.
Yeah, all the way up to the point that the walls have been repainted, curbs have been repainted. It looks like a brand new circuit. They do this every year. Make sure that Zwartkops International Raceway looks the part for the drivers that are throwing it around here. And obviously they've had the massive event, the Passion for Speed, not so long ago. So the circuit all prepped and ready. And nice thing to see is, like, often with the South African, with the circuits that I've been to, with the amounts of rain that we've had, waterlogging in the outside becomes a problem. But it doesn't seem to have affected the circuit at all. We're all ready to go racing on, like you said,
and on cue. Somebody steps into office that shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? But he's here. The boss man is in the house. He's making sure that we say things nicely about his class. We even interview his drivers on the sideline to make sure that his class gets additional coverage every now and again too. Just quite lekker. But a nice field, as I said. 26 cars about to go to battle here. No Class B cars. And 327 looks like a little bit of an issue there. So that's not.
No, that's that many cars on the circuit.
I thought he was slowing up, but he's actually just having to slow down because there's that many cars. I mean, the lead cars are coming out of 6, and the back of the field are only coming out of 4. So there's a big gap that's spread out there between Class A, C, and D here for race 1 of the M Performance Racing Series. Pretoria Noord Toyota, thank you so much once again to the team from Pretoria Noord Toyota, giving us a little bit of assistance and a long-standing relationship as always here at Zwartkops. But here we go. Pommersheim to set the pace. Great to see Sav Guterri back in the big V8 there, the Sav Speed V8. That's the black one that you were talking about in the pre-race. Leon Loebsch's alongside him. We've got a set of lights about to go out. When they do, we go racing. And down towards turn 1, Pommersheim drops the hammer and gets away. It's Loebscher who goes on the defensive on Sav going into turn 1.
Yeah, Pommersheim had himself 6 car lengths into turn 1 ready as the C cars start streaming through turn 1. Side by side through turn 2 already for the Class A's.
Let's watch for Ethan Coetzee. Hopefully he can get through turn 2 because he had problems, remember, at the Passion for Speed where his car broke in turn 2 at Castrol and actually had to be parked on the sideline. He's got through there and he's got some very serious contenders on his tail. Onto the brakes comes Class D and already some pressure. Look at it. Heligen having to go defensive on the outside and force that Master Mo's car of Eugene Gous onto the outside line, come out of Castrol, and we're back on board with Haps now, sitting in about 4th place.
Yeah, Craig's watched the move happen into turn 2, so now Craig Herbst looking to get that done up into 4. Doesn't quite have the legs though, but he's late enough on the brakes to get right up under that massive rear wing of Gous.
Oh, I just love the fact that they are so close and evenly matched right from the word go here. Big move on the inside there coming from the 999. Lovely stuff there from Cam. The C-Man coming through there rapidly, and he's got the Moscow car on his tail. Now remember, the Moscow car was at the front end almost the entire Passion for Speed, so watch out for the improvements coming through there from that Moscow car, and slowly but surely making his way to the front end if he can.
Oh, that was a proper send move late on the brakes. As they hit the brake marker, he sent it down the inside, and we could see that row logoed bonnet looking for a way past down the inside. Easily done though for him. So now he can move forward and look to get to the front end of this class.
Watch out, the poolman's coming. Bagioni's on the attack here, looking for a chance to come straight back at that 999 car off cam. And the Palace machine under attack from our pool guy. And I can tell you something, Oz Bagioni means business. Have we got Haps up into second? Looks like he is. He's moved himself up. No, he's dropped down a bit. Looks like he had a little bit of issues there because he's lost a bit of ground there to Eugene Gous.
Yeah,
he was a lot closer in the Victron car than what he was last time we saw him.
Yeah, he was right under that rear wing, but it looks like he's lost a bit of pace. He's actually looking now to defend his position as opposed to attack and move forward as car 46 there. Just want to head through our list to see if I can pick it up. That is Varish.
Yeah.
Varish heading through turn number 4 up to 5 and 6.
Also, that's his spare car, by the way. It's not his original car. So he must have had some kind of issue on that car through the weekend, and he's jumped into the spare car now to try and have a bit of fun and still at least score some points. It's important to get these points in, considering the fact that we're into round 2 of the championship already. That's a big move, and perfectly done. Nice, Ignis getting up the inside there, finding a way past.
Yeah, he set that move up the lap before. In a previous pass, he's making it happen again this lap. It looks like his favourite overtaking opportunity here at Zwartkops Raceway. It is a hard braking point on the circuit to get onto the main straight. As we head down to turn 2, he's down the inside again.
Some manoeuvring happening through this field rapidly and slowly but surely. Sorry, not Ignis, it was Vessel. It's the same cars, same team, different drivers. They've got to give us some kind of a differentiating
maybe
feature on
change
those
the
cars.
mirrors,
Do something like that,
please.
But John, nothing wrong. Vessel, apologies on that one. Sneaking through and finding a way past on Nicky Dix, and now goes on the attack to try and catch on at Naidu. So that's his next car in sight as they come through turn 4, and you can see all of a sudden some manoeuvring happening. Sheldon Chetty's under attack. Corbler's right on his tail. He's leading Class D at this point in time, heading up towards turn 5 as we're watching the 2 Autotech cars at each other's throats there, looking for a way past.
Oh, we're going 3 abreast here into, it looks like a double move down the inside into turn 5. A difficult place to make an overtake. That looks like a car pulling over.
Bob Neal with problems there, unfortunately, just pulling to the sideline. So the sort of Valentino Rossi-esque style colours there hasn't quite worked out for him. Again, he's had a tough time and a tough start to the season. There goes Kutsia. Ethan finds a way past him. Bob's going to maybe stay out there, circulate to still get some points in Class A. Remember, he will still score his points in Class A, just even though he's circulating so slowly. But he also has to try and stay out of the way. Back on board here with Hapst. He goes down into turn 1. Oh, that's lovely. I don't think he came out of that. Didn't look like he even lifted. That was beautifully done there by the Victron car as he went into turn 2 now. Looking to try and get away and catch the man in front of him. He's done none of either of what I just said. He's kept the distance equidistant between himself. He's got to try and catch that yellow and white car out front of him. But the Master Mo's car there with Eugene Gous at the wheel is a tough man to catch.
Yeah, at times like this is consistency that pays off. So he lost a little bit in the beginning, maybe a mistake, and now he's paying for it throughout this race. He's going to have to chase the gap down the inside. Ooh.
Dix with a big move on the inside there, trying to find a way past and looking for a way through and on to Naidu.
I think that was more filling the mirrors than trying to look for a way
Leon
past.
Lopeshoff. So it's 2 Class A cars out. 2 Class A cars out. Lopeshoff pulling into pit lane. So he's gone into pit lane as we watch Nicky Dix still on the attack with Mostert on his tail. Your Vessel's looking dangerous in that Moscow car. They had battled a little bit with that Moscow team to get the sort of saloon car sorted out. The little Z was working like a bomb, but the other cars were having sort of little niggles here and there. But looks like they've got them sorted now because Vessel is probably lapping in one of the best. Oh, and here's into 2. Brilliant. Spreads the load there between the 2 machines he was fighting with. Nicky Dix didn't see him coming, loses out.
Yeah, Betty Lit now are going to be under pressure. Sorry, was that an Naidu? Under pressure now as he's moving his way through the field. We've seen a few passes from Vessel. He's made a couple down in turn 8, 1 or 2 into turn 2. Let's see if he can do it now up into the 4-5 complex.
Just looking at the way Ethan Kutsia is going, we've got to watch out that he doesn't break out. His lap times are very close to breakout times there on Nishal Singh closing that gap down. So Kutsia potentially just off that breakout of laps to move him up, and that makes him move up to Class B. That means he'll be the only Class B car if he does break out. We're just getting confirmation there. Oh no, he's 107s. Okay, so I thought it was a 108.
So 1.3 seconds away.
Banner there with all the notes so we can helps us out a little bit, you know.
Yeah, it's nice to have that quick
have the chairman of the board right on your shoulder. No, that's not right.
Oh, here's the battle again raging. We've got 4 cars looking to make space on a circuit that typically promotes great close racing, and we're seeing more of that now. as we see the pest control specialist, the E46, come through turn 8 there.
Lead of Class D, that's Michael Krobler in that car, so he's leading Class D at this point in time, but not too far off the back end of Class C. And Class C at this stage could be in a bit of threat there. We saw Salvi, you picked up on the red car, Salvi Gutteri having a fantastic battle, keeping out Cam, keeping out Nick Naidu, and Hein van der Merwe in there as well. So a four-way fight for what would be about 5th place in Class C.
Look at the leaders of Class D, Michael Krobler running so close to the rear end of Class C. That makes the racing interesting. You've got to think about, I don't want to get too close to the C's, it's going to bring the D's too close to me. So you're kind of stuck in a battle where you don't actually want to battle.
And that concertina effect that comes up when you get to the back end of the sort of slower end of the field in front of you just allows what's happening right now. Hilligen getting caught by Coach getting caught by Pabst. Double yellows into turn 5. Someone might have, oh yeah, there you go. It's Mostert. Mostert who's lost it. That was pun intended, by the way.
Right.
Pun intended, by the way.
So after all that hard work to move himself up the field, unfortunately facing the wrong direction at turn number 4, maybe trying to make another move like we called into that complex, but down the inside, that's 94 in the C class.
I never look a big look there on Nick Naidu. Didn't quite get up on the inside and certainly has a chance of making a maneuver into turn 8. Didn't quite make it stick though. And as you come through here, rapid maneuvering happening through here big time.
Through turn 1 now, Alan in the 27 E46. He's also getting onto the back of this Class C battle. And like I said, Krobler now getting held up by the back end of C, and it's going to bring the battle for D even tighter.
It's bringing Hilligen, Goos, and, well, Morset's going to be back to the front. He was at the front earlier on, but he's going to now try and get back to the front if he can. And not too far behind them, actually, Herbst and Moodley are starting to close in. That gap has dropped rapidly between the sort of tail end of Class C and the front end of Class D. They're kind of all in the mix now, and almost evenly spread between each other there as we stay on board once again here with Haps. Was that a little slip and slide? That was a bit of slip and slide there.
Just a little bit of Dunlop squeal.
Yeah, those Dunlop squealing through there, mate. It was proper.
They are under pressure to keep that car on the circuit, but I think it's because he can see the mess up in front of him. He knows it's going to bring him closer. He can see Close getting involved in that now soon, and it's going to bring the battle that much closer towards the end of this race.
No, I do like the fact that it is just bridging that gap slightly with the effect that happens as you get the slower cars catching, or the slower cars being caught by the quicker cars from each of their respective classes. Nice maneuvering at the front end. Anton and Salvi down into the 103s. That's some rapid pace coming out of them there. Great to have Sav, I should say. There's Salvi and Sav, but good to have the big V8 of Sav Gutteri back in the field. We'll watch now as they come onto that back straight away. Have a look at this. Oh, this is close. This is fantastic. Cam is under huge pressure here. Christian has got, it was Salvi originally, but it's now moving up, and Arne Naidu is now applying the pressure. So the Autonish cars are starting to come into their own in the closing stages. They've got late race pace, which is working well for them.
Yeah, it looks like Vessel was part of that battle, but obviously he's fallen out of that with his mistake at turn 4. So I think they thought they could breathe easier a bit, but it doesn't seem to be happening that way, because just behind that is that red E36, that 67 coming through. That's Sav coming through. Oh, big moment!
Fine, well held. Good catch, bud. Back end stepped out in there properly. Krobler putting pressure onto the back end of Class C there. Almost dived through to put some meat in the sandwich between himself and the rest of Class D. He had a big look there to try and get through, and wasn't quite able to get through on Hilligen. But Hilligen, he had to take evasive action. It's probably the reason why he had to back out slightly there. So it allowed an opportunity which Michael Krobler would have taken with no problem at all. Christian doing well as they come down. Look at this. As they come down onto the brakes into Castrol. This is how tight it's getting. We're onto the final lap now. This is the last lap of race action. Anton Pommersheim is the man that we'll be looking out for at the front end. One thing I've got to say, there's a lot of bugs around the track. I know you're picking up on our cameras. We're seeing lots of debris and stuff being kicked up, and of course with that happening, there's a lot of bugs on the circuit now. Of course, it will be horrible if you're on a motorbike. Not too bad if you've got a big windscreen, but you will start to feel the effects of that, no doubt about it.
I just got to know that as we watch this battle on the final lap with a blue flag. Leonard Archer as well, moving from B to A. A little bit of information from the big boss here behind us. Yep. As we head through, this is the battle for C. There's Parmesan coming through it.
Unbelievable. Can you believe he's lapped up to 18, which is Arne Naidu in 8th place overall. I don't think he's going to catch the 992. No, he's at the 999. He won't catch Cam. But Pommersheim going to come through here for the victory. Yep. Here we go. Checkered flag is out, Pommersheim gets it, and it's about a 15-second gap down to Sav Gutteri. I hope Sav has finished. If he has, it'll be great to see that. The big black machine there from Sav Speed. There it is in the background. Oh, look at this. Late dive from Kogi Herbst on Eugene Goos. Can he find a way past? He puts the lawnmower man onto the grass. Here we go. Don't worry, he'll be happy out there. So, Craigie, well done. A valiant effort to have a go there for sure. Didn't quite work out for him though.
Sent him back to his natural habitat, and somehow he managed to get on the power fast enough.
Auto niche car coming through here. This is going to be, of course, our 4th place car in Class A. We're waiting for Ethan Gutsia, who should be the first car in Class C to come across the line. This time he'll be a lot happier than what he was the last time here at Zwartkops, where he ended up on the sideline and parked on Castral Corner's internal section. So Ethan Gutsia should be the next car into our sights. We're back on board here with Craigie Herbst. He'll be happy with that battle. You can see the smile on his face. Come on.
Absolute.
You know he's had it all.
Smile.
Yeah, he's had an absolute blast out there. Brilliant. And probably a little high five between them as well as they walk past. So awesome to see that camaraderie amongst the drivers, and especially when they put on such a great show. So congratulations there to Pomersheim, Sab Gutierrez and Leonard Archer, your top 3 in Class A. It was Kutsia who came through to take the victory ahead of Benny Late and Cam Christensen. He finished up, Christian I should say, in the 3rd place of Class C, and D's went to Hilligen, who just hung on to keep Archos and Haps, as we saw across the line there for Class D. What a start to the day, buddy. That's how we kick things off. I'm looking to do more of the same very soon.
I was going to go look for a sugar-free, some kind of energy drink, but I definitely don't need it after watching that.
No.
I'm good for the rest of the day with the energizing racing we've just watched. Great move from Craig Herbst at the end there to try and get that done, but unfortunately it didn't quite happen. But to see 2 cars go through turn 8 side by side on the loud pedal.
Absolutely brilliant. So again, look at the smile. Herbstie's loving. I think he knows he's on camera. That's why he's like, I'm smiling because I'm on camera. Yes, I'm on camera.
I think he's listening to us. Look at him giggle.
He probably is. Yeah, he probably is. All right, so we're going to ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They are up next. We'll be back shortly with some, hopefully some interviews down in the pre-race paddock. All right, let's go and pick up on Stuart Mack down in the pre-race paddock. He's last year's champion, back-to-back champion, and see what his plans are for today.
Stuart, first race of the day, how are you feeling?
First class A race ever, so very nervous. So we'll see what it's like.
Good luck. The weather's holding out.
Thankfully the sun's come out, so good stuff.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
There we go. ATE Volkswagen Challenge making its way out, as you can see there, with the number 1 plate back onto Stewie Mack, who had the number 1 plate. He's now got the number 3 plate, of course, as he moves into Volkswagen Challenge. And a big welcome to all of our associate sponsors and to this man. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie. Driekus du Plessis has decided to put some OMP and Sparko and every kind of race kit on to ensure that he's got the best ability to stay safe. And he's about to go and do a battle in a ring that he's been in on a few occasions, but this is the first time for him in Volkswagen Challenge. So fantastic to have, of course, our former world champion in cage fighting. He's now in a cage. It's a roll cage. It's not the cage that he normally fights in, but he's going to fight in it anyway.
Yeah, from the octagon to the roll cage, he's going to be sitting out here in the ATE VW Challenge. This is normally where youngsters come to cut their teeth and get used to a super hatch and get used to main circuits as part of their entry. It is interesting to see Driekus though take the step from the octagon to the four-wheel drive, the four-wheel racing action, and he's done a really good job in the previous races.
Listen, he was at Zwartkops Annapolis last year. He had a really good outing there as well. Had a little bit of problems with the car, but they got it sorted eventually, and he finished up the race. And then he actually came up and chatted to me, and he was saying to me he's sort of umming and ahhing between circuit and off-road. He wants to go into those big off-road trucks and stuff that they do in the off-road racing. But I think now that Volkswagen Challenge have got him into the stable, they're going to be hanging on to him for dear life, because it's always nice to have a big celebrity in your field, and especially a man who can drive as well as he can fight, because he's not too shabby behind the wheel of the race car. If you look at it, yes, he only qualified in 8th place for Class A, but he's only 3 seconds off Josh Moore, who of course is come out of Volkswagen Rookie Cup last year, and was one of the top contenders there, and one of our best karters in the country.
That's another point to put, is that we've got the youngsters coming through from the Rookie Cup. Christopher Tate in there in the car 42, and then we've got Josh Moore as well, the rookie from the VW Rookie Cup, on pole position. So both our rookies in the top 3 in qualifying just shows the work done through that VW development program and that driver program. But Adney Lesning making a welcome return back to VW Challenge, second on the grid in the first race of the year.
And he comes from Superbikes, by the way.
Yes, that is why I set you up for that. I was like, all yours, boy.
Yes, biker boy in the house. I do like the fact that he stepped into 4 wheels and made it his own. In the paybar car, the Photon car, of course, is the man we just spoke about there, Josh Moore. There's Chris Tate. Also looking forward to doing some damage out there in his King Price Extreme sponsored car. Alongside him is going to be Francois Aldrich. Aldrich, of course, has stepped up into this class and has slowly but surely got better and better. Coming out of Super Hatch originally, now into Volkswagen Challenge full-time. Looking forward to a big battle. And look out for him, alongside him, a man who had issues last night, Walker the Stalker. Had to go and do some changes on engines and get everything sorted out. Now, we're into the start procedure. Oh, have a look and see. Does he want the music to come on to get him ready? I think he needs his music, his entrance music, but I don't think we're going to worry about that too much. We are under starters orders now. You can see the COC jogging back to tell everybody to get ready to go. There's a break in the grid. You can see between Class A and B, and then one between Class B and C. But they, I think, all start on one light, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have a look and see now. As the 1 minute board goes up, it's the fastest 1 minute of your life, because it goes straight to 30 seconds, straight to 5, lights on, lights off, and we go racing. And there's going to be a big battle, as you said, between those two Rookie Cup boys, and I think Lessing's going to be in the mix as well. There we go. It is Class A, with a small break in proceedings before Keegan Nathan will lead off the Class B field. He's the man on pole position there for Nathan's Motorsport, as the Class B field gets sent away on the second set of lights. He's got a good start there, actually. Getting off the line very nicely there. But have a look how close it is just behind that. He has got Kean out there as well, riding his tail, Sebastian Bulliart, and then Maxi Corbett in as well. Now, Bulliart and Maxi Corbett, I think, have stepped up into Rookie Cup for this year as well. So there's a whole bunch of Rookie Cup drivers in each of these categories, just getting a little bit of extra seat time before we go to big action next weekend when Rookie Cup kicks off in Cape Town at the National Extreme Festival.
Yeah, Nathan, also one of the drivers from the Rookie Cup, also doing this for a little bit more seat time. The more you drive the front-wheel drive car, the easier it is for you to get used to it. There's Stuart Mac attack. He's on the attack now, up into 4. It's 3 abreast, but there's Christopher Tate in the King Price Extreme. Polo down the inside into turn number 5. He's lost a bit of time, though, to the front 2.
Now, Aldrich is putting him under pressure there big time. Then Walker the Stalker round the outside. Looks like some manoeuvring happening there from Dierval Tehran. So Tehran into the mix as well. It's a 5-way fight for third place at the moment for Class A, as they come down on the brakes for turn 8 for the first time past the Volkswagen Driving Academy. And yes, Stuart Mack ticking them off one by one, getting that AutoZone car up. He didn't quite get the start he wanted, I can see, but the Mack Attack now having to do some work there. And along with him comes Drickus. Drickus is right there with him. So nice start there from Drickus and Dierwald. Following Stuart Mack around, that's not a bad way to learn the track.
Yeah, saying following and learning, that's probably the best way to learn how to drive a car like this, is in race conditions, chasing your compatriots around the track, learning from them. But a lot of new drivers here in this class. We've got drivers moving up from karting into their main circuit, making their main circuit debuts in these VW Challenge cars. It's the best way to learn and the best way to get onto the main circuit for a lot of these youngsters.
I'll just speak about those new drivers. Remember, we've also got the likes of Kean Duomo out there as well, but then a couple of seasoned campaigners further back in the pack with Carl Peterson and Dimitri Zafirio. Unfortunately, Philip Cruiser wasn't able to make it out. He had some problems with his car, had to park it. He said there was a little bit of oil pressure problems and he didn't want to break anything in the engine, so he'd rather give it back to Graham Nathan and say to him, listen, sort it out, let's get ready for the next round and we'll play from there. So the ATE car, unfortunately, not out there with Philip Cruiser at the wheel.
Yeah, we're on board now with Jiggs Duplessis. Unfortunately, he's lost a bit of time on that battle we were watching between Mac but unfortunately he's dropped off it slightly, so he's not going to be getting the learning he wanted to, but he got a full lap with him, and hopefully that'll improve his lap times going into the next race. But in the front at the moment, it's Josh Moore leading out from Anthony Lessing, and quite a bit of a gap to Christopher Tate, but I think that's because he's defending from Aldrich.
Yeah, he's got Aldrich all over the back of him, looking for a way through. So the Photon Trucks car coming through there nicely, looking to try and stay ahead of that pay bar machine of Anthony Lessing. Lessing looked pretty cool, calm and collected when I chatted to him. He was down in Walker's Pit this morning when we were having a little chin wag to see how things were going. He was feeling quite confident, and of course looking to try and improve on what happened to him at the last round where it didn't go according to plan. He ended up turning around the wrong way on the circuit. So Anthony Lessing definitely in a much better position he was than the last time we saw him in anger. Chris Tate, I think, will be kicking himself for losing the ground so early on, because he's normally as quick or a little bit quicker sometimes on a few occasions last year, particularly considering the fact that he won the Rookie Cup last year, than Josh Moore was. But Josh has just settled into this class and made it his own literally from the word go. After putting it on pole position, he's now pulling away half a second ahead of Lessing, and he's almost 2 seconds up the road from his closest rival from last year.
Yeah, just showing how much time Josh has spent in one of these cars. He's matching the times he didn't qualify. 13.5s consistently, up to 2 to 3 tenths quicker than his compatriots on circuit, and he's doing that in clean air on his own with no one to chase. So Anthony Lessing not getting the benefit out of the tow, although saying that, he matched Josh Moore on the last lap past and only lost a tenth of a second in terms of the gap. But like you say, Christopher Tate's going to be kicking himself. He didn't quite get the start he wanted to and couldn't hang on to the back of the front two.
Yeah, he wanted to be on the back end of Lessing if he could. Then there would be a three-way fight. There's no doubt about it. As they come through there, we watch the 69 car coming through there of Drickus. He's having a fantastic time, eh? I actually saw him at the canteen this morning. He was chatting to Big Jim McFarlane, of course, who's here with Hudson and his team at the skid pan doing some drift demonstrations. So if you want to get out here and you're watching us on the live stream here at the track and you want to go and get a little bit of entertainment in between the races, the skid pan is open, and Big Jim McFarlane and his drift team are here. He was actually chatting to Drinkers because both of them are monster athletes now. So they were like walking around going, oh, we know. And listen, they're not the smallest oaks in the world either. Hey? I'm a big guy, but you stand next to Jim McFarlane and Drinkers, then you know maybe you're not that big.
Yeah, Stuart, we go to the auto trader car there of Stuart Mack.
In the background, someone off.
I missed it as I was looking through the names to get Diavolt Teron's name.
I think it might have been Drickus. It was Drickus. You can see. Look at his face. You can just see from the body language there. He's going, whew, that was close.
I made it.
Yeah, just. Yeah, he ran a bit wide there. We did say he was looking to do some off-road racing as well, but not today. But keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, no rallycross today. No rallycross today. All tar today, guys. Let's keep it on the track as we head. Watch Keegan Nathan. A
Miles
big lead
ahead.
in Class B ahead of Sebastian Bulliot. Up.
Yeah, that was amazing. So as they come through there, you can see this is Keegan Nathan leading Class B with a massive advantage over Bulliot. Then Chris Davison. Nice to see the GSI machine up there into third place, just ahead of John O'Koenig in the Northern Bolton Tools machine. So those polos are your first 4 in Class B. So the Bs have opened up a little bit and spread out slightly compared to what we're seeing at Class A for the top 2 and at the front end of Class C so far. So interesting little turn of affairs here. And we've got to change up. Lessing's at the front. Lessing now leads out. He's got ahead of Josh Moore on the last lap, so he leads out now. And Tate, how far back is he? Watch for the gap here. Oh, he's not too far, actually. Eh? He's closed that gap down.
2.4 at the moment is the gap between himself and Josh Moore in second place. Josh Moore's, there's the moment.
There's the moment. That was the replay of Drickus losing it out of turn 5 and 6. Watch the face. Watch the face. You just see him go.
Big breath of air.
There was some other words that we can't really put onto air right now, but the was the one I got the best out of him there. He recovered nicely though, and continues on his merry way, and he's still looking for a top 8 for his first time out. Nothing wrong.
Well, what is always said is you don't know where the limit is until you go find them, and he went and found it. As we look at Christopher Tate keeping back Aldrich, he's still in that fight for third place. But as I was saying before, Josh Moore, he was sitting in 13.6s, 13.5s. He dropped down to a 14 dead and lost that place to Lessing. So Lessing, towards the end of this race, seems to have a good turn of pace and good race pace as he's starting to grow that gap between himself and Josh Moore. But Josh Moore, I know him from karting. We've worked together in karting. He's going to be pushing that car as hard as he can to close that gap before the end of this race.
I want to try and return the favour if he can, that's for sure. But we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. As they come through here, we still got the halfway distance just reached. We've still got 5 to go. So there's still a lot of time for, first of all, Tate to close the gap down, and more importantly, possibly Josh Moore to return the favour there on Lessing for Class A.
It's nice to see them going so close together. We've got 2x2 at the moment. The front two, Anthony Lessing and Josh Moore. Christopher Tate from Aldrich in third and fourth. And here we go to our Class B battle. Here we see the gaps a little bit more. Keegan Nathan, he is running 0.7 of a second ahead of the rest of the field at the moment. And he's grown his gap to 3.4 seconds from Sebastian Bouillard.
Just watch in the background how close Chris Davison is on the back of Bouillard. This is Nathan heading down, but look at that. Look how tough it is there for second.
It's under pressure.
Yeah, and both of them running those like little toothed grills and the little growling faces of. It's almost like the old World War II
fighter pilots.
Fighter pilots, you know, when they put the livery on the side of the planes where they got the big growling animal on the side. That's exactly what the two of them have done. So I would suggest that they are probably stablemates, but they're now fighting each other on track.
Or they both like that very green Porsche that kicks around in some of the World Endurance Series that's made that tooth face famous. As we look at Pillay trying to maintain his Class C lead from Koenig, it's going in through turn one. They are running bumper to bumper at the moment as they get on the brakes. It looks like an Auto Trader car going slowly. Is that Mac?
That's Mac, yeah. It's Mac slowed down. Bryce Pillay about to catch Stuart Mac. So Mac has dropped right to the back of his Class B field. Or is it Keon? Is it not Keon? It might be Keon.
Might be.
Duomo, who's in a similar car. Might be just the similar colours there that we might be watching for. Let's have a look and see if it is actually Mac or not. Duomo is in 24. No, that is Mac. It is Mac for sure. Number 3 car, definitely. So he's dropped back big time. There's a bit of an issue there on his car. Josh Moore.
Oh, the chase for lead again.
Yeah, he's through. He seals it into 3 and onto the back straight away.
Is he through though? Let's wait for them to come to 3. They're still side by side. They're going to go side by side into 4. Who's braver on the brakes and who's going to go around the outside?
Superbike right on the inside line.
Going to send it.
Superbike right on the inside line.
Oh, there's contact.
Oh, and they're sideways. And they're still keeping it sideways. Josh Moore, what are you doing, bud? I thought Lessing was on the inside. I thought he had him. He put Lessing on the outside. They're still wing mirror to wing mirror going up into turn 5.
They're going to go side by side again into 5 as Josh Moore down the inside. He's going to get on the hammer early to push it to the outside and close the door on Lessing. He's got it done. And there we see the wing mirror on the left-hand side. Josh Moore's decided just to fold it up. He wants the clean air down the straight. That's what that contact was.
Extra aerodynamics on the car now.
That's some clever driving from Josh Moore. He wanted to fold the mirror in to get to the straight line. He's gotten it done, but this battle is far from over. We're going to see these two fight it all the way to the end. The Photon Puma athlete Josh Moore in the front with 2 laps to go.
2 to go for these two. Can you believe it? Background, it's Tate and Aldrich. Almost a similar kind of battle. It's just as exciting between the two of them there for 3rd. And about to join the party is Walker the Stalker. Ian Walker's not too far behind there in that Cycles United and Melavilla machine. He's as I said, had some issues. Oh, this is a change-up for... Is that a change-up for the lead? Yeah, it might be.
That looked like a lead in Class C.
Koenig changing up there into the front end, I think, and sneaking through on Bryce Pillay. So he's just moved up into the lead in the Northern Bolton Tools car and maybe just squeezed Pillay out. Here comes Class A past Mac. They go up into turn 3. We watch for the front end. This is trying to pick up. There we go. There's Pillay. And it is. Yes, Koenig's through. Koenig's through on Pillay.
So the Northern Bolton Tool Class C car of Koenig up into the lead of Class C. But just joining this will be the battle for Class A. As they head down towards turn 8, they're going to start there, 1 lap to go, and we're going to head to the battle for Class A with a lap left to go, and the car's so close together. But right now, it's all about Stuart Koenig and Class C. We go back to the 3rd place battle, and this is Aldrich versus the King Price car of Christopher Tate. But this is becoming a 3-car battle.
Yeah, Walker's joining them. That's for sure. Right, so Gavin the lead is past the Class C car, Peterson. Yeah, Carl Peterson just being overtaken there by the top 2. There's a lot of cars that are out there that are white, but they're going to seriously need to get some differentiating factors on these cars.
But it goes like right back to what you said.
My very first commentary ever behind a microphone. 17 white production cars. Not one of them with a differentiating factor.
We must give you ATE VW Challenger a plus there. If you have a look at the windscreen, on the windscreen number, we've got the 3 letters of the driver's name. So thank you, ATE VW Challenge. We appreciate that.
Yeah, that definitely helps us out a bit. For sure. So here we go. Into turn 4. Up the hill goes Josh Moore. Moore looking to try and stay ahead now of Lessing. Lessing's not going to make that happen unless he can find a way through here to the top of the hill, or maybe he sets it up for going down into turn 8 and make it a last lap, last corner overtake maneuver. Not with that late braking. How was that? Man, Josh was so late on the brakes there.
was something that they were talking about when he moved into Rookie Cup, was getting the brake pressure right and the amount of brake pressure right. It looks like he's got that all under control at the moment, and it looks like Josh Moore is going to take the first victory here in the ATVW Challenge. There's only one more corner to go, but it doesn't look like Lessing's anywhere near close enough to challenge it through the final corner. So it's going to be the Photon Polo that's going to take the race one win ahead of Anthony Lessing.
Chris Tate's going to hang on for third place, only just ahead of the hard-charging Aldrich and Walker. Great battle for third place there. If those 5 cars can stick together, can you imagine what we're going to have for race 2? Please do that, guys. Listen carefully. Watch this on the replay when you get out your cars and listen to what we're saying. Just all 5 of you stick together. Well done to Diavolteron. Well done to Drickus as well. Finish up his first race in 7th place. This is the battle for what is going to be second at the moment in Class B. Keegan Nathan Keegan Nathan's coming down to the checkered flag now. There he is for the Nathan's Motorsport machine as he comes through to take the win. But it's Bulliart versus Davison. About 7 seconds up the road there is the gap between the first and second place cars. Here they come. And it's going to be Bulliart hanging on. Only just to beat out Chris Davison. Nice move there from him. And then behind them was John O'Koenig. And then Maxi Corbett. Maxi Corbett, good run from him too. First time, remember, for him in these cars. They're slightly different to the Polos they run in the Rookie Cup. So, as you said, that seat time is vital. So if you can get it, you'll take it. Stuart Koenig's definitely going to take the victory here after a second last lap dive for the lead and stays ahead of Bryce Pillay to beat out Pillay, and then Dimitri Zafirio for third place in the Insurance car. Well done to those 3 for the top 3. But well done to this man. First time in a regional Extreme Festival class and ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Well done, Drickus. Look forward to seeing more of the same. Next time, a bit more on the black stuff though.
A little less rallycross.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help a little bit. Just a smidgen. All right, up next we're going to DOE Formula V's. There's the unofficial results, of course, of race number 1. Having a look at how they go. Josh Moore, Anthony Lessing and Chris Tate, your top 3 in Class A. It was Keegan Nathan, Sebastian Bulliart and Chris Davison for Class B. And Class C was Stuart Koenig, Bryce Pillay and Dimitri Zafirio for your top 3 in Class C. Well done to those drivers. Looking forward to more of the same now in a few moments' time as we get into arguably one of the most exciting categories of a... Oh, has Jiggy's got a problem? No, he's just pulled in the pit lane behind everybody else. The sweat is pouring. He's had a jaw, and I can tell you, it looks like there's a little bit of a wry smile there, but I think that little off-track excursion gave him a little different look and feel to how he expected the first race to go.
To be fair, in Dricker's defense, he is an athlete, so that thought process is probably, where do I find a little bit more time around this circuit? It's definitely not on the brakes into turn 4. We figured that out. So I think Dricker's just looking to see where he can find more time as we cut back to Park for May and all the Formula Vs from DOE, the DOE Formula Vs getting ready to head out for their first race of the day. A lot of cars on grid for a single-seater race at a regional festival, and it's good to see one of the oldest class in the country still going strong.
Yeah, into their 61st year of racing now as Formula V. As they get ready to go, it's the usual contenders in Formula V that we'll be looking to see at the front end. Expecting a big battle amongst them as well, as we always get. And down in pit lane, let's catch up now with a stalwart and multiple champion, Peter Hills.
Peter, first race of the day, how are you feeling?
I'm quite confident. The car was good this morning. Except for we had broken a gearbox in practice, so that's why we're 10th on the grid. But yeah, I think we've got the pace.
Weather's holding out, so it should be a good race.
Yeah, thank God. Yesterday we had a lot of rain. Today's been an awesome day.
Excellent. Well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, that is Peter Hills giving himself a bit of an uphill battle. Broken gearbox. He's had to replace it. I watched him doing it in the pits earlier before I jumped up here. So gearbox replaced, and he can find his way to the front. As he said, he knows he's got the pace. He's driven a Formula V, I think, more laps than anybody in Southern Africa at the moment.
Well, I'd say in this field more than anybody, that's for sure. There were a couple that used to be alongside him that were on equal standings in terms of time in the saddle. And Jaco, big welcome back to him. Let's see what Trixie's plans are for today.
Race 1 of the day, how are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, quite excited. 5th for the day. I was off for 2 years, so quite excited to give it a go.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
It is fantastic to have him back in the field. Also a multiple champion in this class. We go back to Drickus climbing out the car there. I think he's pretty happy to climb out of that race suit as soon as possible. He's definitely starting to feel the effects of a slightly different form of sport that he's involved in now. So as he gets out the car, we got Formula V's making their way onto the circuit. Gert van der Berg was quickest this morning. He put it onto pole position ahead of Lionel Janssen, and then Vaughan Hills and Brandon Hills are on the second row. So the Hills have come hunting today. Jaco Schricks and Carl Watt. Theo Vermaak down in 7th, not where the man who took the last victory here at the final round last year would like to be, ahead of Marcel Bluchnoot. Sean van der Linde and Peter Hills making up the top 10. Then Anton van der Merwe with MD Bester. Also a long way down there for MD Bester. He was top 3 at the last outing too. So things have changed up here a little bit at the front end. We got Reynard van der Linde, James Carter and Yanni Geyser. And then it is Helder Gouveia who will be alongside Yanni Geyser. Final row of the grid is made up of Mike Stewart and Barry Stewart at the back of the pack of the first heat of Anger for 2026 for DOE Formula V's, partnered by CIM Lubricants and Lubrifuel.
18 of these cars are taken to the circuit for the first race. Hopefully we see 18 cross the finish line at the end. A lot of there's James Carter. He had a really good season last season. I think it was his debut season in Formula V, if I'm not mistaken.
Second one, I think it was, yeah. Second one, but still full into the Rookie Cup, yeah.
Yeah, so great season from him. He was a little further up the grid later on towards the end of the season after a massive shunt here at Zwartkops. We saw how strong these cars are and how well put together they are, courtesy of James Carter. But he's back out here in the Formula V. Came from karting, but absolutely loving this format of single-seaters as our chairman goes through shot there. That's Theo from the Formula V Association heading past shot there. But some great drivers coming through Formula V in its history and moving into various other forms of South African motorsport, even international motorsport.
And some of the guys, as you said, like with James coming from karting into that, but Peter Hills came from, I think, 6 or 7 South African motocross championships before he jumped on. Or jumped into the cockpit of a Formula V. So multiple South African titles behind his name. And then, of course, his 2 younger sons looking to try and do the same now this year and hopefully take on the man who has the number 1 plate, who starts in 2nd place on the grid. It will be Lionel Janssen trying to defend that number 1 plate. Not always an easy thing to do. He did it last year, so he went back to back. But can he make it a triple? That'll be impressive.
Beetle suspension, space frame, all of these cars produced locally, all running the same Dunlop tire, built to a spec. Engines are all spec'd, so it's close racing all the way through. So to get a back-to-back title, I actually watched him this morning putting that number 1 on the front of that car with the 2024 and 2023 years cut out of it, just to make sure all the competitors know he's the man to beat.
He's the man to beat, exactly. Looking for his 4th title. That's normally what happens. As soon as you take that first one and you've got the confidence to try and run at the front end, you'll ask a couple of the guys that have been in the front end. Gert van der Berg, when he won his, also went to try and take another one. Jaco Schricks took 2. Carl Watt was close to taking 1. Theo Vermaak, of course, has taken an association championship, not a national one just yet. So he'll be looking forward to the battle. But let's see what happens now as all 18 cars are under starters' orders. It's just a final run off the grid. We've got a man with a hand waving there. I think that's on the second row. Is that one of the Hills boys? I think it might be.
2, 3.
Yeah, a couple of guys that have got some issues there on the grid, waving frantically. I thought it might be Vaughan Hills.
Yep.
He put his hand up early on. I could see it waving frantically to say there's a problem in the car. Has the car stalled?
Stalled, yeah.
He needs to get the car off the grid. So I think he's just warning the drivers behind him that car is stopped, and they might have to push him off the grid before we go to the start.
Yeah, we can't start a race with a car that we know is stranded on the grid. It's never going to end well. We've seen that happen. There we go. He's running now, pulling off grid. So
he got the car started to drive off. So
it might not be a stall.
Maybe there's a problem on the car that we're not seeing. All right, let's see what happens now. We're under starters' orders properly this time. Marshals move out the way. 2-minute board goes up.
So we're starting this race missing Vaughan Hills from that 3rd spot. Fastest 1-minute board ever goes up. Here comes the 30 and the 5 seconds.
Lights on. And we're racing. Down towards turn 1. Good start there from Lionel Janssen. Great start coming out of Theo Vermaak. He came through the field pretty rapidly as they headed down towards turn 1. He's made up about 2 or 3 positions on that start. Also a good start there coming from Yanni Geyser. Geyser just staying just ahead there of Helder Gouveia, and coming through the field was James Carter. But at the front end, it was the pole man who managed to hang on. So I think Gert van der Berg has just kept out Lionel Janssen. But Lionel Janssen had massive pressure coming from Brandon Hills into turn 2, Cashel corner.
Yeah, Vaughan Hill's not there to carry the hill turn. It's now Brandon's turn. He's up into third. He's looking for a way into second, into turn 4. He doesn't quite have the legs at the end of the straight. He didn't get the slipstream he needed or get the exit on turn 2 he thought he needed. And we're going to head up now, turn to 4. It's 3 cars fighting for the lead. They're literally on each other's gearboxes. We're going to go 3 abreast up into turn 4.
Yo, that doesn't look good. Can they hang on to it? Yes, they can. Brandon Hills went inside, but Vaughan Hill saw him coming. Lionel Jansen saw him coming, shut the door. Theo attacking big time there, trying to find a way through on Carl Watt by the looks of things. So Theo Vermaak is not holding back here at all. He wants to get to the front as early as possible and try and take on those front couple of runners. He's got Jaco Schricks still to catch, who's there just tucked in the mid-pack of that front end field. And then Marcel Bluchnoot in the mid-pack of the second pack.
Yeah, it looks like Paul Hill's already starting to make his way up the field from the Peter Hill, from the start. He's up into 7th already and looking to get onto the front of this field as we head into turn 2. It's still the front 3 on top of each other, but it looks like Theodore Vermaak's got a proper turn of pace, moving himself up the field. He's in 6th place at the moment. He's got a good run out of 2. Let's see if he can make another position up into turn 4.
Yeah, the chairman is definitely on a maneuver there. He got off the line rapidly and looking to now try and get through on Watt and then Schricks. Hopefully have enough time to close down on the top 3. Peter Hill's doing the same thing. Watching the background, Sean van Linde pulling out, looking for a way through on Andy Vester, who got a good start as well. Andy's made up quite a bit of ground on that start too. I think Andy actually went with Theo, and the two of them sort of drifted through the field almost at the same time. Possible change up for the lead here, 1 versus 2. Is it going to be the number 1 car who sneaks through and gets ahead of the second car on the championship last year of
Oh, spinner in the background.
Andy, I think that might have been Andy Vester who spun out in the background. So the blue car there from Mangaza Racing just spinning out, and here goes Lionel Jansen once again on the attack for Gert van den Berg down into turn 8.
Yeah, Lionel Jansen desperately wants to lead this race. He's had a look at it 2-3 times, but he's lost a bit of ground. But look at what was a 3-car battle is now suddenly a 6-car battle.
This is Formula V. That's how it
It's
works.
Formula V, baby.
That's how Formula V works. If you close your eyes for 3 seconds, there'll be 9 cars.
I'm too scared to close my eye for 3 seconds. Big move.
Man, Peter Hill's on Theo Vermaak, and at the same time, we saw Carl Watt having a go at Jaco Schricks.
That's on
Hill's
the start.
Now that's Vaughan. That's Vaughan's car just parked in the middle.
I saw Theo Vermaak look for a move on Carl Watt, decide against it, and then lose a position to Peter Hills on the brakes. Into turn 4 we go. It looks like a change for the lead.
Yeah.
Lionel Jansen's got it done on Gert van den Berg. Is that going to give Brandon Hills a run up the hill? Yes, it does. He's all the way on the inside, but he's blocked off from going to the front. So we're going to see 3 cars side by side. It's still 2 side by side. Gert van den Berg's going to go the long way around.
Gert van den Berg going a long way around, but look at that. Jaco Schricks coming along for the ride as well. Tucks in behind Brandon Hills, who's got Carl Watt right on his tail. Peter Hills, as you said, having a look, trying to find a way, but Vermaak got back at him. So Theo Vermaak has got back at Peter Hills after that little mistake that he's made going down here. But here we go again. He's going to try and come up on the inside of Carl Watt, under braking for turn 8. Whoa, he's on the rumble strip there. And then runs wide into the Eugene coastline. Outside
there goes
line
Peter
there.
Hills down the inside into turn 1. So Theo
Easily
Vermaak's lost the exit.
Yeah, easily
and
done.
there goes Peter Hills. So a little bit of a mistake from Theo. He kind of backed out of that move. Door was firmly shut, but he looks again into
Locks
turn
up
2.
into 2, but locks up. Flat spots those tires into turn 2. That's how hard he hit the brakes.
Oh, we know how strong those legs are from all those protein shakes.
Yeah, no, he's been working hard in the gym,
on
mate.
the brake pedal.
He's been working hard in the gym there, Theo, but don't you worry. He's been spending time with Drickers.
Working hard at the moment, though, is Lendo Jansen trying to hang on to the lead from Gert van den Berg. Brandon Hill still looking ominous in that 3rd place. Let's see if we're going to see them go side by side up into turn number 5 again. They're all going defensive. They're all trying to pull the slip. And Gert van den Berg, once again, trying the long way around. Brandon Hills is giving him the space to do it. He's early on the power. Is he close enough to get up the inside into turn 6? Not quite just yet.
Well, if everybody's watching that on numerically ordered correctly, you've got 1, 2, and 33 at the front end of this field. If we can keep it that way, they'll be happy, especially Lionel Jansen. But we don't want it. If you're Brandon Hills, you want to make that 33 go ahead and run that number ahead of anybody else right now. But he's got pressure coming from Schricks. Schricks has got massive pressure from Carl Watt. Carl Watt was literally up the gearbox of Schricks as they came out of turn 8.
Yeah, he's going to be looking at a move into turn 2. He's going to the outside, though. He's not going to send it down the inside just yet. There's still a couple of laps still remain. Peter Hills made big progress in the start, but he's got into this front group and he's kind of stalled there. It's difficult to move when they're all trying to move past each other in front of you. So Peter Hills and Theodore Vermaak, they've got the best seats in the house, even better than the seats we have at the moment, as they head up into turn 4 now.
Just have a look at the lap times, Carl. 11.5 to a 12 dead for the first 7 cars. That's the split. It's half a second, and 7 cars are in that half a second.
That was their last time. But if we look at their best times, 11.5 being the best, 11.8 down in 8th place. So 0.3 of a second.
Half a second. Half a second, yeah. Unbelievable. No, just 0.3, you're right. 0.3 tenths of a second there between the top 8 in terms of lap times and on their best lap times. Current lap times, they split by just over half a second. Unbelievable. 7 cars, but this, as we always say, that's Formula V for you.
Yeah, Formula V, close racing, cheap, close racing. Theodore Vermaak, however, though, doesn't think the exit of turn 8 is wide enough because he's just gone to go visit the grass once again. So he'll be coming up to the office soon to collect his money for cutting the grass.
Yeah. I think Eugene Coast might take him on as one of his master mowers. Let's have a look and see. There he goes. Coming out of turn number 2 now. Cashel corner, heading into 3. Down that back straight. He's lost a little bit of ground, though, because of that off-track excursion again. So Theo's got to try and get himself a little bit more sorted. Have a look at Brandon, though. Brandon Hill's looking a little bit more dangerous. He's going to try to go around the outside of 4. Doesn't usually work, but it gives you good corner speed. And if you can cut back...
he's got it done side by side. He's going to get that on the brakes. If he's brave on the brakes, he can make it happen. But we've seen how late Gert van der Berg is on the brakes. There he shows us again. So Brandon Hill...
Trixie on the inside. Looking for a way to... No, he didn't. I thought he was going to squeeze through.
He was going to go there as well.
You had a big look though.
But that's exactly what I was going to say now. Brandon Hill's getting excited, trying to go around the outside, and all he's done is put him under pressure now from Trixie. But it looks like down the inside into turn 8, he's thought about it, he's changed his mind. But who didn't change his mind is Peter Hills.
Peter Hills looking for a way through on Carl Watt, 2 teammates side by side. Yes, they have got different liveries, but they all run out of Mungaza Racing. So if you look at the 3rd car of Brandon Hills, the 5th car of Carl Watt, and the 6th car of Peter Hills, all running under the same stuff. Wow, Theo Vermaak! Man, was that thing stepped out big time. I know you're going past the skid pan and Big Jim and his team in the drift team, but you don't have to show them up, bud. Just stay on the black stuff. That's what you have to do.
That was his interview to join.
Welcome to the party. Yannick Geyser having some fun and games at the back of the field as well. Slowly but surely trying to make his way up slightly into that second battle on the field. Remember, there's 2 classes out there. We've got an association class and the national class right now, and Geyser's having a really good run.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that car looks exactly as like the Gestetner Formula V from 15 years ago livery-wise.
Very similar colours, yeah. Very similar colours to what they run. Back to the front end of the field this time. Geyser has lost the gap to the top 3. He's also lost Peter Hills just behind him by a couple of meters, and that's the reason why is Peter's now got ahead of Carl Watt. So the battle between Carl Watt and Peter Hills slowed them up a little bit. They lost the bridge between themselves and Jaco, and the same thing with Jaco. Jaco's just lost that little bit of breathing room between himself and 3rd place Brandon Hills.
But with 3 laps to go, Craig, we're going to see these front 3 go at it hammer and tongs again, and that's going to bring this group right back in. They've already settled down in 2nd and 3rd and caught the lead again. Lendl Janssen thought he was getting a gap when they started fighting, but within half a lap, the whole group's back together again.
Let's see what those protein shakes can do now for Theo Vermaak in the final stages. Come on, bud. Get that protein shake to work. As they come onto that back straight away, Lendl Janssen's just going defensive now. He's placing the car perfectly to not allow anybody a shot to get through.
We know Gert van der Berg loves the outside line here, up into 4. Brandon Hills has gone inside early. He's using the slip of Lendl Janssen to try and pull him past Gert. It's pulled him up alongside Gert on the brakes. We've seen how late he can be on the brakes, though. Brandon Hills has to be brave. He's been brave. He's got the move for turn 6. Is he going to get it done? Or we're going to see them side by side through 6 and 7.
Man, they're still side by side into 7. That's 3 corners. They've gone wheel to wheel.
Let's make it forward down into turn 8.
Coming out, y'all. He's got the inside line for turn 8, so if he's not laid up in the brakes. Brandon Hills around the outside of turn 8 into 2nd place. Oh, that was brilliant with 2 to go.
2 to go, and a bit of a gap between him and Lendl Janssen, but we've seen the pace that those two have when they settle down. They closed the gap with Lendl Janssen in half a lap, a couple of laps ago. Let's see if they can do it again. But here is that 6-car train. Suddenly we're back to cars on top of each other, 6 in total. Oh, big move down the inside.
Yeah, Reinhard van der Linde having a big fight there, as you can see, coming through the battle on there for the back of the pack, and a nice little run here as well from him. And it looks like that's Stuart he's fighting with there. So is that Millet?
Yeah, Millet Stuart, yeah.
Yeah, Millet Stuart fighting there with him. So nice little battle between the two of them as they come down into Castrol. Once again, fighting for rookie honours there between those two.
James Carter trying to spoil the party though. He's looking to make his way past while these two squabble over the minor placings as we head up to the front though. It might be a change to the lead. Brandon Hills looking for a way around the outside. He tried to want some hurt and couldn't get it done. He's going to try it now on the leader. He's got the long way to go, but he's looking for the inside of turn 8. He's still inside for 7, and that gives him inside for 8.
Oh, and he's through. He's through before he even gets there. He set that up beautifully out of turn 5. Went through 6, got the inside line for 7, and hung on to it all the way down to 8. With 1 lap to go, Brandon Hills hit the front.
Yeah, everybody else is taking the inside line, the apex line there. He's decided, I'm going to go the long way around and show you what it does for me into 7. Great move from Brandon Hills, but it's not all over yet. He's going to have to keep that first place with a lap left to go.
I think we might have to get him a sticker for that car, hey? Trailer Park Girl, round the outside. Brilliantly done. Twice in the same race to get to the front end.
Peroxide and yellow is pretty close, so M&M, there we go, buddy. He's in the M&M.
Can he hang on though? As they get onto the spec straight away now, he goes defensive. Lendl Janssen comes on the attack, looking for a way to dive through into turn 4. He's got him. Wow, what was that? Lendl Janssen down that back straight was rapid but very fast, and Gert van der Berg might make him pay as well.
Yeah, Brandon Hills gave the invitation for the inside line. We're going to go 3 abreast.
On the dirt. The front wheels were on the dirt as Gert van der Berg went past Lendl Janssen. Janssen cuts back at him now, and here comes Jaco Schricks into the mix as well. Schricks looking for a way through. Hills will hold that inside line, and he'll hold onto the inside line out of 7 to try and get, but it's Gert van der Berg who returns the favour. He was in 3rd position for about 2 or 3 laps and comes through right in the crucial part to take the victory.
They're still side by side through turn 8. Brandon Hills trying to go the long way around before the flag, but unfortunately they're over the line. He gets it.
How's that, bud? Brandon Hills gets it. No, he doesn't. Just loses out.
Okay, came back. It switched back.
Oh, that was close.
Sean van Linden now heading into turn number 8 in that bright green and pink livery as they cross over the line. That gives him...
That would have been 7th place, I think.
8th and 9th. So that was Anton van der Merwe and Sean van Linden.
Then coming through was Carl Watt. I think he's actually dropped back. Carl Watt's dropped back quite badly there. It's Miele Stewart who wins out over Reinhard van der Linde, and then James Carter. Behind that, Geyser, as we saw there, fighting nicely and coming through to wrap up ahead of Helder Gavea. So I think on the last lap there, we lost Carl Watt somewhere on track. But there you have it, wrapping up a magnificent start to Formula V's 61st anniversary. Wow, man, that's the first race of the season.
Look at the claps and the Brandon Hills and everything.
They know that was a dice of note there. There were 7 cars fighting for the lead.
I mean, to be fair, Brandon Hills snatched defeat from the jaws of victory there by not defending turn 4 and opening the door. He must have known they were coming.
Unbelievable. No, that was a spectacular start to the season. Congratulations to Kati. He took the victory there. There you can see the crowds on the sideline. They're loving life. Those folks are following me around, by the way, the guys with the caps. They were at motocross last weekend. And now they're here at Zwartkops. How do they know where these things
sharing your location.
They are so bad, eh? So bad. Okay, so over the top, that was MD. MD's going to have to be picked up. Gert van der Berg got the victory. Lendl Janssen in 2nd and Brandon Hills in 3rd.
Was that not the blue car?
That was MDR. That was MDR. But
so
I think Carl Watts, same team, same colours, unfortunately somewhere else on the track. But great to see
the way
a big
to come
crowd.
Racing, eh?
There you go.
Cooler box.
Put the portable shade out. Ford Ranger, you sorted. Combi 2 there. Nice little caravel there.
I wouldn't
if he's got
be surprised.
red Faltskins on, I'll be impressed though.
But I wouldn't be surprised if that's not Falconer. It's
gone.
I can't pick that. I can't do that, and then not remember
that guy.
the name.
That's all right. You'll bring it back now. It'll come back to you. But there you can see the whole back straight is literally littered with fans, and which is great to see. And they are looking forward to the first race of our brand new sponsor, Digit FMS. And looking forward to seeing the 111 GD Sports and Saloons coming out for the first time. 2 separate heats for them, but looking forward to another great battle amongst those cars as well as we get into the first of their 2 8-lappers. It's the 111 Sports and Saloons first, and then it'll be Class X along after that for another 8-lapper. So stand by for action, stand by for some catch-ups with a couple of the drivers down in pit lane as well before they head out. And looking forward to a great battle here, as I think we're going to even go straight in and possibly even catch up here with Mel Spur. As we head in here, is Mel ready to go? Gareth is right there. He's just going to get the angle right. The angle of the dangle. There we go. Let's have a quick chat to Mel Spur.
Melanie, race 1, how are you expecting it to be?
Well, obviously I'm hoping for a win. Fastest yesterday in all the sessions, and today I got pipped to pole by Scholl. I don't know when last I was this nervous, but I'm really hoping for the win and a nice clean race.
Oh, well, good Good luck today. See you race 2.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mel, one of the lone survivors of the Origin Oil team. Unfortunately, her partner in crime, Voto, who came up and had a chat with us earlier, his brand new car unfortunately gave up the ghost on Wednesday with some problems with a little bit of niggles in the car as they rebuilt one of the original production cars and gave it to him to race. Didn't quite work out. They then put him in the spare Polo, and yesterday afternoon he went backwards into turn 4. So unfortunately we're not going to see Voti out there, but we will definitely see Mal Spur at the front end of this pack and fighting hard.
Vote to the same gentleman that came in and called you old.
That's the
earlier
one.
this
He called
morning.
you old.
Right. No,
He called you old. No, he called you old. No. He knows you not to call me old. He'll be in big trouble. You know, actually, to give you the heads up on that one, they actually sent me details on the maneuvering that happened. So Voti said, unfortunately, it turned out to be a horrible weekend because the brake master cylinder failed in turn 4, and he went through the sandbox into the tyre wall. But they were hoping to get that car sorted out. Hopefully they got it sorted out. The Origin Oil Nathan's Motorsport Golf 6, though, unfortunately gave up the ghost, as I said, on Wednesday during testing. So we'll be looking forward to seeing if they got that car onto the circuit. Mal, of course, is back in the Golf 7, and it's good to see Jared Rousseau back into GTA as well. Let's catch up with him quickly.
I think we're going out now.
Jared, race 1, what are you expecting?
Yeah, keeping it clean. We at Nationals next weekend, so bringing it home clean. And yeah, let's have fun.
Weather's turned out well, so it should be a good race.
Weather's been perfect. Thank goodness it's not raining. Let's keep it clean. Let's see what happens once the checkered flag goes down. Awesome.
Good luck,
Thank you. Cheers.
Keep it mean and keep it clean. Is that the vibe we're going for? They're hard racing, but hard, clean racing is what we want to see. We always want to see that. We've just witnessed it in Formula V, so hopefully we can see some more of the same with these saloon cars as they head out on circuit.
Would be nice.
Mal Spur, though, all focused and ready. She's made a massive change in her lifestyle recently in terms of diet and fitness, and and with that comes a real turn of pace 9 times out of 10. There's one of the rookies I was talking about earlier. He's going to be making his debut soon in the ATE VW Challenge. But for now, cutting his teeth there, that's Sebastian Diaz, fresh out of karting. He's going to be joining the Digit FMS 111s. And there is one of the BMW.
And listen, if you are a fan of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, get onto their social media pages, especially their Facebook page, because they've created something quite unique. Not only do they have a nice big field of cars, but they've also got a Vote a Driver of the Day competition running. So you've got to go onto their Facebook page. There's a QR code which you can scan, and then you can vote for your favorite car and favorite driver of the day. And they actually sent us a little flip file with all of those cars, and they're literally almost like baseball style. Trump cards. Yeah.
Do you not remember playing Trump
No,
cards?
for sure. The Trump cards are brilliant. So you can have a look and see everybody that's in the field, including that man there, Dirk Lawrence, who's looking forward to going out there. And of course, it's in both fields, both the GT field and the 111 Sports and Saloon field too. And you can vote for that favorite car, favorite driver of the day. The other cool thing is that they've got 947 who's joined them as well. There's a couple of jokers in there too, and a joker car.
A Dodge Ram. I'd love to see that.
Imagine that.
on the track.
Imagine that. There's Wayne Robb, one of our top contenders. Another one will be Mark DeToy. And of course, the fight at the front end should be pretty interesting as well as we get into this one. We kind of saw last year the fight in this class basically between those first couple of cars that we're sort of seeing there. But there's a couple that have joined the party that are now going to be having some fun and games as well. So heads up, because it is almost time for the Digit FMS 111 GD Sports and Saloons about to make their way out onto the track for their first heat of the day.
But even some of the originals now have made updates to their cars to try and turn a slightly faster lap time. Rob's telling me he's changed from the ST Turbo to the RS Turbo. However, though, giving him a little bit more lag and changing the driving style, so he's got to get himself kind of on that level for that new driving style and get used to how the boost happens and the lag happens. So a lot of development going on with these cars throughout the off-season, and we will see probably a mix-up in the pack due to that. But a lot of season campaigners out there as well who know what their car is going to do and how the car performs, and that could change things up at the front end as we have a look at the starters grid. I just need to get it downloaded here on WhatsApp. But on pole, though, it is Tian van Rooyen ahead of Wayne Odendaal, with Arthur Thorne there being the top three. And I think those GTAs are going to be turning some really quick lap times here around Zwartkops Raceway.
Yeah, I think we're going for a bit of a fight, Chuck, and tell you. The nice thing is that you're going to see a bit of a mix like we saw earlier on, where the slower cars catch the faster cars on each of the classes ahead of them, and they'll start to get into the mix there a little bit and start to rub and get a bit of rubbing and rubbing as racing, as we see Wayne Robb making his way out of the track. Let's see if that's the actual case as they all make their way onto the circuit now for the first time. And it's nice to see the growth of this class as well, because since they've had their change up on the sort of leadership and the people behind the scenes, they've done a huge amount of social media PR as well behind this. The Digit FMS team have come here with guns blazing, man. I mean, they brought the AMP team from 947, as I said. They've got their own sort of social media team that's running through and doing a whole bunch of stuff on their social media pages, telling people exactly how it's all going to work and what the plans are for this year, for this class, because it's really a turnaround, not only for Triple Ones, but for the Extreme Festival as well, because what they do in Triple One, of course, then forwards through to what happens with what they do on track at all the racetracks that we go to. So looking forward to a long-standing relationship, and I'm sure that the team, Tanya and her team behind the scenes for the Extreme Festival, are pretty happy with the additional media coverage that they're getting via other channels that this category brings.
But also on that note, the more entries there are, the more entry fees there are. The more entry fees there are, the more things can increase, get better, move forward. So as every class grows, it grows every other class around it. And that's something that the Extreme Festival has done really well over the years. They've grown each individual class to help grow the race day action and the race day package, and it's really taking leaps and bounds forward. And obviously it snowballs.
So this is Mal Spur coming up into turn 5, trying to get some heat into those Dunlops, see if they can get them all ready to go. She's looking forward to a bit of a fight, I'm sure, and a big battle as always, and she's normally in the mix in those battles if she's in the front end. Wayne Masters, another seasoned campaigner in this category, will be looking forward to resuming some battles that he had last year. One of them would possibly be there with Pit Porchita. Look out for Mike O'Sullivan as well in the Honda. That's
Wayne Masters from Performance Masters, the Masters of Polo Cup Master.
That's the one. The Masters of the Mastering Universe.
Another warm-up lap they get, 2 warm-up laps, and then we'll go to a rolling start, Craig, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's it.
Interesting to see a Polo GTI up against a BMW 3 Series.
Yeah, should be good. So Marius Truta, Leonard Archer, that's the front row. Jared Rousseau, Vessel Mostert, Fado Siddiqui and Mark Dutoy. That's how they're going to line up there. Siddiqui, of course, the man from Mozambique. Fantastic to have him here as well. We got Wayne Robb. Also, just with a bit of niggles on that new car of his, getting the new turbo sorted out, because he's not quite used to the amount of turbo lag they've got. Voti is supposed to be down in 9th place. He'll start from the back of the pack, and the reason why he starts from the back of the pack is, of course, all the changes that happened to the car. Right. And if they got the car sorted out, and it looks like they have, because I see the Origin car is there. That's the number 1 car. There he is. So he is back on track, but that, of course, is the Super Cup car that he's borrowing for this weekend. So it's not his normal car. That's why he's got the Trinity Trinity Security Services colours there on it. So
Hammond graciously renting that car out to make sure we can get on the grid. Don't want to lose championship points on the first round of the season. JP Nokia, another name that we know from years of motorsports, including Formula GTI and the likes of, he's joining the GTB class just ahead of Dirk Lawrence and Jonathan Fisser. We just saw one of our, I think that was Mostert waiting in the grid there.
I think it was Vessel, yeah. Vessel Mostert parked in the pit lane, not where he wants to start from, that's for sure.
Yeah, not the ideal starting position for any motorsport aficionado, especially now that you've got to come onto the back through the smaller classes as well. So it's going to be an interesting thing to manage in the first opening laps as they line up now for the rolling start. It's not staggered, it's a joint start. All classes will start together as far as I can see. We wait for the lights to go out. They all line astern. To the middle of the track goes our pole man. Lights go out and we are racing. And the scream of those turboed vehicles as they head down into turn 1, absolutely amazing. On board now with A64, Melanie Spur through turn 1.
Yeah, Mal looks pretty good through turn 1 as she comes down onto braking into turn number 2, Cashel Corner, trying to close the gap down there on the pack just ahead of it. Dive up the inside. Oh, that was, I think that might have been
Charles Veyers.
Yeah, Veyers. I was going to say Veyers in the little Corsa diving through.
our pole sitter in Class A. First time he's ever been on pole position. So he was actually visibly shaken up when he got the qualifying results. He was so excited as they head now into turn number 4. There's the S2000 Toyota from PTA North, looking for a way past in Class A, but couldn't quite get it done. At the front, though, we've got a lead change down to third.
Jared Rousseau forcing Marius Chuta off the circuit. Somebody off at the back as well. Somebody running very high and wide. And they're trying to pick up on that car coming off. I think that might have actually been... it might have been JP. That might have been JP Nokia. Let's have a look and see if we pick up on it. GTB 888.
Let's have a look.
Right?
Yep. No, Tony Lee Sabo.
Tony Sabo. Zazbo, yeah. Tony Zazbo, yeah. Zazbo, they're going a little bit out of shape there.
Another battle going on. Dirk Lawrence going on the outside of the Origin Polo. That's Melanie Spur looking for a way past, and they've got him past Charles Veyers again through the later part of the lap. And now the battle for the front continues. There's that Super Polo. That's Votaruas looking for a way up the field in GTB.
He's trying to find his way through as quickly as possible to get to the front end, at least of GTB. Maybe get into the mix there with GTA. Louis Scholz coming through there for Car Care Clinic. And you can see just getting ahead of him. Zazbo back on track. And it looks like he's busy having a bit of a fight out there with Lucas Mercedes, who's just up the road from him. Mercedes, of course, the man from Pretoria, no Toyota. He's the big boss man there. I love the fact that we got that 511 machine on track as well. Behind that is the Shield Golf of Wayne Lebotsky. Heading up to the top of the track towards turn 5. We'll dive on the inside there. This is a great battle too. Veyers now trying to squeeze between Dirk Lawrence as the pack come through there. It's Wayne Masters just ahead of Pete Portkita. There is JP, and he's just ahead of Vota. So JP Nokia hanging on just ahead of Vota Rus.
Oh, this battle is continuing. There's Wayne Robb. He's a GTB, but he's mixing it up there with the GTAs. He was in third on the previous lap. He's now in fifth. So great job from Wayne Robb. It was a great shot through turn 1. Down the inside goes Mark Tatoy on Wayne. It's GTB, VG, GTB.
Yeah, just a mix up there between the two of them, which is quite nice. 1 for 1 through turn 1, and then they're returning the favour into turn 2. So losing some ground there was Marius Chuta, and he's now pulled away from Sadique. Then it's Tatoy coming up on the back end of this little battle. Watch out for that little Honda as well of Sean Holtzhausen. Holtzhausen rapid down that back straightaway to close in on both Rob and Mark Tatoy. And it's a bit further back here, back on board with Mel Spur as she closes onto the back end of Veyers. Veyers going through 4, looking to try and close up onto the back of Jonathan Fisser, the new chairman of the board, as he comes through. There we go. Digit FMS is the main sponsor of this class now. Big welcome to them, and they are loving life being part of this category. The amount of effort that they've put in on the sidelines and all the pre-race paraphernalia that's gone with this class is hats off to that team. But of course also the main sponsor there of Wayne Robb's machine as well as he comes through, and he'll be looking to try and at least ensure a top-end GTB finish on his first outing.
Yeah, I think I got to confuse it because looking at the side of Mark Tatoy's car, I'm sure it said GTB, but he does register as a GTA down in 5th place. Into turn number 2 comes what on our time screen is the leading GTB of Wayne Robb in that Ford Focus with the updates he's done. As Marius Chuta comes past, we saw that mistake up into turn number 5.
Yeah.
That has kind of put a damper on his race. He was fighting for the top. Ooh, car off.
777.
That's the Honda.
Yeah, not good there for the 777 car there, unfortunately, of Sean Holtzhausen. I said he was coming along rapidly. Unfortunately, just caught out there by something, and he's parked just on the exit of our pit lane.
I think he got caught up by the commentator's curse.
Maybe. Yeah, probably. In fact, yeah, it was me. Or me. I'll take that one. I'll own that one. How's the diffuser on the back of that little Honda?
I've watched the build of that car on Instagram and Facebook. He's been really good with the social media.
Yeah. And
it's been really good to see that car come together. He's had a lot of issues with it. One of them being brake fade, and maybe a bit of brake fade in the previous
and rally crossability.
Yeah. So it is a good rallycross car too, as Veyers tries to hang on to his lead from Melanie Spur. It's been a battle throughout this entire race. I did say Dirk Lawrence was involved, but he's moved himself up into 9th place ahead of the rest of them. Jonathan Fisser is looking to drop, at the moment, dropping down the order. And Wayne Masters leading Class B there. Great.
Oh, there goes Dirk. Cashel corner, Dirk Lawrence going the long way around. And that's not what you want to be doing. Looks like there's a problem.
Smoke?
That's a bit of smoke coming out of the bonnet as well.
Yeah,
so
he's out that car quickly.
He knows there's an issue right to the marshal point. Great bit of driving there from him to get to the marshal as quickly as he can, so the marshal doesn't have to run to him. Hopefully they get that car sorted out. It's going to drop Dirk Loans out of the top 10 there and probably out of the running completely for Class GTB here in race 1.
It's now Wouter Ruiz on the back of JP Nokia in that Golf 1. That Golf 1 very similar to what we saw back in the day of Westbank Modifieds. Similar sort of kits on the front of that car. But Golf 1 versus new type Polo Super Cup here at Zwartkops International Raceway, chasing down our GTB leader of Wayne Robb.
You know, those Golfs, I think in those days, if I'm not mistaken, Richard Sorensen actually took one of the victories there for Class E in Westbank Modifieds in a similar looking Golf. Body-wise, not same colours, of course, we're talking about.
There's obviously the pink of Norman Poulter as well.
Yeah, there was.
That competed in that car as they head down into turn 2. Super Polo still versus the Golf 1 as they head through turn 1. We go back to the battles in Class A and B. It's still Chalvez from Memory Spurs.
Fado Siddique's dropped back a bit though. Siddique's dropped back. He's also got a bit of an issue there in the Wildnetics machine coming through.
Dropped down to 1 minute 20s when he was doing one.
But out of the GTA GDB battle. Completely right to the back of that pack. So Veyers is through. There's Siddique. Where is Mel? There comes Mel. We're going to try and fend off the intentions coming from Lucas Besaidnote. He's in the Lexus.
It's going to be tight.
What are you going to touch?
There's contact.
Can he hold it? Can he miss the wall? Yes, he does. Only just. Wow. Great catch there from Lucas Besaidnote. Just avoiding that inside barrier. And he was going up the inside. He clipped the curb. We saw that last year on a few occasions. In fact, we saw it at Passion for Speed. Yeah. A massive
Very
moment
similar,
there.
isn't it?
Massive moment there for the Batmobile in one of the 06, I think it was in the pre-06s that we saw that Batmobile out of shape. Well held there, Lucas Besaidnote. Inside line on Mal's spur. Mal's eyes are still wide open after that. She's looking in the rearview mirror now, trying to fend off. I think that might be... is that...
Jonathan Visser.
It's Jonathan Visser is closing down on her.
Coming back through after his mistake on lap 1. But
let's have a look at the replay of Lucas going into turn 4 here. He's got the inside line. Malk takes her line. She doesn't see him there, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think there was actually contact there. I think it was just a little bit too much curve. He had it, missed the wall, and as he's rejoining, unfortunately, he loses it.
Yeah.
And couldn't quite get it back on track before the rear end swapped on him.
There was a little contact. Look at the front left there.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact there.
The splitter went a little bit sideways there.
Oh, we got JP Nokia slowing down as well.
JP now losing out, and the 888 car coming through to get ahead of JP Nokia. He's about to be closed in as well rapidly by Jonathan Visser. So a couple of changes here from the front end of the field. JP's got some problems. Chopped right out of it right now. Heading into it as Sazbo hangs on.
So Sazbo behind Melly Spur. He's got him past her, but now...
Priestley. Yeah, Priestley on the back end of Mal Spur. And the Pragma Polar starting to come through as well. Closing down and just flying past. Also a bit of an ailing car there from Car Care Clinic and Louis Scholz. So Kubus Brits. I love those little Polos. Man, those are great little race cars.
The old Jody Rob. I remember when I raced with Jody Robertson at JLT. He had one of those we used to call Scrappy.
And we had two at Westbank when I had Super Series going. And they're such good fun cars to drive. They really were. So predictable. Absolute jewel. Here comes our leader, Leonard Archer. He is about to get, I think, the checkered flag, if I'm not mistaken. He's on his final lap. So checkered flag should be Archer. Yes, it is. And Archer, I haven't seen much of him because he disappeared at the front end. Rousseau was behind him, trying to close him down. So and then Chuta not too far behind. So about a 3-second gap between those first three cars. But GTAs are the first three cars across the line for the checkered flag.
There goes Mark Toy in his BMW Z4. He'll take 4th place in GTAs. But here is our leader of GTB.
On debut.
Wayne Robb on debut.
4-digit FMS. Well done. Taking the digit FMS Ford Focus turbocharged machine to the front end now. That little ST to the front of the GTB field and winning out overall. Here comes 888. Possibly for 3rd place in the GTB. No, it could be 2nd.
No, third.
It's 3rd. No, yeah, Voter gone through.
Was 2nd.
Voter went through earlier on. We missed him crossing the line. So 3rd place there for Zazbo. Class A going to Chalvez. We did see that car coming out late out of pit lane. So well done to them. And then across the line. Ooh, little ailing machine there. From
Mal was a bit slow over the line.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right. She still takes 2nd in Class A, even with that ailing cross of the line.
I don't think that was Mal. I think it might have been further back.
Right.
I think that might have been the 3rd of those Origin cars. Yeah, Mal's giving us a wave in the car as well there. Thanks, Mal. Good drive. You might have to have a chat with Lucas though afterwards. He's not too happy, but hanging on to a line there and getting the second place in her class there for Milesburg for Class A. Class B went to Wayne Masters, and a good run there from Pete Potgieter to finish in second in Class B, all in the bag. So there we have it, wrapping up what was being a spectacular start as well to Digit FMS joining the 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
Hello, yes, yeah. So this is my first ever race with 111s. Okay.
Race 1 of today, how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Yeah, this is my first ever race with 111, so I'm starting Class F with, X with the rookies. But I've got the pace, so I'll see if I can keep the lead. Thank you.
The weather's holding out, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was hoping for rain because that's where I'm even faster, but yeah, still good conditions. I'm excited for the racing. Thank you.
Good luck, yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
I think that was catching up there with Tian van Rooyen, if I'm not mistaken, just before we go out here for the X class. This is the X class and Super Hatch. Super Hatch, of course, now growing in leaps and bounds. Fantastic to see a big one. And let's go and catch up now with Josh Tatoy and see what his plans are.
Joshua, race 1, how are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great, man. A little bit nervous, but otherwise, yeah, really excited.
Weather's holding out, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, really. Really looking forward to it. Yeah.
You're rolling an onboard camera, so yeah, give us a wave while you're there. Eh?
Yeah. I'm excited. I've got some competition between me. It's looking like a close match. Definitely can push the car a little bit more this race. So I'm looking to push it to its limit. See how fast it can go.
Awesome. Well, yeah, good luck. Have a good one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it was young Joshua Tatoy giving us a breakdown of what we're expecting in race 1 here of the Digit FMS 111 GTs. Sorry, not X class.
X class of Digit FMS 111 GTs. So a slight change up in terms of the way they're going to run things this year. Remember, they run class GTA, GTB, and then class A, B, and C together, and then.
Which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see more cars on the circuit, more drivers joining the day, and more action for our fans all up on the embankment and here inside the circuit. Lots of stalls and lots of entertainment provided for the spectators, not just on the circuit, but off the circuit as well. And a show coming later, I think, as well, from Mikey Schultz in the drift side as well. As a TVR, that is not a car I've seen on a racetrack for a long time.
That's a nice car to see on a racetrack. TVR, I think it's the Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. So a nice little machine to see in full flight. Let's see how it goes today. Let's get a confirmation. Let's see if I was right.
TVR Griffin.
Oh, no, it's not.
What is it?
It's the Chimera. So close. But hey.
I can't criticize you for it because all I could get was TVR.
You have to keep up to date with all of the latest machinery. And I was thinking it's a Griffin, but it's actually the Chimera. But nothing wrong. Great to have that one. The Chimera, of course, is named after the Greek myth creature, the mythical creature. And it was, I think it's the body of a lion. It has a snake for a tail. It's also got wings, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a whole bunch of creatures put together to make a mythical creature.
If you guys didn't know, Greg used to be a history teacher.
Yeah, so there you go. A little bit of history lesson for you there as well. What you would have done is, if you've ever watched, I think it's Mission Impossible 2, where he has to go and find that there's like a virus that's in a bottle and it gets stuck into somebody, and they've only got like 24 hours to find it, and Ethan Hunt goes and finds it, and he finds it just in time, and everybody lives, thank goodness to him, because Mission Impossible wouldn't be Mission Impossible without Tom Cruise and Ethan Hunt.
And also, if it wasn't impossible.
It wasn't impossible. He got it. He got the job done. Josh Tutoy is our ICAM man. We just heard that from G in the pre-race paddock. Waiting to go to battle here, and going to battle with a whole bunch of couple of cars that we haven't seen on track here as well, which is good to see too.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the back of that Alpha. That's Julia, I think, of the new spec Alphas. We saw a lot of them at Passion for Speed, but it's not a car you see in modern motorsport in South Africa anymore.
No. But
so
it is
nice
great to see.
Alpha out there.
It is great to see an Alpha out there in full flight, and looking forward to a bit of a fight of note.
There is my favorite car, the Golf 1. I love it when they drop them like that on those slicks with the big wide bodywork. It looks phenomenal. I love it.
So it's like it's like the Volkswagen version of Zack Speed.
Drop it
and put a big wing, big front splitter.
And that's exactly what it reminds me of. Is Zack Speed.
Ford Escort Mark 1.
Zack Speed.
There we go. All right, so we are under starters orders now. Josh Tutoy looking to try and get to the front end as rapidly as he can. Let's see what happens. Tiaan van Rooyen, though, is a tough man to beat, and I think he's going to give these guys a good run for their money. But Wayne Oudendal alongside him in my fellow commentator's favourite car will look to get to the front as well. Nice to see a Jetta 1 out there as well. That's great to see. Karel Malherbe, I think, is at the wheel of that car. Well, it's actually a Jetta 2. Beg your pardon, it's a Jetta 2. There you go.
That's the car that took me to school every day.
That's the car that they used to do. I think it was the sort of James Bond-esque advert they had for it. The black one. Yeah, Mr. Bond. No, it wasn't Mr. Bond though. Are they going for another lap under starters? Looks like they are.
Yeah, there was the MX-5 that went out of the pits late just on the previous lap.
Okay.
So just ahead of the safety car, so they've got to wait for him to come
2
back.
laps to go at you.
So they will get additional laps out on there to warm the car up and get it ready. And get it moving, get this race moving in Class X. The Digit FMS Class X still behind safety car. As we
I
wait
like
for
the way they
MX-5 to
keep
join.
formation though. Whereas the other pack that were out there earlier on, GTA, GTB, A, B, and C were like all over the place.
Yeah,
these guys are like holding formation. These are like carters. They got to get into the lanes before they go.
The tram lines before they go out.
Do not go until they're in the tram lines.
There's the MX-5 joining the back.
Comes, also with the nice monster grill at the front of it.
Be interesting to see if they all came out the same stable.
I think they might do, hey?
So if anybody knows.
Deeren Gunnison in that one, looking for a chance to catch the rest of the field and eat them up with the monster grill. I like that, hey?
Number plate on the race car.
is still strapped on with duct tape. That's the way to go. You can drive the car to the track. You can drive it home
afterwards.
After you've raced it. That's the perfect race car.
If you have a good race day, you can drive it home. Let's put it that way.
Well, I've spoken about it before with you, but it's always a nice point to bring up. And when I got a chance to do the handicapped race that they have in the Historic and Inland Championship, the guy that used to own the Mercedes-Benz second-hand dealership in Greenside, Colin Keane, he would say to us, come and grab a car, drive there, park your car, you get into Mercedes-Benz. You then had to race to the engine garage. Whoever got there last paid the fuel bill. So you had to pay for 4 cars to fill up the fuel. Then you drove all the way from Greenside to here, raced the 2 races on the day with the radio on in the car.
With the radio on?
Yeah, with the radio on in the car. Then you had to, because you had to say what advert you heard while you were driving as part of the deal. Then you had to come out of the car, go to prize giving, get in the car, drive home, and the last guy that got home had to lock up the workshop. That's how the team worked. It was brilliant.
That is unbelievable.
It was amazing.
That's one way to go racing.
All right, Pretoria No Toyota off the circuit. Means we've now got Tiaan van Rooyen and Wayne Oendal who will set the pace. And Tiaan van Rooyen, of course, will dictate it as the pole man coming down onto the start grid. Under starters orders for the rolling start.
Let's see how line of stern they go. Let's see if they behave and stay within the virtual tram lines. The lights are on, the lights are off, and we are racing.
Yeah, we
it's
are.
BMW versus VW into turn number 1. We're all getting through one relatively clean at the moment.
Yeah, not too shabby a start there. Behind at the back as well there, Swart coming through in the Martini Racing Polo as they come under braking. Josh Tutoy is about 7th on the road, make it 8th on the road as he comes into Castral Corner. Carries good corner speed out of Castral now, heading onto the short of the straightaway, trying to close the gap down there on Troy Star. Troy Star just ahead of him. And then it's Malherbe just ahead of that. So as they get into it, they are starting to mix it up a bit. Golf 1's fighting hard. Polo 2 on the back of them. And it's the little 1 Series on the inside. 125, I think if I'm not mistaken. That's through there, yeah.
You just got Eminem. All the way around the outside goes Golf 1. They're going to go side by side up into turn number 5. Now hard on the brakes they go. It's BMW down the inside. It looks like he's got it done, but he's going to try and go the long way around. He's been watching DOE Formula V. Can he make it happen?
911. Somebody call 911 because Wayne Oendal's about to pull in a maneuver here of note as they come out of turn 7. He hits the front again. Tiaan coming back at him. The difference here is going to be, of course, that Golf 1 won't have the same braking system as the BMW. That BMW will probably be able to climb on the anchors a little harder than most. Up into 3rd, though, goes Arthur Thorne. So the Polo's back into the 3 spot and keeps out Freckleton at this point in time in the 2nd of the Golf 1s.
It's an all-German front 4 at the moment, but the only non-VW car there is that of Tiaan van Rooyen in the BMW 125. But it looks like Wayne Oendal's got a proper turn of pace early on in this race as we have a look at Joshua Du Toit trying to chase down that Golf 1 and TVR just in front of him. He's down in 9th place at the moment. It's Troy Starr up in 8th with Richard Benningfield in 7th.
Benningfield's in that TVR, so he's in the Chimera as they come onto that back straight. Smoking Chimera. Oof, that's not good.
Is that body rub or engine issue?
I think that's smoke out of the exhaust.
Exhaust?
That's out the exhaust pipe, so that's a bit of a concern there. We're going to have to keep an eye on that TVR for a little while as they head up to the top of the hill and see what they can do under braking. As he closes the gap down there onto the back end of Carl Malherbe in that Jetta 2.
That TVR is definitely old enough to smoke though, so we won't criticize it too much.
So Chimera around the outside, looking for a chance now to close that gap down on the Jetta 2. Behind that is another Golf 1 coming through the pack rapidly. That's of Dean Parker and Josh Du Toit. Watch out for that little gap. In fact, it is Josh Du Toit. And then Troy Starr. So Troy Starr and Josh Du Toit closing the gap on the Chimera. With the smoke coming out of the back of it, they'll be a little bit concerned about it too. Coming through there is Ernst Taylor. I haven't spoken much about him in the Wix product machine. Just ahead there of Malherbe. Then it should be the Chimera. There it is. Still with some smoke coming out of that car though. That's a lot of smoke coming out of that car.
Oh, there's a MX-5 coming to a screeching halt. A lot of smoke coming from underneath that car. Hopefully no oil dumped, because that could be interesting.
Listen, I think he just committed Harry Kiri there on himself, mate. The smoke coming out of that Samurai was not good. Let's see whether that's
Joshua Toy.
Josh on Troy. Inside line for turn 4. Got him? No,
he doesn't.
What? How was that out of brake maneuver? That was brilliant from Troy Starr.
Absolute late braking through turn 4. So unfortunately, the Honda that used to be driven by his dad, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. No, that's red flag. Oh, what happened there? We missed something on track. So
oil all over the track from that MX-5.
That's from the MX-5. I told you he committed harikiri. He spilled his guts all over the track. And that Samurai, unfortunately, has now brought the race to a close. So that's not what we wanted. Yep. Yellow flags into turn number 8. Looks like there's a lot of oil that's been dropped there by that Mazda MX-5, and that's a big pity.
And I'm sure the Orange Army will be all over that. We'll clean the circuit up. But right now, we don't want to send all these cars flat out into turn 1. So great call from the officials to bring out the red flag. They saw the oil go down. and decided it would be best off not to let them come through there at full speed, at full pace.
No.
Turn 1 is difficult at the best of times.
Probably not a good idea.
Let's not add oil.
They're keeping everybody to the left-hand side so they can work on the oil. You can just see that line. I can pick it up on the camera there, how much oil is being dropped. So lots of oil being dropped there by that Mazda. And there's going to be some serious work that has to be attended to now by the Orange Army. So that red flag coming out at not the most opportune time of the day, because with this race we are only into lap number 2, and of course this one is, I think, is also an 8-lapper. Yeah, it is 8-lapper, so we've still got a lot of work to do for these guys and girls. But more importantly, a lot of work to do now for these guys and girls in the Orange Army. This is now, of course, a combination of the Zwartkops and Kyle Army Marshals Association that have joined up into one big brigade now. And they do an amazing job at all the racetracks that we're at. So while we get them working hard and frantically, we'll be back with more action as soon as we got a clear track. Okay. Just in my ear, we had 30,000 Rand raised by this haircut that Leonard Archer was done by Mal Spur in to raise funds. They always do something special, of course, at the 111 GD Sports and Saloon category. And there you can see, that's quite lekker, that, hey? I could walk around. It feels like you went to your barber, bud, hey? Except you had no more hair left on your head, but you took all your hair.
Mine's done naturally.
Archer, that's you. I don't know. Well done, Leonard Archer. Thanks for that. 30 grand. Yeah, that's a little bit of additional aerodynamics there. Gave him the win for race number 1. So well done there.
The helmet fitted better.
I do like the fact that they do this kind of thing. And Mal, of course, and the team at 111 GD Sports and Saloons are very keen to do this kind of stuff. And well done, raising almost 35,000 Rand to the worthy cause that it goes to. So well done to them, and well done to Mal Spur. There's Josh DeToy waiting to go. We'll be back shortly with race action here from the restart of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons Class X. There you can see down on the pit lane, catching up now with Steve, our Chief Marshal. Let's find out.
Golf came around the corner. He blew part of his motor. We picked up some pieces. So from the middle of the main straight all the way down into turn 1 where he actually spun out. It's a lot of oil, about 1.5 meters broad. So we've got all my corners coming down here to assist with the oil. As you can see, they're quite busy. First oil sweep it and then we blow it. But it's going to take a few minutes because it's a big spill.
You guys do an awesome job. Well
Thank you very much also to the competitors that's here. Without you guys, we also cannot be here. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Steve and his team there. They're going to be working frantically. As you can see, it's calling all corners. They've literally brought all the marshals down from the various corners around the track and got them to go to work frantically to clear, as you heard, literally from the main straight all the way through turn 1, all the way down into turn 2 where the Golf eventually spun out. It actually wasn't the Mazda, so apologies there. The Mazda had its own problems, but it was actually a Golf that blew its engine, and there were bits and pieces of the engine as well as a lot of oil and fluid that were dropped almost 1.5 meters wide all the way down to turn 2. So lots of work to be done. We'll be back shortly.
Sean, how was the first part of that race?
It was good. Good start. It's quite tight at the front, so I definitely have a little bit of competition behind me. So I've been playing a bit of a defensive role, but otherwise it's good. Just a bit nervous for the restart to this because I think that this oil goes down into turn 1, and I have no idea what the actual grip is going to be like. So it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, we heard from the Chief Marshal it's from the last turn all the way down, right into turn 1 where he spun. So
Okay.
yeah, keep our eye out for it.
Sure, I will do my best.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
So we're catching up there with Arthur Horn in his car down on the grid. But here in the studio with us as well is, of course, one of our top contenders from the previous race. And good outing for the first time there for you, Chris. Chris Tate joining me in the studio for a quick interview. That's not what you want to see on a racetrack, is it?
No, not at all, especially through turn 1 where most cars nearly flat out, a lot of load on the front tyres. You lose front or even rear grip, but the kitty litter isn't an ideal place to be.
Now, I see you've picked up a little bit of an extra sponsor there, King Price joining you, and you've joined the likes of Evil Knievel Kinsella as part of the big sponsorship for your new car, but of course also the Volkswagen Motorsport driver for next weekend.
Yeah, so first of all, big thanks to King Price. Do a lot of business with them, love working with them, very supportive, but very, very excited for next weekend.
Hold that thought for 1 second. We're going to shoot down and catch up with one of our drivers on the grid as well, with Udendal, our leader as the red flag came out. Wayne, what's happening out there?
It was very, very good. Had a good start. Track's a little bit slippery, but it started to come together nicely. Very happy with the car at the moment.
Good position. See the oil is from the last turn all the way down to turn 1. We heard from the Chief Marshal. It's quite a bit of oil. But
Yeah, no, they do a brilliant job here. So it's a bit sketchy. We'll try and avoid it for the first 2 or 3 laps. See if it dries up nicely, and hopefully we can get the full corner again.
good luck.
Oh, thank you very much.
Right, so from Wayne back to Chris Tate here in studio with me. Chris, your first outing, not quite what you wanted. You kind of lost the gap there with the top 2 cars. Couldn't quite make it up, but you had a pack of cars behind you had to defend on, which is probably why you were concentrating more on that than catching the guys ahead of you.
Yeah, definitely. It's much better to finish 3rd than 4th or 5th. But quite hot today. We're expecting a bit of rain, but that didn't come. So car struggling with overheating issues. So just more managing car, trying not to put more oil on the track.
Yeah, don't do what this car's just done, that's for sure. But listen, you've been working hard in the off-season. I've been watching on some social media how you've been in the gym, getting a little bit of work done on the bicycles and stuff to get that cardiovascular up. Are you looking forward? I mean, you've had a good outing so far in Triple Ones and your first outing. But more importantly is I think you're concentrating your efforts on next weekend and getting a good start to the National Championship.
Yeah, definitely. Polo Cup means a lot more in terms of a reward, but with the W Challenge Class A is a training and sorts of for Polo Cup. Seat time.
Great seat time.
The competition's very tight, quite similar to Polo Cup.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Thanks for joining us, and good luck for Heat 2 later on. And then, of course, I'll catch you down in Cape Town next weekend.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Catching up with Chris Tate there, just heading into, of course, preparation for next weekend's round 1 of the National Championship. And, of course, he will be piloting the Volkswagen Motorsport entry in Polo Cup this year, after winning the Rookie Cup last year. That is the Mazda being taken back. That was, I thought, the protagonist in what we had. And we were chatting about that Samurai car of his, possibly the protagonist in the oil dropping, but it turned out to be one of the Golf 1s who had problems, and engine blew completely with bits and pieces all over the circuit. And that's why we have the entire Orange Army down at 1, 2, and 3 clearing up the big oil spill.
Yeah, sorry, Greg. I was the one that called the Samurai being the culprit there. So it's all on me, man. So if you're not happy that it was me that said that, it's what in there. Blame Greg, though. It was always Greg. So Orange Army out there in force, making sure our circuit is clean and ready to go racing on again. It's going to add a little bit of uncertainty to the drivers heading into turn 1 for the first time. It definitely would for me. Unsure of whether or not there is the grip there that you had before the red flag. And if you take it too easy, you're going to put yourself under pressure from those behind you that aren't taking it easy. And being the first car to head through there is always going to be difficult.
The first car after a massive oil drop like that is definitely something you want to be a little concerned about. But fortunately, they've still got, I think, 6 laps of action to come your way. So they'll get the first lap or two, maybe a bit gingerly through there. Probably a change of surface flag being shown to them before they get into full race pace again. But an incredible job once again by the Orange Army. Well done to all of them. We can't go racing without you.
Probably the worst kind of weather to be stuck inside a race car right now. This is probably the only time the driver's sitting there going, yesterday was a little bit cooler, and I could have done with those temperatures while sitting and waiting for the track to get sorted out. But they are doing it as quick as they possibly can. We want to get the race action going. We've got loads of classes to get through today and an awesome amount of action all the way through the grid. Unfortunately, though, in my quick walk downstairs, we have lost one of those cars from today's proceedings, not from these 111 Class X's, but from the V8 Supercars. Unfortunately, the Pretoria car won't be joining us on the grid. They had some clutch issues to sort out, and unfortunately that couldn't be repaired to get them back out for today's proceedings. But I'm sure we'll see that car back at the next round. Our PT Nord safety car now rejoining the front of the pack, so we should be getting going anytime sooner. I've seen the doors close on the race cars, so we'll possibly be heading back to some great race action very shortly.
Right, looks like we're good to go here, Carl, once again, as we are lining up for the restart of what is going to be Triple One GD Sports and Saloons Class X.
Yeah, we wait for them to get themselves going. They've cleaned up the circuit. Hopefully a couple of last behind safety cars so they can see what's happening in terms of grip level with that oil that's gone
at
through.
least one lap through there, just so they got an idea of what conditions have changed to now, as opposed to what they were.
Josh Satoy getting himself ready. You can see, it's the worst for a driver. You get into the rhythm, you get going with it, and then suddenly red flag, sit, wait. It's such a difficult thing to get that mindset back going and get yourself into the rhythm without making mistakes, outbraking yourself, losing momentum. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. But I think Wayne Odendaal, he got himself to the front before the red flag, and he'll be hoping to maintain that lead in the Class A's.
You seem to have just a little advantage over Tian. So if you can get that advantage off the start, because remember, he will dictate the pace. And remember, they now come on the restart. It's line astern. They don't take their formation again. They run, I think, line astern for the restart. If I'm right, I think I might be. I could be wrong too. Maybe come into formation and give me completely the wrong thing to say again.
Yeah, we could get to the start. They just drop the flag and hammer down.
No, the usual restart is line astern on a restart like this, so they don't have to take up their grid positions again because they had to move them to the left-hand side of the track to do the oil clean. Great job there from Steve and his team, though. Just getting everybody across to the left-hand side so they could get that done. I like that Mel Hadber giving a thumbs up to his mates at turn 4. They're all sitting watching from turn 4. Not a bad vantage point to be at, actually. Lots of action you can see at turn 4 because you get literally all the way up the hill. You can see, you just lose them sort of over the rise if you're not high enough in the grandstand. I know when I did the Thunderbikes and Brunch Run, I used to stand on the turn 4 camera point to do the live on the ride stuff, and you just lose them coming into this corner because the bikes are sort of a little bit lower, and it's the elevation that you've got to play with. But then, of course, you get them coming back down the hill. So you get about, I'd say about 60% of the track if you're at turn 4 and watching from that grandstand, or even on that back straightaway, close to turn 4.
Yeah, nobody really notices
they're going straight to start.
There we
They're
go.
not even give them a chance to see. They're going straight into start.
All right,
So
Wayne,
good luck into turn 1, boys and girls. Here we go. With a little bit of an oil spillage cleanup. Let's see how well that cleanup was done. Change of surface and green flag at turn 1. And yeah, there's a line of stern start, so I was right in that one.
It was 8-3-2-1. At least we got one thing right. It was a line of stern start, but it was straight to the start. So Wayne Udendal doing a great job into turn 1. Didn't seem to bother him the dust. And he's hanging on to that lead in the 911 VW Mark 1. There's Joshua DeToy. He carries on his battle with Troy Starr. He was chasing him quite hard just before the red flag, and in fact he was looking for a way past. It looks like it sounded like he missed a gear there on the exit of turn 2, and that's just giving Troy Starr a little bit more breathing room. Here comes the TVR around the outside of our Jetta 2.
Chimera versus Jetta 2 into turn 4. Jetta 2 wins out just to the inside line and the right position to be in, but the Chimera cuts back and tries to get the drive up the hill. He might have got slightly better drive. He's got better drive. Can he be better on the brakes into turn 5? If you take this Golf 1 at the front end, you were mentioning it, and a little dive there from Freckleton to try and get through on off the Thorn. I'm just going to say, Wayne Udendal's front end, ooh, and there's a Golf 1 with problems.
That's Troy Starr.
That's Starr off. Troy Starr off the track completely there. I think he missed a gear. He was good on the brakes, but just missed a gear there, and now goes into the clutches of Daylan Moodley in the Peugeot.
Oh, we got Golf 1 versus Polo here. They're right up against the bumper. Using a bit more of the concrete there to get the better entry, the wider line in. Let's see if it worked out on the way out. It's definitely closer into turn 2. Let's see on the brakes. It's still our leader, Wayne Udendal from Tien van Rooyen. It's Arthur Thorn. A little bit of touch.
I do like that.
From Freckleton.
Freckleton and Thorn coming together there.
And that was directly on the wheel. So I wonder if that doesn't change the toe or the turn or the steering arm on that Golf. It lifted him straight up into the air.
For valves. Because sometimes when you do that, you knock the valve out and then the tyre pressure deflates rapidly. So we'll keep an eye on those two cars after that little tag through turn 4. Speaking of tags, the Chimera is still looking to tag the back of the Jetta and find a way past. Hasn't found it just yet. Mel Hadber is keeping that Jetta 2 well in front of the TVR Chimera.
Rich Bettyfield looking for a way past there. It's got the horsepower advantage up towards turn number 5, but unfortunately on the brakes doesn't have what that Jetta 2 does and can't corner the same way. So you'll see the gap grow on the way out of here through 6 and 7 as this battle continues between a TVR and a Jetta 2. I don't think that's a sentence I ever thought I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. Golf 1 versus Polo 2 at the moment, looking for a way to go through. This is a fantastic little battle as well. Tien van Rooyen is losing some ground there to Udendal in that Golf. But the thing I was going to say about that Golf out front of Wayne Udendal, you chucked a big wing on the back of that, like Rob Preacher's got down in Desi's Raceway.
Ooh, he switched it up!
And you get the Super Golf. But this is just a normal Golf 1, looking for a way to get through.
That was
looking
from
good,
the outside to the inside on the braking zone, looking for a way past and took all of the curbs. So great job there to make it round that and not turn a Golf 1 the wrong way around. So good driving there from Arthur Thorn and J.F. Freckleton as we look back at Joshua DeToy, currently down in 8th place aboard the Honda. That was previously driven by his dad.
Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic there in full flight. Having a good outing here for the X category of GD1 Sports and Saloons. Coming through the field, you can see also Freckleton is a lot closer. We're going to have another go to Arthur Thorn.
I think if Arthur Thorn can if Freckleton can get past Thorn here, he might have the pace to close up the gap between himself and Tien van Rooyen, because that gap has gotten smaller over the last lap or two while these two are squabbling.
Also, just look on the side of that car. Is that VO Kit that is his sponsor, hey? Because I don't think we can say the normal way of putting it. Not on the live stream. So the VO Kit car is going really well.
And I'm so glad you said that, because as it came past, you were about to say it.
I tried to get you there.
Oh, you saved me. Thank you, Greg.
Triple 4 Freckleton putting it on there in the VO kit car.
I can't even talk about the car anymore now.
Any Afrikaans people out there will understand what we're talking about. Anyway, here we go. Odendaal in full flight. Tiaan van Rooyen second. Thorn hanging on for third. Coming though rapidly in the background. Keep an eye on Sam Heather. He's closing that gap down pretty rapidly as well in the second of the polo. So not too bad there from him.
There's their move here on the brakes. We've seen how good that Golf is on the brakes. Let's see if he decides to VO kit it down the inside. It's just about there. He's got the move done. He's going to have the inside now for turn 6, but not quite enough to get the move finished.
Yeah, that TSI with a little bit of extra squirt on the straight to get it a little bit ahead of that Golf in 4th place. Down to complete lap number 6. 2 to go. In fact, lap number 7, I'm saying. So it'll be the last lap they're starting now. Yeah, last lap. Here we go.
I'm watching that Polo just in 3rd place. It doesn't quite have the rotation that the Golf does behind it. You can see the Golf turning inside of him. And there must be the most frustration moments every time you look in your rearview mirror as he goes off.
Oof. Hold it. Yeah, well held. Oh, man, that's brilliant. That was fantastic catch there from
driving there from Freckleton to keep that Golf 1 on the circuit. He lost it. As I was talking about how good the front end is, he ran out of front end and left the circuit. But thankfully, he had enough front end to get it back on the circuit and maintain that 4th position with only a lap left to go.
He was living up to his sponsor's name right there. He was going to say, listen, let's just go and into that corner.
When in doubt, flat out.
Yeah, or VO kit it.
I think that's going to become the new saying.
Yeah, there we go.
The commentary box.
All right, so this is Du Toit. Still hanging in with a chance of a top 7 finish, but I don't think anybody's going to have an answer to this man. They're in the back markers now, so that's basically a done deal. Wayne Odendaal with the victory here, with Tiaan van Rooyen just behind him.
Tiaan van Rooyen having to quickly switch to the inside to get past one of the back markers there as Odendaal in the 911 Golf 1 comes across the line to take race 1 victory ahead of the 125 Tiaan van Rooyen. Arthur Thorne got a bit of breathing room there during the last lap ahead of JL Freckleton, and just behind there, Ernest Heather.
Yeah, well done. Top 5 there for this X category for GT Sports and Saloons. Digit FMS with 2 classes on the track. Malherbe has hung on. I think the Chimera went missing. Yeah, Benningfield right in the closing stages there. The Chimera went missing. Joshy fighting a little bit of this cockpit in the closing stages as well. He's watching his rearview mirrors, but I think he knows he's got enough breathing room there between himself, and as he comes through there, he'll manage to just keep out Dean Parker in the Alpha.
Troy Starr still managing to stay on circuit long enough to take 9th place ahead of Dian Mudley. And still coming through is Johan Swart and Mimi Leroux.
Swart, I think, is in that Martini Racing Polo. It's the Polo 1. So that as they wrap things up there, well done to them. There he comes, across the line.
The TVR of Richard Benningfield still showing on circuit, but it's been 4 minutes since he last crossed the line. So I think
he's stuck on track somewhere.
He's stuck on track somewhere. There will be a recovery. I love how the drivers wave to us at the end of every lap.
They love it. They know we're down at turn 4, even though we're not. Right. So Digit FMS, Triple 1 GT Sports and Saloons and Class X completed. We now move into Naturally Aspirated Cup for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. We'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops and round 1 of the Regional Extreme Festival. Right, time to roll them out now for the naturally aspirated cup part of the M Performance Racing Series. It's their first heat of the day, and expecting to see another spectacular battle at the front end, as we saw at the Passion for Speed as they opened up the round. We heard from the boss man, Bernard de Gavea. He was having problems with his battery. Hopefully he's got that sorted out so that he can at least be in the running at the front end for Class B. Andre van Vuren is the man on front, but the man who took the last race here at Zwartkops, Olerato Segudu, is there alongside him. And I can tell you something, that I think it's Rampage Racing is his team. Rampage Racing had a fantastic start to their birth into BMW M Performance Racing and this big class of competitors.
Not even just their birth into this racing, it was his debut as well.
One on debut.
So to turn that around and win on debut, absolutely phenomenal. There's some of the Pablo Clark entries coming past.
Yeah, the development
Easy Equities Pablo Clark development racing team.
I do like that fact, and here we go on board with one of them at the moment. That's Chloe. Chloe Stewart had a fantastic outing as well, also in the top at the hunt of Class D in race 1 and 2 at the Passion for Speed Festival. We chatted to Morgan during the week, and of course Morgan Jacobs is the other lady driver that's part of that. And then you got Karaba Malamela and Kent Swartz, who are part of that team and make up the Easy Equities team. Oh, and it's Karaba's birthday today as well. That's right.
I actually greeted him this morning, had a long conversation with him, and walked away without wishing him happy birthday. So, Karabo, I apologize. Happy birthday. I was also with him last night at the InvestChem Formula MSA 4 prize giving, which he will also be competing with Ken Swartz as well. So, the two of them doing BMW M Performance as well as MSA 4 this year. So, a massive program for the two of them. But on board with our 2025 Motorsport Personality of the Year, Chloe Stewart.
Yeah.
In her E46.
She's done an amazing job on her social media, which is why she's got that accolade, so well done to her. But she was also at the front end of Class D at the Passion for Speed, so certainly knows how to get to grips with this car. Morgan, as we spoke during the week, is slowly but surely learning the car and getting better and better behind the wheel of her E36 it is, I think.
But both of them at the moment at risk of breaking out to D2C, and it's actually become a bit of a competition within the team to see who's going to get there first. So who's going to break out of D first is between Morgan and Chloe at the moment. But it's going to be good to see them as there's Chloe's car again on the screen through turn 1. The silver E46 from the Easy Equities Pablo Clark team. Just behind that though, the track taxi.
I think Lorenzo Gatteri is driving that this weekend. So Lorenzo Gatteri at the wheel of the track taxi. It's the touring version. Oh, but I'd love to drive that car. I've spoken to Bernard about it a gazillion times, and that never ever has transpired. I've driven everything in this country. The only class I have not driven in is this one. So it's about time. There's a hint, eh? There's a hint if I've ever dropped one.
I don't know. There was more of a directive than a hint, but it came from both of us. It would be nice to see you out there.
It would be quite cool to get into one of those cars and put the onboard camera on as well, and maybe do an onboard commentary. Dave Peterson, maybe we can do like we did at Boxer Cup.
Yeah,
that was quite fun. Did an onboard commentary while I was racing Boxer Cup for Two Wheels TV.
At the back of this field, I think you will see Morgan. We mentioned her at the back of the field. Unfortunately, she couldn't get out for qualifying. Apparently, there was an issue with the clutch. So here she is, down in 31st. 34 of these BMWs will be heading around the circuit.
Yeah, tasty. So 27, 34, that's 50, 61 cars. Yo, that's a lot of cars.
It's a lot of math.
That's a lot of BMWs. That's a lot of mms.
A lot of mms.
There's a lot of mms out there.
There's a lot of mms out there.
There's our fellow commentator, Nicky Habst, looking forward to a good battle as well. He'll be looking forward to running at the front end of his class as we get that Pretoria Toyota out the way and ready to go now for Heat 1 of the naturally aspirated Cup of M Performance Racing Series.
Andre van Vuren, he's got 6/10 in qualifying to get himself onto that pole position ahead of Olerato, but Olerato Segudu, he's done a lot of these starts in a kart. He's used to a rolling start. Let's see if he can use that to his benefit as we wait for the lights to go out. The lights are on still. Lights are out and we are racing. Class B gets away just ahead of Class C. A little bit of a staggered start into turn 1 they go. Line astern, nobody trying to get through there side by side. The race can be won in turn 1, but it can more than often than not end in turn 1.
Ignis Duplessis got a good start there for Class C. Looks like he's going to try and hang on to the front end with Habst on his tail. And then Shane Krobler, Tian van Rooyen literally back to back. He climbs straight into the 125 again and gets into the battle now as we watch now for Class D headed down towards turn 2 Cashel corner. Who's got the lead of Class D? At this stage looks like it might be Henry Platt who's into second place. Oh, great
big save from the track taxi.
Lorenzo Gatteri dives up the inside and finds a way to squeeze through and up into what is now third place or fourth place, tucked in just behind the fire car. So not a bad start. Reinhard Miller in that fire-breathing dragon in third, and Chloe Stewart.
She's not done yet.
3x3 and then 3x3. Knocking off the brakes on Chloe. Nicely done in the AutoZone car.
Oh, Chloe got out of that move down the inside and almost put her under pressure from the 1 Series on the inside. That's car number 8 in Class D. That's General Debussy. He's going to go up the inside under yellow, though. So I saw a yellow flag on the left-hand side. Does he make the move? That is a move made.
Under yellow.
So
you might have to give that one back.
Eric might have something to say about that after this race. As we're saying, contact on Chloe.
Somebody tagging.
And another
one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, this is going to be good. This onboard camera's bad.
I am dodging cars in the commentary box.
88 was Ari van Heerden. Ari van Heerden got it out of shape there. Think smart, think pink or something there. I'm not quite sure it's in the back of the car. Chloe, unfortunately, out of this one. 2 cars involved in it as well by the looks of things.
She's trying to get it started.
Oh, she's not happy.
Visibly not happy.
Not a happy camper there. That might make the B-reels later on, I got to tell you.
I would definitely not be the one opening that door right now.
No. So 2 cars stuck up at...
That has to be a safety car.
And another one down in one as well. So some troubles all around the circuit. 2 cars, Ari van Heerden and Chloe Stewart, stuck together on the exit of turn 6. So yeah,
there's a red flag.
I thought it might be a red flag scenario.
So that'll be a new race because they hadn't completed a lap.
No, full new race.
They have completed 1 lap, but they're going to go back a lap anyway.
So
it will be a new race.
Full race.
So Chloe, you get another go at things if you can.
If the car's okay.
Car's fine. It's got missing a bumper. Who needs a bumper?
Yeah, if they pull that bumper off, we might be able to get it going again. But she doesn't look too happy about that.
I would not be either.
Yeah, she's not happy about that. Yeah, you can see a little bit of a concern there from her. But unfortunately, it is part of what we spoke about when we chatted about it with Morgan. Being in that pack, there's 6 or 7 cars all around you. One little touch, and it's going to end up. You know,
how many cars around you?
6 and 7. That's what I said. 6, 7. Yeah, rip that back bumper off, and the car's good to go.
Or duct tape. Duct tape fixes everything.
I think the duct tape might be between those 2 cars because they stuck together. That's why she couldn't
get
going.
Let's have a look at the
replay. That's the little tag. Spins round. Nowhere to go for Ari. He went into the side of her, T-boned her. But how was this? Evasive driving from about 6 or 7 cars. Unfortunately, the 96 car of Justin Brown spun out as well.
I think the 96 might have been the car that gave contact because it didn't look like the 88 was the car that gave contact.
No, it wasn't.
The 88 was too far behind when he rode into her. So
Ari wasn't the protagonist there, unfortunately. It was definitely somebody else. So I think it might have been Justin Brown who spun around. And then from there, Ari had nowhere to go and slammed into the side. A little bit of T-Bone City up at turn 6.
It's lunchtime. You're making me angry.
Medium rare T-Bone.
This is making me angry. It's lunchtime.
Hey, Monkey Glen sauce. 205 in the mid-pack there as well is our good friend Des Bloom. Good to have him back on track as well. Now full season coming from the BMW M Performance Racing Series from the BMW man.
I think that's pork. I think that's think smart, think pork.
Probably because of the pink car. That's probably why. I don't know. Let's see if they can get these 2 cars apart. The marshals look a bit concerned from the onboard camera there, going, how are we going to rip these 2 cars apart? And I think they're worried about maybe a bit of fluid from Ari's car being dropped.
Quick WhatsApp just popped up on my screen there from Jordan Mudley. He's here supporting his brothers who are racing, so he's not racing himself. He's actually supporting his brothers out here in the BMW M Sport. The M Performance, BMW M Performance Series. Sayen Mudley, 327, and Sharav Naidu, number 42, being supported by Jordan Mudley.
Nice. Thanks, Jordy. Thanks for the WhatsApp, bud.
So just to drop me a WhatsApp and give me a bit of information so that we know they are his relatives. He'll be competing in the MSA 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is.
He raced last year, 18-car grid into Cape Town.
He's not with, isn't he with Jagger? No, he's not. He's moved on, Okay. New team there for Jordan Woodley. All right, so that's nice to see. We'll see them next weekend, of course, at Cape Town, Killarney International Raceway. Round 1 of the National Championships takes place next weekend. And that, of course, will also be live streamed here, courtesy of our Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate team, the production team behind the scenes. That's bringing all the action here today, and I hope you've enjoyed all of it because we've had some pretty spectacular stuff so far. But as you said earlier on, not the ideal place to be in right now, considering that the outside track temperature is starting to pick up, and the ambient temperature of the day is also picked up pretty rapidly.
Well,
too.
I was just going to say, for those of you at home watching these guys open and close the door, open and close the door over and over again, they're not working their right arm out. It's to try and get some cold air into those cars, because there's no insulation, there's no interior, so all the heat from the engine bay comes into the car. You're wearing a 3-layered Nomex suit with Nomex underwear and Nomex balaclava with your helmet over it with your gloves on. So it's not the coolest place to be. How cool you look, however, is pretty cool, but it's not temperature-wise.
Well, it's the first time Chloe's got out the car and seen the damage on her car, so she's also having a look around to see if you can get that AutoZone machine of hers back into the running for the Pablo Clark development squad. And
doesn't look like it.
Yeah, also just being checked out there by Hanley. I think she was a little concerned that she might be injured. Hanley going to just check her out there from the doctor's point of view. Just double check. One of our best medical teams in the country. Maybe a bit of consolation.
I think that's consolation more than anything else. Nice to see.
It's all good. But that also helps, because when you're in a situation like that and it all goes wrong, it's nice to see that there's somebody there to give you a bit of love and tender care. Because
there we go. Hugs all around for everybody.
Even from the Orange Army as well.
I must tell you,
she'll be disappointed. I mean, the thing is that you've just got into it. She knows she's got the pace. She's already done well at the first round, so she was expecting to have more of the same. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out here for this one.
Look, I don't want to admit how many times I've seen Hanley when I get out of a car after an incident, but she is one of the nicest people to see after you've had an incident, in terms of making sure you're all right, and also just checking in on your mental health at the time. But that car does look a lot worse than what I thought it was going to be.
It's damage on the right front wheel because of where he got tagged by the pink pig there of Ari van Heerden.
Lombard making his way back onto his grid slot. So I think, Greg, you were right. It will be a complete new restart. And thankfully so, because the racing looked like it was going to be incredibly good throughout the NA BMW Performance Series. There's our track taxi
with Lorenzo Gatteri. We saw Salvi and Sav earlier on in the Turbo Cup class.
And there isn't a fare in that car at the moment. So no one's paid to get a lift.
No. There's no passenger. They only do that on their Gymkhana days.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I just want to make sure everybody knows.
At the Festival of Motoring, they have a couple of guys and girls in the car as well. Get a chance to drive around with one of their chosen drivers for the weekend.
I do love to see an estate on a racetrack, though. Like, since the late 90s, it's been a while since we've seen an estate race car. So good to see one here.
Remember that British touring cars when the Volvo rolled out for the first time? We were like, what?
Radicic, and I can't remember the second one. Second driver.
It was a fantastic team, though. And they also were pretty competitive in those little wagons.
There was something to do with the Aero, because they came with the S40 originally, and then they went to the estate because the Aero. Well, that car is driving.
Chloe looks fantastic. Look at how good she looks there.
No, audience, that's not what Chloe looks like with her helmet off.
No.
That's one of our marshals
helping us out, getting the car out of harm's way.
What's wrong?
They're going to have to try and pull Ari's car up onto Big Max.
Now there's Andre helping out. That car turning full left but going right, so obviously a bit more damage on that than what there was on Chloe's. Chloe Stewart's car able to drive itself down into pit lane. If it's able to drive down to pit lane, surely Pablo Clark will be looking at that and hopefully trying to get it back.
I think they want to get it on as quickly as possible.
There's a name we haven't seen in the BMW Performance, I don't think, is Adlam Racing. Adlam Racing now getting involved in BMW M Sport. But why would you not, with 32 cars on the grid?
And all the promotion that they do on the sidelines, and the fact that you got M Performance helping out with the main sponsor. So there you go. It's not quite being...
it's not under its own steam.
No, Recovery 2 is helping out there, I think. There is Mr. Henry Platt. That was the Moscow car we spoke about earlier on. That was the car that survived the first outings and did a great job at the end of last year. Oh, I do like that.
Dragon Ball Z fan.
He's got... No, look, that's
Dragon Ball Z.
Is it Dragon Ball Z?
Okay. There's a Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it is. It is Dragon Ball Z.
I can't remember that guy's name. There's Vegeta.
Oh, nice. Dragon Ball Z fan there.
You can see I watched a lot of SABC when I was a kid.
He's in a Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
He's in a Dragon Ball Z Z3.
Look at you work that out.
You see that, eh?
I missed that completely.
Yeah, well, that's how we work together.
Yeah, I sleep during the day.
Hey, that's not good. Olivier out.
Oh, that's not good at all. Davy Olivier.
He was running for top honours in Class B there, and if he's parked in pit lane, that's not where he wanted to be.
Unless he went to pit lane instead of the grid.
No, but he's in the exit of pit lane. He's like there by Park for May. So if he went into pit lane, he would have gone down.
Yeah, but he kept going. Yeah,
kept going. So I think there's a problem there for him. He's, of course, in the International Race Suppliers BMW. That's a 330i boxy that he's in, as opposed to the E36s, E46s.
It's not the nickname Gusheshe. I don't know why I think that's the...
That's the one.
Is that the
nickname?
That's the one.
There we go. That's the one. The boxies. It comes from the spinning guys. They've got
they dig them.
Most of them use it. Okay, we're going down to 10. We're going to 10 lapper. So
up to 10 laps, yeah. So
full race. Full restart, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check it out quickly. Yeah, 10 lap was the original, and we're into the 10 laps again.
So a couple of delays throughout the day, but that is going to happen with this sort of racing and this many cars on the field, on the grid. In all the grids are nice and healthy, nice and big. It shows a lot of positivity towards South African motorsport in terms of the growth, especially in a regional series. Regional Extreme Festival doing a great job getting as many of these guys out here and as many cars as we possibly can on the grid, and to provide as much close racing and action for all our spectators, either at home or watching the live stream and listening to myself and Greg Maloney describe some amazing racing to you.
And we've had some good racing so far this weekend, and more of the same still to come. We haven't finished the first heats just yet. We're still in the first couple of heats. So with those few delays, we're running slightly behind the original program, if you do have that in front of you. There it is, our original program. Thanks for that one, Paulie. We're into M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated, which should have started at 12:40. So the next one's supposed to start at 13:05, probably going to start about 15:15. So we're about 15 minutes behind with the delays, which is not bad considering that massive
considering the issues that have gone on. Yeah,
exactly.
Besides oil drop, car collection, we've had a couple of cars drop out of a few heats. Max has been rather busy, as the red flag should be moving off the circuit shortly. I don't think we'll see a multiple warm-up lap. It'll probably be the same
straight
as before.
into one lap behind the safety car and straight into race action.
And race action aplenty it was.
Yo, properly. Olorata, I think, will look for a slightly better start if he can, to get to the front end of at least the front of the field. And remember, there's also that little break in proceedings. So you've got classes B, C, and D all fighting hard here as Theo for Mark comes in here. Theo sideways for Mark through turn one. He was a little bit... Oh, and joining her is the cars lady out of nowhere. That's quite lekker. We try and keep it cool. It's the whole idea is to keep it cool, you know what I'm saying?
Like, literally, I'm going to put a jersey on 9 times out of 10 when I come in here.
It's because I'm in here. We're that cool.
Yeah.
Cool as ice, baby. Cool as vanilla ice. All right, so restart time for Naturally Aspirated Cup as they head towards the turn 2 and under starters orders now. Great to see you guys. Well done for the first one. I've got your message. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And Theo, try keep it in a straight line. You might go faster.
This way, it doesn't work through turn 1.
Sideways is slow.
That way is not quite good either. Yeah, it's because of all those protein shakes. Here's Jared. Check, Jared's even trying to come in here. What is this like? Is this like Regional Extreme Festival Central here? Hello, Jared Rousseau. Nice one for the first one there, boy. All right, so we're not going to worry about who's in our studio right now.
Let's focus on the racing
on the track.
You guys can all leave now.
Nice. Okay, bye now.
Bye.
See you later. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, they just keep...
Can we put a toll on the door?
I think we need to, eh?
$100 entry, guys.
Easy peasies. Get a bouncer there to check ID as well. All right, M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup. Here we go again for race start number 2. So they can get it all right this time. Everybody stay on track. Let's see what's going to happen at the front end. Is it going to be Olorata Sekudu go back to back? Because remember, he was the last race winner here in this class. However, the man on pole was the man who set the pace originally in the Passion for Speed. He had a good first outing and then parked it in the second one. He was parked on the little slip road between turn 4 and 8. Here we go. Under starters orders now. And around turn 8 they come. Little gap between Class B. Little gap between Class C and D as well. Oh, Van Vuren was not waiting around. He dropped the hammer coming out of turn 8. Caught them all a bit napping slightly there, and he's got a little advantage over Olorata as they went to turn 1.
I did see him get out of the loud pedal before the lights went out, though. So he accelerated and then got out of the loud pedal. So it'll be interesting to see if Olorato's managed to close the gap. He has into turn 2, but he's under pressure round the outside, it looked like Herbert was looking for a way past.
Okay, we had a big look. Didn't quite get there though. Also keep an eye out on Richard Gernholz, also putting some manoeuvring in there in the first of the boxes as they came through there. So as he puts the pressure on to the back end of Olerato, Bernard de Gavea looking to try and squeeze up ahead and go one position higher up. He does. Just gets ahead there of Peter Lombard. So moving through the field and gets himself up into the top 5.
Yeah, so it was Bernard making that move. I got to call it completely wrong. Bernard making that move and moving himself up into 6th place. But at the moment, it's Andre van Vuren from Olerato Suzuki. But Olerato is not having it all his own way. Grenholz is right there with Troy Cochran also looking to make his way up onto the podium and spoil Olerato's day at the moment as he's in 2nd place.
Now that Rhapsody car looking good there in 4th at the moment, looking to close down on Gernholz. A little bit of pressure there coming up on the inside. Great dive. And Ignis Duplessis gets himself up into Class B as he squeezes out and gets past on Peter Lombard.
It'll be interesting if Ignis got to watch, was it Werner's previous race in the turbos? Morstad, sorry, got to watch Morstad's moves into turn 8 because that was a carbon copy of what Morstad was pulling off in the turbo class. Down into turn 2 we go. We've got cars 2x2x2 as they head through. And nice and close racing from the NA BMW Performance Club.
Custom Shop BMW's Des Blum having a good run as well. Great to have him back here for a full season. We'll see his youngster out a bit later on, of course, in Super Hatch. But right now we're watching a big battle there between Nick Hapst. Hapst under big pressure there from Peter Lombard and Shane Grobler coming through the field as well. This is the 58 machine. Nice to see one of the other Moscow cars in the battle there. Philip Mustard Senior. That's at the wheel of that one. So I think there's 5 cars I think in that Moscow racing team. Ignis, of course, running the flag, flying at the moment ahead of everybody else and looking for a chance to be at least at the front end. But Grobler putting the pressure now onto Hapst, I should say. So Grobler and Hapst having a bit of a battle.
This is not a battle we saw at the Passion for Speed as well. It was Grobler versus Herbst.
Resuming the duties. Oh, and safety car.
Safety car.
Safety car, I'm not quite sure why.
That was quick.
Safety car is out. I saw Carabo have to come out of it big time there in the background, and Ken Swartz was right on his tail. They basically had to slot back by 2 cars that they went flying through.
There's Van der Vault off the track.
Van der Vault's on the inside though, he's out of the way.
He's well off.
So there must be something else further up the track that we haven't picked up on. But we'll definitely see it soon if there is an issue on the circuit. Everybody are now coming through, and safety car board has been deployed with the safety car on track.
I do wonder how Carabo and Ken Swart feel racing their COC from karting. Mitch Kutsia, so Clark of the course versus competitors.
If you get up close and personal, put him in the wall.
Post him.
Yeah. I think it'll be a case of maybe some redemption that they get a chance to go past them and see what they can do. But Mitchie, unfortunately, has not got the pace of those two just yet because he's just got to find a way through there on Eddie Rodriguez. And Eddie's not an easy man to pass, I can tell you, that's for sure. So there you can see Carabo and Kent. And then it's Mitch Kutsia just behind the 7.7 there of Eddie Rodriguez. Then the Custom Shop BMW of Des Blum, Platt. Behind them is Reinhard Miller. And then the rest of the pack coming through there. Also trying to pick up, I didn't quite see, there's a little bit of progress being made there by Morgan Jacobs. She's made up a couple of positions. So slowly but surely got through. In fact, she's made up quite a few positions actually.
Yeah, she's got 28th to 22nd.
That's decent. 6 places up on that first couple of laps. So we're into lap number 3 being completed under safety car. I'm not sure what the reason for the safety car is though, because I haven't seen anything on track that I've picked up on it, but it might be off camera.
There we go, 1 car off to the side of turn 2, but it's well off the way, so it can't be that.
There's yellows down here, but the yellows will be for...
Well, there'll be yellows all the way around with the safety car on the circuit.
But double yellow should tell you where the issue is, and I haven't seen a double yellow anywhere yet.
Oh, there it is. Turn 1.
Turn 1. SA Auto BMW machine, Autotech car of the 4-2.
Sharev Naidu.
And it's not where you want to be, Sharev. And of course, unfortunately, you know the issue is there. Look at where those wheels are at the bottom. Buried. Halfway into the kiddie litter.
Is that not where Jordan Woodley went off in an MSA 4?
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, he did. I think he did actually went off.
Himself and his brother picking in the same place. Unfortunately. But it is an easy corner to go straight on. It really is. It's blind. It looks a lot faster than what it actually is. And often it's like, oops, that was too fast.
Went in too fast. I'll tell you all about that in the Peugeot when I put it on the tyre wall there. Backwards.
Did you put it on its roof?
No, I looped it, put it onto the tyre wall backwards.
Yes. You were parked on top of it.
And then I thought, okay, the front wheels are in the kitty litter. They front wheel drive. Let me put it in first. I'll drive off the wall. That didn't work. The theory was sound, but it didn't work.
You shouldn't be playing so much GTA, man.
And then I climbed off and I was like, okay, I'll watch the race from here. And I did.
How high was the jump from the door to the floor?
Not too far. It was only, 4 tires? 4 tires high. That wasn't too bad.
Into the nice soft kitty litter.
5 tires, yeah. I was on where the orange tires are. That's where I was. I was parked on top of those orange tires.
My talent gauge also had a leak once through turn 1, and I visited that exact wall.
It's quite like
NX Legend.
It's nice.
Yeah.
You're in a Legend. It must
I was
an
an NX Legend.
Shush, you went through there rapidly. Now I got a little helping hand. It wasn't all on my own, so I'm going to give a shout out to my good friend Jonathan DeToy for the little tap from behind.
Can I say mine was also a tap?
No, because I know yours wasn't.
Yeah.
Not that I do.
I had a talent gauge leak.
No, mine was a little bit of assistance from Jono. He was getting frustrated that the fat commentator was beating him in his own class in Super Hatch, and he was like, "Right, Greg,
I'm never going to hear the end of
put you in
this.
the wall. Bang! Thanks for coming."
I'm never going to hear the end of how Greg beat me, so I'm going to just post him, and then he can move on with the rest of
Post
the
me.
day.
But it was Rubbings Racing. He didn't rub me. He didn't tag you. He didn't hit you. He rubbed you. Rubbing Coles Racing. Rest in peace, my man. Good man. That who we lost there. Robert Duvall. One of the most famous characters he played, the Harry Hogg in Days of Thunder. What a legend. And a lot of these guys would have watched that, so they'll be used to rubbing his racing, particularly in M Performance Racing Series. There's a lot of that takes place. Love it. And now we come... are we undecided?
Still lights still on.
No, we need some four-wheel drive action down at turn 2. When in doubt, send the Landy. Because the Mission Patrol's battling.
Yeah, that car is...
It's deep.
Is deep.
And now the Nissan Patrol might be digging itself into it as well. Oh. Yes! No!
Are we going?
Come on! You can do it! You can do it!
Is that maybe why the Land Rover's on his way down?
The Landy's
to
on
get
his
the
way
Nissan Patrol out the...
Patrol can't get the car out, that's why. They're going to send the Land Rover down. They need four-wheel drive. They need Land Rover Quattro.
Oh, there he goes out. He got himself out. So
with a bit of assistance
from behind. Assistance.
Rock the car to get it going.
But that is exactly what the gravel is there for. Had that not been there, that BMW would have completely cased a tyre wall and
Yeah. And would have been a lot more damage to the car as well.
Yeah.
Whereas you can now pull it out of the kitty litter, probably get back onto the back of the grid, be 4 laps down and still finish the race.
Yeah, he's going to be very busy with a vacuum cleaner after this race. Red flag.
Okay, so red flag from safety car is going to bring the cars to the grid to restart it again for a second time.
6 laps left to go.
That's
so
what they'll do.
We'll stop with 7, I think, to go there.
They'll probably leave it at 6.
Leave it at
probably
6.
And they'll probably do a combination of the two. So let's have a look and see. When in doubt, bring the Landy. Oh, Camel Trophy style. That's the way.
You've been to a Camel Trophy?
No, I haven't. I would have loved to have gone to one. My son's godfather did a Camel Trophy. He did an amazing run in the Camel Trophy. In one of those as well. What's it? The hatchback version.
Series 2
The
or
Discovery, I think it's called, as opposed to the...
Yeah.
What is it? No, the Discovery's the bigger one. That one's whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't know the Landy products that well, but it's the short-wheeled version. Short-wheel-base version.
So when someone wants to come pay the 100 Rand toll and come visit us in the commentary box, come tell us what the versions of the Land Rovers are.
I think it is still the Discovery, but it's just the short-wheel-base one. I've always wanted to... I probably have told you this before, but I've always wanted to buy one of those, and then I want to go and get it wrapped.
In the camel livery?
No, in a disco ball.
Oh, yes.
And then what I'm going to call it a very disco.
Yes.
Not a disco very.
Yes.
Discovery, if you change it around, it's very disco. So I want a very disco Land Rover. Terry Wolford getting strapped in
to his Dunlop V8.
There it is. Look at that, eh? What's up, Terry? We can see you, boy.
He's looked like he's battling to get in there.
Say hi to the camera, Terry.
Hi, Terry.
Hi, Terry, Kerry, Mary, Terry.
Whoever's got the live stream in that pit, go show Terry that we're talking about him.
You're on camera. Yeah, he's getting ready to go out. Dunlop V8 Supercars will be out shortly. But we still got to do a second start now. Well, this is the third start, actually. Third start for M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup.
Second additional start.
Yeah.
There we go. SA Autotech car back on track. And a lot of sand with it.
There you go. Change of surface flag probably for turn 1 for at least the first lap or 2.
I'm pretty sure the marshals will be quick to sweep that up.
You're going to hope that you So back on track. Ah, there you go.
There he is.
Somebody told
He
me.
knows we're
Hi,
talking
Terry.
about him.
Hi, Terry.
Hello,
How you
Terry.
doing, Terry? We got you on camera. Terry Wolford. Looking forward to V8 supercar action in a few moments' time.
Now he's just figured out their sound as well. So
Their
he's
sound
just
too, yeah.
said, is there
Yeah,
sound?
So you can't say VO Kit Racing.
Watch your P's and Q's, Terry. Watch your P's and Q's, boy. It's a tiny
New helmet.
cockpit for a big car.
Dude,
I was going to say new lid.
Simpson carbon fiber banded helmet.
Not messing around,
Someone got lucky for Christmas, eh?
Yep.
Sure we. Nice.
Because December bonus went far.
That car should be able to take up its position at the back of the grid.
Yeah. Well, in all fairness,
Am I hearing right? This is in the background? No. I thought we were talking about Days of Thunder. I thought it was the Days of Thunder theme tune.
Oh, right.
It sounded just like it, but it wasn't. So it was very close.
Okay, so not only are we doing the restart, we're also going to reorder the grid and put everybody in their correct grid slots.
Yeah. I think
Single
it's a
file
restart, single file start, which is what they do now, yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be safety car around, safety car in the pits, and
Single
then it
file.
will go to...
Go.
Our pole man, who will then control the pace. The car will not be rejoining. Into the pits it goes.
For a 6-slapper.
Not 7.
No. I was going 6-7 on you.
I made you wait for that for a long time, didn't
I
I?
was waiting. I thought you heard 6-slapper. That was going to get you, but it didn't get you.
I did hear it, but I wasn't going to talk about it, so I went with a 7 instead.
Okay. There you go. Confirmation. 6-lapper coming up. Restart number 3.
Just so everybody in the audience knows, Greg tries to make me laugh. Like, he does.
I do not.
I'm sure he does.
I behave myself. Professional outfit we've got running here.
What did we say this morning? If you've left the racetrack without a smile on your face, you came to the racetrack with the wrong attitude.
And if you're watching our live stream and you don't have a smile on your face, then I don't know what we're doing wrong, because we're trying to keep you entertained in all aspects, including the sport and the race action. And every now and again.
When there's a red flag.
Yeah. So everybody's just getting told where to slot into the positions on the restart for the single file restart.
Ivan the Terrible getting the shots for us.
And that's our official new starter, taking over the reins that Henny the Flag had for a long time here. She's done a great job stepping up to that role.
Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, listen, I mean, the man is he's synonymous with the track, you know. Went from Henny the Flag to Henny the Cam now. He's now an official photographer on the MSA media role, and goes out there to do all some of his second favorite thing to do in the world, and that was, of course, getting behind a camera as opposed to waving flags and starting races around racetracks. And not only here, he used to do it at other circuits as well. He was part and parcel of the Supermoto circuit for a long time too, so a stalwart in the organisation. Sorry, I lost my breath there. In the organisation of Zwartkops and race day events that took place here.
No, I've lost timing. I've only got Class C at the moment, so can't see what is going on with that. Right, Greg has fixed it. Well done, Greg. Our resident IT guy.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
My laptop has an ID10 failure.
Standard option.
ID10.
Phone the IT department. Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Right, ready to go now.
Did that.
There was, yeah. It's called the IT Crowd.
Yeah, it was.
Fantastic series. Not as good as this one, though.
No,
series.
this is a far better series to be watching.
This series is really good. Really good. In Performance Racing Series, if you just joined us here around the world, big welcome to Zwartkops International World of Motoring, round 1 of the Extreme Festival's regionals. We're here at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring, and we've had some spectacular race action so far today. More of the same still to come. We're still in the first heats of the day. We've got 2 or 3 left of them. This one and 2 more, I think. And then we are ready to go for a full rerun of everybody else that's been out on track already. That Pretoria Toyota is about to peel off into pit lane, and it will hand the duties there to Henri van Vuren to take us into the third start and hopefully the last start.
He's well practiced at it now.
Yeah,
This will be his second time today.
320 dialed in now.
Yeah. He knows exactly where to hit the power now. He got on a little bit earlier at the previous restart. Let's see if he makes the same mistake again.
Well, he's just dropped the hammer coming out of turn 8.
He's hammered down now.
He can, because remember, it's not a line of stern.
Yeah,
They don't have to hold
it's a safety
great
car
position,
start.
so he just goes. He can drop the hammer out of turn 8 and give it horns, and that's exactly what he's done to try and get away from Olarata Sakudu in second. As they head down towards turn number 2. Also a bit of pressure there from Nick. The Cab's putting the pressure on almost instantaneously. Gernholz goes defensive on Troy Cochrane.
Yeah, this fight continues. We saw it raging just before the red flag came out, or the safety car came out, so the two of them are going at it hammer and tongs already. Let's see if they continue that fight. It's Troy Cochrane versus Richard Gernholz as they head up towards turn number 4. It is a normal passing opportunity, but unfortunately doesn't quite have the legs to get it done there, or didn't quite get the exit out of turn 2. But we'll see some more moves into turn 4. That's 77 looking on the inside. Couldn't quite get that done.
Looking for a way to fend off the attack coming from Eddie Rodriguez. Rodriguez has got Karabo Malamela all over the back of him. So a little bit of fight on there between it's kind of the battle of the 46ers, I was going to say, because Quint Swartz is just ahead of him. So you got 346, you got 146, you got 46, you got 44, and then the 7-7 cars join them as well. Fun, eh?
There's a lot of numbers and I'm lost.
A lot of numbers there.
A lot of numbers there and I'm lost.
And Mitch Kutsia at 56 behind that.
So Mitch Kutsia also in the Class C though. He's dropped himself down to 15th. He was sitting right on the back of Eddie Rodriguez, but unfortunately...
Yeah, I think on the restart he got caught out there. So Kutsia dropping into the clutches there of Des Bloem. Pulls slightly away there in that little hatchback.
Eddie put a full send move into turn 1. He's now trying to carry it around the outside of turn 2, but couldn't quite get it done on Claudio Jardine, as we see
That's Miller and Gutteri going at it with Henry Platt behind Bloom. Nice little fight between the 4 of them.
That track taxi doing a great job. We've seen a lot of different drivers in that car do really, really well with that car as well. So a well put together track taxi for the BMW M Performance Parts Series. And it's a fireball under pressure from Z3.
That fireball of Reinhard Miller is always a quick car to watch out for, fending off and trying to keep, of course, himself in with a chance of winning at least the Class D battle. But here comes Gutteri on his inside. Lorenzo squeezes him out, forces the boxy slightly wide, puts the track taxi in between and gets up one position. Great dive.
Gave him only enough space to fit that car.
Yep.
There was nothing extra given. He's going to have another move now down into turn 8. We saw Mitch Kutsia has lost the place. Down into turn 8 goes the track taxi. Number plate still fitted. And he gets that very long estate past the very small Z3.
Yeah, it takes the lead of Class D at the same time. So leads out now. Gutteri ahead of Platt. Reinhard Miller in third. In fact, Reinhard Miller into second. He's got ahead of Platt as they went into turn 1.
Oh,
Rodriguez is out of shape. Eddie Rodriguez, sideways, baby. As he comes out of Cashel Corner, catches it and manages to get back on track.
Eddie Rodriguez was a Polo Cup competitor in Masters, was he not?
He was in Volkswagen Challenge.
I do remember having a teammate being Eddie Rodriguez when I raced Polo Cup in charity.
He was I think, in Polo Cup as well. If I'm not mistaken, SCW Eurodrive was his sponsor.
It was him?
Yeah, that's him. But now all on his own, of course, in his in 2, if I'm not mistaken, that he's piloting at the moment.
Reinhard Miller's not giving it up.
Oof. And they're closing on Kutsia, hey?
Yep.
They're closing down on Mitch, the back end of Class C. Lorenzo Gutteri has got oodles of experience in a race car. He's also one of the top sim drivers in the country as well. Amazing effort in the lockdown period. He's one of our top sim drivers when we ran the celebrity races that we had in the time that we were all stuck at home. Gernholz now starting to just close the gap down ever so slightly. But I think he's lost the ground that he wanted there. But has to keep his eye out on, of course, Troy Cochrane behind him in the Rhapsody car. This man, I don't think, is going to be caught. Van Vuren has he's in a class of his own here, as we saw in race 1 at the Passion for Speed, and followed very closely there. That's a bit better there from Rodriguez. That's how you go.
That's the right line.
Good line there, Eddie Rodriguez. You learnt.
But I mean, Andre Van Vuren at Passion for Speed was so far ahead. We actually even thought maybe he made an appearance in the turbo class. He was so quick at one stage, but. Saying that, all right to not far off. 1:10.1 was the quickest time out of Andre van Vuuren. 1:11 dead from Olerato. So a bit more work from that team and maybe a bit more laps under the belt for Olerato. And we can see that battle get a little bit hotter for Class B honours. Speaking of honours, that's Ken Swart. He's not the leading Class C. It's Ignis du Plessis.
Yeah, but he's close to the front end. I think he's second or third place, if I'm not mistaken, there for Swartz. If I go down, it's where is he? No, he's fifth at the moment. So yeah, we forgot about Krobler and Lombard. They're a little higher up than him. Then Karabo Malamela, but leading out the development class is Ken Swartz.
Yeah, so Ken Swart, the leading Pablo Clark entry at the moment. We have lost Chloe Stewart to an incident on the second lap. There's Lombard, 161.
Peter Lombard, also a new man to the series there. Tian van Rooyen behind him, trying to close him down in the closing stages. Yeah, we're 4 down of the 6 laps, I think, that were due to be done.
And these two are at it again. Nick Herbst, and that is Krobler, if I'm not mistaken, behind him. So Krobler and Herbst back at it again. We saw them battle the passion of speed. We've seen them battle now at the second round at Zwartkops. He's down the inside into turn number 5. Oh, the door's closed on him, but he's managed to hang on to it as we watch the Moscow AE46 through turn 6. We'll see the back of that battle. I'm sure they're still side by side. And Krobler
just got through.
Has got himself past.
Eventually squeezes out there, and Nick Caps drops down one position. But also look at Ignis du Plessis there in that Moscow car. He's ahead of the boss man. So I wonder if he might be close to breakout time. Ignis might have gone into a breakout aspect. I'm not quite sure what the breakout is for Class C into B, but he's ahead of Bernard de Gavea, and he's a long way up the road from Shane Krobler. So very good possibility. What did he do there? 12 dead.
No, he did an 11.8. So I'm saying, is the breakout not 1 minute 12s, and he's broken out into an 11.8, putting him in Class B. So we'll see in the next heat. You say it's immediate. So he should be a B either in these results or for the next heat.
Exactly.
As Andre van Vuuren comes past a couple of back markers, I think he's on his last lap. Yes, he is. Yep. This will be the victory lap for number 373, Andre van Vuuren.
He turns around his luck. Remember, he was parked on the sideline on the slip road at the last time at Passion for Speed. So that gave the win, of course, to Olerato Sekudu. Olerato still going to get second place in this first heat of Naturally Aspirated Cup, but the second win and second win of the day for BMW M Performance Racing Series, but first win for Naturally Aspirated Cup goes to Andre van Vuuren.
Second place there will be Olerato Sekudu. We're watching the Moscow Class C of Ignis du Plessis come past. He finishes 5th overall, but takes the victory in Class C ahead of Shane Krobler, who's gotten himself ahead of Nicholas Herbst, 3rd in Class C.
So 2 and 3 there was Krobler and Herbst, and then down in Class D, looks like Lorenzo's going to hang on. He's got Reinhard Miller all over the back of him. Henry Platt not too far behind in the Dragon Ball Z Moscow car. As he heads down onto the brakes, now Gauthier's got this. He will not give it up from there. And the Dunlop Track Taxi takes the win in Class D with the fireball sideways out of turn 8 in second. Miller for second, Platt for third. Great effort there from all of our M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup. Morgan Jacobs up into 4th place. Here she comes. Well done to that young lady. She'll be happy with that. That's a massive improvement for her. And of course, hopefully she can get her teammate Chloe Stewart back on track for race 2 later on this afternoon. So as we saw in the build-up there between the 2 stops that we had, our Dunlop V8 Supercar drivers were getting themselves ready. Terry Wolford with our onboard camera. They'll be out shortly. There are the unofficial results. Van Vuuren, Sekudu and Gernalt, your top 3 in B. Du Plessis, Krobler and Herbst, your top 3 in C. And it's Gauthier, Miller, Platt and Jacobs, with Philip Mostert making up the top 5 in Class D. We'll be back shortly with Dunlop V8 Supercars. Oh, there's our man, Cherry Wolford. Just going to catch up with him.
What? Starting at the back of the grid. Not ideal, but I suppose if everything goes according to plan, it should be a fun race. But yeah, we've had some issues and we've been eliminating, trying to find it, and hopefully it's right now.
Good luck for today.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the support. Yeah, we've had some issues and we've been eliminating, trying to find it, and hopefully it's right now.
Well, that was Terry Wilford. He didn't say the same things twice, but a couple of issues he had throughout qualifying has put him at the back of the grid, so he's had to work his way through. I did mention earlier a car that we're missing from this grid is the Potterand of Richard Fuller. Unfortunately, they had clutch issues after they rebuilt that car after last season. It's changed hands, moved teams, and being rebuilt. But unfortunately, a couple of niggly issues have hung around from last season. So we will see him back in the next round. But other than him, we've got a mass amount of Dunlop V8 Supercars ready to head out there on circuit. And here is one of them.
The Italian Stallion, Franco D'Amato.
Franco, race 1, looking forward to it.
I am. I haven't been in this car for 7 months, so it was a bit of a learning curve. I mean, I've got all the experience, but yeah, it's just a tricky one. But you know what? We're back here. It's a hot day, so let's see what happens. I think we'll have a good fun out there.
Weather's holding out, so it should be a good race.
I can't hear you.
Weather's holding out, so it should be a good race.
But yeah, I can't. This thing's making.
That V8 making way too much noise.
Yeah, even if I was down there, he wouldn't have heard me.
No.
Yeah, I think we all agree with what Gareth was saying there, is that the weather's holding out nicely here for us. Give us an opportunity to get some great racing, and particularly when the big V8s are out there, they need good weather. The fat tackies are conducive to getting out there with the track slowly but surely coming to its own. But unfortunately, with what you're going to find now is the off-track excursions and the few bits of oil that were dropped down maybe not as conducive to the racing that they expected. Also, have a look at the new colours there. First time out we see the number 1 plate on Warren Lombard's car. That's one he worked hard for last year, as we see the Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing Mustang getting ready to go. Alongside him, I was speaking about new colours, is Thomas Reeb. Thomas Reeb, of course, always been in the red Chevy. It's now in purple livery. And it looks like we're going to have a quick chat there with Warren Lombard, our new V8 Supercar champion. Have we got enough time? Let's have a look and see.
Warren, race 1, on pole, looking forward to it.
No, Thomas is actually on pole, but I'm just doing a bit of a mind game. I took his position. Just, we have a bit of banter between us. So, yeah, we didn't have a good qualifying. I got held up twice on my fast laps, but I know the pace is there. I was quicker than him. So we'll just have to wait for him to make a mistake and capitalise.
Excellent. Well, good luck for race 1.
Thank you so much.
I do love that banter, hey? How cool is that? I'm on pole. No, you're not. I'm taking your pole position slot in pre-race. You can take pole when you get onto the track.
Yeah, he's basically saying you shouldn't have had pole.
Yeah. But I'm faster than you.
I'm faster than you. So I'm just going to park the car here and remind you.
Just a mind game, as you heard. Let's have a quick chat to Thomas and see what his mind game is all about.
Thomas, race 1, you're looking forward to it?
100%. I parked in the wrong place, but I'm on pole, so I'll have to see if I can overtake Warren out of the pit. But no, it's going to be fun. Good weather, sun shining. I hope we'll put on a good show.
Yeah, I see they're playing mind games with in Park Firma, yeah? So
yeah, that's part of racing, and I think that's just great fun. But let's see if we can put him in his place.
Good luck,
Thanks a lot, man. Have a good one.
You see what I'm saying?
You're literally going to put him in his place. Yeah. I'm going to pass him out the pits and put him in his place.
I love the way he said, I'm going to try and pass him out of pit lane. He shouldn't have to do that at all.
No, so anyway. Grid marshals, stand back. Let's not be in front of the cars.
It's so cool.
Yes, Terry Wolford in his very yellow Dunlop V8.
Yeah, that N4 autocroft car of his looks very good, but you can spot it from the moon. It's quite lekker. And in fact, in 6 months' time, if we've got a Zwartkops event, the guys that are up on the moon might have a chance to actually spot it. There are some guys that are headed that way very soon.
True, actually.
Alrighty, making their way out into the circuit now for the first time in anger for 2026. It's Dunlop V8 Supercars, the Rolling Thunder, are on their way.
The Jaguar Franco, he hasn't been in that car for 7 months, and he brought it out today for the start of the 2026 series season. Quite a few of them head out on grid. We are missing a couple, unfortunately, but that is the way it goes with these machines. You can't make something go this big, go that fast, and not have a couple of nigglies every now and again. And a man hoping all the niggly issues have left and they've diagnosed the problem correctly is Terry Wilford. The number 3 will be starting from the back of the grid. Not a place I think he wants to be, but he's got enough experience. He's driven these cars enough to know where to pass and where to put them. And hopefully he moves that car.
You've driven one of these, haven't you?
I have not. I've been dying to drive one.
The best part about these cars at this track is second and third gear only. They don't get to fourth. That's how much they can carry. 140 k's an hour in first gear. So it's first, second, third, and that's it. No more to play with.
Did you ever go down to first? No.
No, I didn't go down to first. I'm too scared to go down to first. I'll break the box. But these guys go down to first, I think, for the hairpin. And at turn 2 at Castral, that's where they go down. So fun and games. But most of them are second and third, almost all through this circuit at Zwartkops.
Well, maybe Terry
the
will...
bigger tracks, they get to fourth, and then they get up to their high speeds. And one of the high speeds comes out of these cars, of course, at the East London Grand Prix circuit. 321 k's an hour with Gordon Connolly in a Corvette through Rifle. Yeah. Not on clock, on GPS. So, they can go.
I was going to say maybe we should get some cameras out here with Terry and maybe you and I can go have a kick around and see if we like it. But
not a bad idea.
I've changed my mind now.
I've been in one. I haven't actually raced one or driven one. I went in Franco Matteo's Mustang before he changed to the Jaguar. And it was a scary experience to be in the passenger seat, I can tell you that much. But awesome.
There's
Wayne
one of the newer ones?
Yeah, Wayne Spicer, of course, the man from Wellnetics. He's the man, of course, also with Sonoff, part and parcel of the sponsorship here this weekend. Great to have them as associate sponsors. But Wayne also coming out of Superbike racing originally, deciding that two wheels might be a little bit too old too dangerous as he gets a little bit older. So what does he do? He goes and straps himself into a V8 supercar.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
The logic is sound.
Yeah, perfectly done.
Is that another Jaguar? That is another Jaguar from Boston. No. I know that's the Mustang, but in front of that.
Also with some new livery. Gone to the grey colours. And then in for Autocraft at the back will be Terry Wilford.
He was supposed to be joined there by the Potterine car, but unfortunately couldn't get that fixed. So at least we got Terry back out there.
And
it looks like the issues have been resolved.
Look at what they've done with Thomas Reeb as well. I was expecting to see him in the Lumina, but remember he brought the Corvette out on a few occasions last year to test it, and he said he was going to use the Corvette at the shorter tracks because it was a better car to work around the shorter tracks like Zwartkops. So
with the shorter wheelbase,
in the Corvette alongside the Mustang of the newly crowned champion Warren Lombard. And as they line up behind there, stand by for some big action because it's going to be a fight of note between Sam Dahl and Larry Wilford, who's in the 71 car just behind Warren as we go to double yellows into turn 1 and 2. We only get a green flag out of turn 3 for this class, so they keep it all together and all on track. And already Terry squeezing through slightly there on Alki Kampan, but remember he's a GT1 car, so he wanted to try and get to the back of that GT1 field before he gets into the GT2 competitors too early on.
Well, there's
hammer down, and here we go racing.
In terms of GT1 versus the GT cars, the only difference being tyres. GT1 and GT2.
Yeah, old tyres on the GT1 cars. They're allowed to have new tyres on the GT1 cars. Just a cost-cutting, saving expedition there. And already Terry Wilford up into that top 6, which puts him into GT1s. Instantaneously, he goes through on Wayne Spicer, who leads out GT2.
Oh, Warren Lombard got in the power early there to stay with Thomas Reed, but just a little too early, kicked the back out.
Oh, Larry Wilford problems. There we go. The Lumina gets sent to the sideline.
Was that problems or a let through?
Well, it's actually that's. Is he in the Holden?
It's problems.
He's in the Holden. Yeah, he's got a problem. He's in the Holden Lumina, not the Chevy Lumina. So coming down onto the brakes there. That I think might be the old Jimmy Orby car, if I'm not mistaken. So Larry Wilford there in the red rocket, unfortunately not going like a rocket at the moment, as Wayne Spicer has got through on him early on as well.
Oh, someone off into turn 1, or maybe just dropped the wheel, but Wilford already up onto the back of Franco Di Matteo for that 4th place, but the front 3 at the moment, Thomas Reed, Warren Lombard and Sam Dahl. Thomas Reed is starting to pull a gap on Warren Lombard, but we saw this last year from Warren. The first few...
Sam Dahl's off. You were right. Somebody putting a wheel on the dirt and a little bit more than a wheel because he's ended up in the wall.
Those
Those
will
cars.
be red.
It should be a red, yeah. Red flag will come out there for the 4th time today now, unfortunately. The problem you got there right now is that Sam Dahl, with that car and the speed they go into turn 1, he literally skipped over the top of the kiddie litter.
Yeah,
Didn't dig in at
flat.
all.
Fiberglass bottoms
Yeah.
are just skimmed
Just
across.
skimmed across and then had to climb on the brakes and ended up in the wall. I don't think there's too much damage to the front end, or even though he's hit the tyre barrier. If they can get that car out and back on track, he might be able to resume his position at the back of the pack.
I wonder if a reverse gear in any of these cars. Probably not. They've only got 4 forward gears. I doubt they waste their time with a reverse gear as Terry Wilford moves himself back onto the grid. They're going to line up Linus turn, and we will wait for that car to be cleared before we can restart this race. It'll be a new race. They've only done, I think, 1 lap, so it will go back to 10 laps. It should go back to 10 laps. Greg and I do guess more often than not, but more often than not we can get it right. But 9 laps are on the board at the moment, but I'm sure that'll switch to 10 as soon as we're ready to restart. And we've gotten Sam Dahl out of the tyre barrier at the exit of turn 1. Like I was saying earlier, it's not the easiest of corners to get through. It does sneak up, but he's quite a fast turn in as well, and you can quite easily drop a wheel off the edge as you turn in, and that just straight lines you right off the circuit. The change of undulation there as well, it's got a little bit of a drop down as you head in, and it can tend to throw the back of the car around on you. As we have a look at our spectators, and they eagerly wait for the return of the Dunlop V8 Supercars at the restart. There is the 98 of Sam Dahl being reversed out of the kilometer at the exit of turn 1 in the grass, but it does look like the damage doesn't seem to be too bad, so it'll be interesting to see if they're going to pull that car right up to the start-finish line and see if we can get Sam Dahl back out there in 3rd place. It does look to me like they're pulling in that direction. Not too much damage on the front end. In fact, even the splitters completely together. So we could see that car rejoin. Maybe just a small lapse in concentration, or maybe trying to push too hard and braking too late. But here it comes, getting ready to get back onto the track. And we can get back into racing action for the Dunlop V8 Supercars. Terry Wilford was moving for the field quite well there before the restart, or before the flag. And it looks like we've got Larry Wolford back on the track, and hopefully they resolved whatever ailing issues that car had towards the end of lap 1. He was pulling over. It didn't pull into the pits, but he was pulling over, so I wonder if maybe some small issues there, Greg.
Alki Kampon was in pit lane, unfortunately, as I went downstairs quickly. He had to come into pit lane for a bit of a tune-up there. I'm not quite sure if they're going to get that car back out in time. So we've lost last year's GT2 champion out of this first heat. Losing cars at this stage is not a good thing, particularly when you've got a smaller field like the V8 Supercars have got here this weekend. You can't afford to be losing cars at the pace that they have so far. But take nothing away from the front end. Dahl will get going. There we go. He'll probably get a chance to resume his position at the back of the field.
I did get a query or comment as to they need to bring a bit of bodywork coming off Sam's car there on the outside. A comment coming through to me was, why not allow the rotors back in and maybe fill the grid that way?
Yeah, it's not a bad plan. And also, you've got in the past with the V8 Supercars, I know with my dad being involved, they used to combine the V8 Supercars with the V8 Mustang class they've got in Cape Town.
Yes.
The All Mustang class as a Class B. And at one point, they actually included the Shelby Can-Ams.
Yes.
As a sports car class as part of this, and they ran them together. So it just gives you a slightly bigger field of cars to play with and maybe a little bit more action, because sometimes those Shelby quick cars would get amongst the V8 slower cars.
Yeah, and in fact, I remember Campos and Franco having a good battle at one stage. Yeah.
And I mean, if you just take those Mustangs that own Ashley built down in Cape Town, there's about 30 of them in total. And Campos actually drives in those on a visitation basis. He's got a car down there permanently that he goes down and has fun with his mates in Cape Town every now and again. And they put on a great show. So to chuck in, maybe we don't get the full grid coming, but if you bring 10 or 12 of those from Cape Town, and wherever these cars go and race, chuck them in at the same time. Or these cars, when we're down in Cape Town, unfortunately not this year, but when the regional side of things head back to the Cape, put those cars into a V8 Supercar battle, it'll be a nice field of competitors.
100%. And to see those Masters cars that were built by Ashley Owen, those other V8s, those Mustangs, those are the ones you're referring to in Cape Town.
The V8 Masters, yeah.
The V8 Masters. Those would, I think, hang on.
They'll certainly hang on to the back of the slow cars. They're not quite as quick as the ones at the front. The top end of these cars is a lot better, because I think they're about only a 450 or 500 horsepower, where these are 600 to 800 horsepower cars at the front. So there's the difference in the standings in terms of the power output of the cars. But from a spectacle, 30 cars on the grid is a little bit better than 17 or 16 cars. Or, as you can see today, only 12 of them, and we've lost 2 already. Wolford with a bit of a battle to get the car fired up. That's Larry we're talking about, as opposed to Terry that we can see that we're on board with at the moment. So if he can get that car going, he wants to get back into it. Sam Dahl definitely made his way to the back of the grid, so he'll look to resume his battle from the back of the pack into the GT2 battle. Hopefully through it and get to the back of GT1 where he was. That's the plan. It looks like they've got a problem here with the other Corvette as well.
Oh, driver out the car, coming out through the window there. So we've lost another one of these Dunlop V8s, unfortunately unable to make the start. Not cars that like to get hot and then start. Larry Wolford seems to have gotten that car going, but it's going to be a very slow restart with the car stuck on the main straight.
Yeah, they might have to stay under safety car off until they've removed that car. They can see the safety car has slowed up quite dramatically up towards turn 5 at AMG and through the engine extreme corner now. See that engine extreme? It's I think that might be Steve Herbst. Yeah, I was going to say it looks like Steve Herbst. The reason it caught me out is it's not his original color. That's a new color on the car. He had that sort of what do they call it, a flick paint job that was done on his car, where if you look at it from one position it is a certain color, when you just change angles.
Pre-lessened.
Yeah, it's very, very nicely done. But he's changed back to his original blue Pri instrumentation colors.
Yeah, safety car will come around, bring them past. So no safety car in at the moment.
Yeah, see the safety car is going to just take them past that car. Keep them under safety for another lap. So that'll be one lap down. That lap will count.
Yeah, 9 laps to go then.
Or this lap will count. This will be the first lap.
Oh yeah, this will be the first lap. This will be lap
The
1.
first lap would have been under starter's orders, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is lap 1 they're on now. Larry, I think, peeled back in the pit lane by the looks of things. Yeah. Did he? No, he's there.
No, he's there.
He's just tucked in behind Terry. I didn't see him come through the shot there.
So does this lap count, or is this still
This
part
lap
of the
now
restart?
counts. This lap counts as lap 1. Because this would have been the start. Or, no, it won't. They haven't started yet. No,
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
They've got to start the race. What am I talking about? Yeah, let's get that right. When they start the race, that's when the first lap starts.
Yeah, so when the flag drops, as the saying goes.
They won't start the race under safety car, but they may finish it.
Yeah, still got 10 laps to go. There we go. Thank you, Paul, for showing us that. Making sure that we are on the right page.
Confirmation on that one. There's the 10 lapper.
A 1 and a 0. The GR Corollas had a lot of work today.
I hope they filled that car up before we got going today.
There's your Holden badge, so not a Chevy. You're all right, Holden. And there is Sam Dahl rejoining at the back. I think he kept it out the wall.
Yeah, he had a little bit of damage. He said a little split to damage. You saw.
I saw like a little piece of plastic come off as he drove away. It was probably more from the kitty litter than from the wall.
Might have been.
But kitty litter can be a bit aggressive on these cars. I do love how you can see the brake rod.
Yes.
On the onboard, there you can see it's moving.
Nice,
As I said, like he double taps it like you heard me say.
On cue.
On cue. Thank you, Terry.
Thanks, Terry, for that.
So glad he read the script.
Yeah, it's good to see them working with us for a change. Okay, so the speed's picked up ever so slightly, which means I think we're good to go for a start. Yeah, the lights are off on the safety car.
Yep, we're going to go for a start. He's indicating in. The big winner there is Terry Wolford.
Huge. Back of the pack, he now starts from 4th. Sam Dahl has joined the back of the pack. Here we go. Reeb and Lombard. Top 2 protagonists from last year. Going to go at it again. Cafe 9 Automotive Corvette leads into turn 1 ahead of that Pep Boys Automotive Nitro and High-Tech Machine as they go through there for the first time. And it looks as if it's going to be a battle between the usual contenders as it was last year.
Oh, Franco Di Matteo's under big pressure from Terry Wolford there into turn 2. Larry Wolford wasn't far off either. They're going to head up through turn 3. Look at the power on that Jaguar as they come out of turn 3. He's pulled 3-4 car legs on him before he even gets to turn 4. And it doesn't look like Terry Wolford has the straight line speed that he had in the first opening laps. And Franco Di Matteo pulling away from him, and Larry Wolford putting him under massive pressure as they end up into turn 5. It looks like Franco Di Matteo is closing the gap between himself and Warren Lombard at the later part of the first lap. And it looks like Terry Wolford is losing ever so slightly.
This is what it looks like from on board from Terry Wolford's point of view as he looked back in the cockpit at the driver, heading down towards turn 8. He'll go down into second gear, keep it in second as they go through. Might even be first there actually. Go to first, second. He holds second for turn 1 and all the way to turn 2. Oh, Di Matteo spins out. 5 Diamonds vodka. Didn't work out for him right there.
I saw a double stab on the steering wheel from Terry. I was wondering what that was because there was no net. It's not really necessary to turn at that point of the corner. So
maybe
obviously avoiding Franco Di Matteo going off.
The Stallions parked it on the sideline. Could possibly bring out a safety car if he can't get it going again. We're back on board here with Wolford now looking through the front windscreen, heading through turn 4. That's quite an awesome shot actually in a V8 supercar. Full taps through there. You can hear him, didn't even lift off. And then up the hill, third gear, and then on the brakes hard.
Look at him modulate the brake pedal on the gear shift. I don't know if you saw that, how he was modulating it on the downshift. With a rear-wheel drive car, you don't want to suddenly stab it into gear. It will lock the back up and rotate ends on you. But at the moment, they're heading down into turn 8. It looks like Franco Di Matteo has gotten that car out of the way. I don't even see a yellow flag. Hard on the brakes, he goes at the 50 meters, turns it in, first gear corner, early on the power, and run as much track as you can on the way out. There is a 5 Diamonds car still in the same place. Franco Di Matteo trying to get that car restarted and rejoin this race, albeit a lap down. but it's Warren Lombard that is keeping Thomas Reeb honest. And as I say that, he drops the 11s on the exit of turn 2 to make sure he can keep himself safe from Warren Lombard.
Well, he's picked up high-tech and nitro workwear, and he's certainly working hard with that nitro workwear at the moment to close down the gap. So joining the Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins side of things is high-tech and nitro. Schmaston Industries are now part of that team as well, and they're trying to close down on that Cafe 9 automotive Corvette. And exactly what Thomas Reeb was hoping that this car would do at small tracks like at Zwartkops, the shorter version of the tracks that we do follow around the country for the regional side of things. It's working well here.
You can see through the tighter part of the circuit the rotation of that car a little bit better than that of the Mustang, especially out of corners like turn 2, where you need the run for the Mustang to get within touching distance to turn 4, within touching distance to turn 5. But it's here the Corvette's just slightly better. He turns the car, he rotates it early, but so did Warren Lombard. He's early on the power, a little bit too early.
You know what the condition could be here as well, is that Warren Lombard might be on slightly older tyres. Maybe he's holding and banking those tyres for the bigger circuits where he needs them, where there's not as much grip or there's a lot more tyre degradation at certain circuits that we go to. Remember, the regionals go down to PE, and that's a high tyre wearing circuit, so he might be banking those new tyres for that type of track, and he might be on slightly older rubber here fighting with Thomas Reeb.
Look, saying that though, he's not doing those tyres any favours, standing on the loud pedal the way he was and lighting it up. We've got to change the surface flag down towards turn 8. Oh, Larry almost turned that car right around on the exit of turn 5, but he hung on to it. But at the moment it's Thomas Reed out in front, 103.1, 103 dead from Warren Lombard. So Warren can do the lap times, but he just can't get within touching distance to make a move.
104s coming out of all of the cars at the moment, so that's what we're looking at, all sort of mid 104s for those first 4 cars on track. So not going to see much changes if they all stay within the same kind of lap times. And Larry Wolford, even though he's pushing hard, remember he had probably about another 30 or 40 laps additional to what Terry Wolford's had and everybody else, having done the Passion for Speed Festival. Same thing with Warren Lombard, maybe a little bit more track time here at Zwartkops, having done Passion for Speed at the end of January. Certainly with that extra track time now, trying to use it to their advantage to both get ahead of their protagonists ahead of them.
Oh, Warren was late in the brakes into turn 5. I wonder if it's going to hurt him. It's not going to hurt him. He's caught right up back under the bottom of out of the wing of that Corvette. Maybe that's a loud pedal on the exit of turn 2, and here is starting to hurt that Corvette slightly. Maybe overheated. There's the dive down the inside of turn 8. It's late.
On the curbs. Nearly snuck through there, but Reeb was well aware of what was happening there. Remember, we spoke to both of them in the pre-race area, and they were having a bit of banter between themselves, saying, I'm faster than you and you're faster than me. Right now, it's advantage Reeb, and it's up to Warren Lombard to change the state of the nation in V8 Supercar racing right now.
Thomas Reed got a decent exit, but Warren Lombard was slightly better. We saw how good he is into 5 and 6. Is he going to wait for 5 and 6 to sneak it up the inside? Let's see his run through turn 4. Off the gas, on the gas again. He's flat on the loud pedal all the way up the hill. Not quite close enough. Any move from there is going to be a lunge. But we have seen how late in the brakes he is. He tries it, but it's from too far away.
No, I think he just showed the wheel there. I don't think he's going to go just yet. There's still enough time for them to play here.
Filling those mirrors with the baby blue.
Yeah. Looking for an opportunity to dive through. But when it opens up, he'll take it. Here we go down towards turn 8. Good
is
possibility. He
going to try it again?
No, he's not close enough. But he's certainly putting the pressure on and maintaining the pressure all through the laps. 4 to go.
Into turn 1 now. Off the throttle, back on again. Quick little lift. I don't think it's very much of a break as Wolford comes through. It's the Wolford trio, Terry and Larry in 3rd and 4th. Sam Dolls recovered to 5th after his excursion in race 1. He went to go double check that the kid litter was all in order. He's quite happy with it and given his approval. So now we can continue to go racing. Terry Wolford still hands out Larry. They're just in front of the GT2 battle. The lone GT2. I hadn't scrolled down my order yet.
Yeah, Wayne Spicer is still the only man out there in the GT2 class. Unfortunately, the other 2 cars having been parked on the sideline there. One in pit lane, Aki Kampan's Mustang.
Oh, they're a lot closer together.
Looks as if there's a bit more pressure being applied onto the back end of that Cafe 9 automotive machine of Thomas Reeb.
It just seems so much better on the Exodus 6-7. It just can't. Warren couldn't get close enough. He was very deep into 5. That's probably where he lost a little bit of time on him. Oh, but Larry and Terry have swapped places.
Okay, so Larry Wolford found a way past there on Terry Wolford. Probably up into turn 5. I would say he probably got him on the brakes. And the Holden now leads ahead of the Falcon. Oh, is it a Mustang? I can't remember if it's a Mustang or a Falcon. What is he in? Where Terry Wolford is in a Mustang, beg your pardon. Yeah, it's a Mustang. It's the older shape Mustang.
Older gen with the older lights, yeah. Warren Lombard in the newer gen. These cars still used in the US. They now have restarted the Trans Am Championship.
Yes. Yeah.
So these cars still being, well, similar cars still being used.
Similar cars to these. And there they'll run the Chevy, not the Holden. The Holden, of course, runs down in Australia.
Oh, Warren Lombard lost a lot of time now on Thomas Reed. Thomas Reed's got big breathing room with 3 laps left to go. And it is big. It's
That's significant.
It says 4:10 on my timing monitor, but obviously they haven't crossed the line yet. So we'll see once they cross the line what that gap is. But the Sparker supported Nitro, Warren Lombard, unfortunately... Oh, that's a big one. That's a big hit in the wall at the end of turn 5.
Yeah, turn 5. I think he ran out of brakes.
Was a pass.
I think he ran out of brakes. Look at that. He's gone straight into the kiddie litter. He's shaking his head. He's not happy about that. But Terry Wolford, unfortunately, stuck in the kiddie litter. He's not going to go anywhere. Even if you can get that car fired up, that car's not going to come out of that kiddie litter easily. Even with those big tackies. There, it fires up. No, he's stuck there, and I think he'll probably be stuck there for the next 2 laps because they'll probably keep it under double yellows there.
He looks alright, moving around in the cockpit. Hands might be a little bit stiff and sore, but he's a gap
3.5 seconds to Lombard now for 1 and 2. It's even longer. It's even more. They go past the stricken car. Look at that. He's entered the.
He's got straight off.
That's no brakes, in my opinion. I might be wrong, but I would assume it's no brakes. And Terry tried to avoid the wall at the end. You can see, but just didn't carry enough to get past him. Hit the orange barriers at the end of the tyre barriers.
At the little escape road there.
Right, we got 1 to go.
It's all about Thomas Reed at the moment. He's built a massive. He's all on his own.
Wait for that banter afterwards.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Yeah. Well, he was planning on putting Warren Lombard in his place, and if he thinks Warren Lombard's place is 7 seconds off him, he's firmly put him in his place.
Corvette fans should be on the sideline waiting for opportunity here. Okay, he's not going to get one because Wayne Spicer's also slowing. Spicer's slowing up onto the back straight away as Reed went past him. I was going to say we might have a formation flying finisher for GT1 and GT2. They could cross the line at the same time. Wouldn't make any difference to the positions on track. But Corvette fans would have an awesome picture. Larry Wolford will now try and catch Warren Lombard in the closing stages, maybe sneak up to get ahead, and that'll be a little bit of redemption from Passion for Speed. Remember the battle that they had?
They had an absolutely awesome battle at the Passion for Speed. Completely different cars they were in, but it was a great battle to watch as we watched Thomas Reed come out of the Exodus 6 and 7 down to the final corner of turn 8 and take the first heat victory here in the dump. There it is.
Wolford's through into second. Lombard had some issues in the closing stages, so it's Larry Wolford who's moved up. He had problems and had to get pushed off the restart and comes through for second.
But did he pass him in 5 and 6? Because that's under yellow.
No, I don't think so. When he passed, if the car's ailing, he's going to say the car was ailing. So is he passing the car or is he passing a car that's got a problem?
He's still got to wait for after the yellow.
Yeah, so I think there'll be a bit of a debate about that, but I wouldn't worry. Where's Terry Wolford gone?
He spawned out.
Terry Wolford has disappeared.
Magician.
That was the artist formerly known as Terry Wolford in that car. So he's parked on the sideline now. So unfortunately, John Speed, Schick, and Fuchs' car on the side. And that's not where Terry Wolford wanted to be, but that's certainly where Thomas Reed wanted to be in his Corvette. At the front of the field, and an easy win by the tune of 8 seconds on the dot ahead of Larry Wolford and Warren Lombard for third. V8 Supercars are done and dusted. We have one more heat of Heat 1s to come. It's Super Hatch. They'll be out shortly. So that's what we still got to go. Super Hatch up next, and then everybody else for their second heats of the day. We are, almost one Super Hatch, so we're about half an hour behind. It was due to the fact that we've had quite a few incidents on circuit and off track as well that needed to be attended to. But we won't be too much further into the day before we get Super Hatch out for their first heat of 8 laps. That is fantastic. Next up, Super Hatch, followed by the retrieval of Franco Di Matteo's Italian Stallion. The very, very hot vodka-sponsored Jaguar XKR.
I thought you were going to call the car pulling it a not Bucky, but a Hilux.
It's not a Bucky. It's a Hilux.
It's a Hilux.
It's a Hilux. I don't know if it was a Bucky. It's a Hilux. It's a Hilux.
Your standard one. There's a sign that we don't need, lying upside down below the PETA Nort Toyota.
It's
wet race. Wet race.
A wet race. Yeah, no, we don't want a wet race. We do not want a wet race today. We had wet yesterday.
It's not a French car yellow. It's a wet race.
Yeah, French yellow car out there.
There's a German yellow car at the back there. That's the Audi. Oh, Joshua Detroit. His second round of action. He's going to get 4
I wonder what he's listening
today.
to, eh? Listen to him. Just like jamming on the steering wheel there. Wonder what's in his Spotify pre-race list.
Or in his head at the moment.
It's probably something in his head, for sure.
There's definitely not earphones there. Yeah, we got the Mitsubishi versus Toyota down into turn 2. One's towing a trailer.
No, that's just a race car acting as like a trailer. It's to get this car, but I think they're going to get this thing fired up and get Terry back into pit lane. Once again, Doc and Hanley on the scene to make sure that Terry's okay. Great job from our medical team, as always.
That'd be a long assessment to make sure if Terry was okay. Oh, you mean after the crash? Yeah, no, he's fine.
After the crash, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. In normal life, definitely not.
Love you, Terry, we're just kidding.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately, him and I have been mates for a long time, so that tongue-in-cheek goes down well. Because I still got photos of him and I standing on the wall when his dad was still racing in the Sabat Nissan Skyline with Gary Dunkley in the Sabat Porsche. And Willie Hepburn, of course, was in the Animal at that stage, not in the Opel Record. So just a little shove down the hill, waiting for momentum to kick in. If momentum kicks in, he'll be able to roll that into pit lane and out of harm's way. And then these guys and girls, I think it's guys and girls. Is it all girls or all guys? It's all guys today. There were a few girls eventually. There's Terry. What's up, Terry?
It'd be great if you could hear us. It'd be absolutely hilarious. We'd be ripping him to shreds.
What has he said there? He said, thanks, guys.
I think so, yeah.
I'm just waiting for momentum to kick in. Downhill, momentum is key.
But you see, that's the attitude I'm talking about. His car's broken down. He's hit the wall. He's still got a smile on his face and running down the hill. Like
Rolling. Keep those wagons rolling. Yep, there we go. Rawhide. For those who don't know the tune. You didn't even know that tune. It's okay. It's all right.
I was born in 1990, Greg.
I know. I matriculated in 1991.
There we go.
There you go. Say no more. You were 1 year old.
Do you know why
when
I
I
keep saying,
matriculated?
this is why I keep saying junior commentator? Because
Yeah, a little bit of a junior here. Okay, junior.
if you start calling me that, I quit.
I call you JR. Yo, man. It's Kyle Lawrence.
JR.
KLJR. KLJR, man.
It's not like a radio station.
It's
You're
like-
now listening to KLJR.
FM coming to you live from Zwartkops. No, 947 are coming from live from Zwartkops today, not us. But yeah, we are waiting for Super Hatch to make their way on there. Also just picking up the purple and yellow machine there of Keith and Monkeys. His dad, of course, had a fantastic run there in Des Bloem. What a good run there for him. But Keith and Monkeys will be looking to try and hang on to at least the front end of the T2 class for Super Hatch. Pretoria no Toyota will be in full effect with Carl Stoltz, of course, in the Etios. That will be the first car to roll out.
Well, what's lovely is we've got Toyota versus VW versus Opel versus Renault in the front.
Versus
and a Honda in fifth.
Peugeot and BMW.
Where's
the
that
BM's
Peugeot?
there? There should be a 118 there, Mark Toy. No, Mark's not in there. He should have the red 118, but he's not there. So, yeah, we've got Honda, BMW, Toyota, Peugeot, Volkswagen, Opel, and Renault. And there should be an Audi as well, but Quentin Costa's not here today.
Is that not an Audi at the back there?
Is it?
That is an Audi A3.
Is it? Yeah, that could be an Audi A3. It is. There we go. He is there.
So, production cars gets another go at things.
Group N.
Group N gets another go at things.
Kind of Group N style, yeah. Group N style here.
Time's not far apart. Pole, Carl Sturz in Class A, 115.5. In T1 was Arthur Thurn, 116 dead. And then Hendrik Venter, second in T1, 117.1. And our leader in T2 class, Caitlin Monkeys.
No, Keith and Monkeys.
Keith and Monkeys, sorry.
118. That's a good run from him. If we look at lap times in the original Super Hatch, Class A, in the Peugeot and in the Golf 1 from Trans-Africa was doing 17s. So it's kind of, yeah, they're in the same there and thereabouts. I couldn't run the same kind of pace as the Detroit boys could do at the front end, and Brett did. They were kind of a little bit quicker than me, and I was just fortunate twice to get the lucky draw for pole. But it didn't work out.
I don't think there's many people in the same car as Mark and Jonathan would be able to go as fast around Zwartkops as Mark.
No,
and
it was in it's a Trans-Africa Racing Golf 1 that Mark would use as his spare car if the Honda didn't work. So I know that it could go. I just couldn't get it to go as well as he got it. He is there though. He's just next to Keith and Monkeys. So
is that not?
Or
That's
is that
Joshua.
Ishmael? Oh, that's Josh. That's right. It's Josh then Ish. Now Josh will be in his car now.
No, it's-
Honda Civic Red Rocket with the silver lipstick.
That is what they used to call it back there. Where they would change the color of the bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
In Group
The
A,
lipstick.
it was lipstick. Yeah.
It's when you put it on the Golfs as well. When they run that little red livery through it.
Yes.
Or just a red stripe, a little bit of lipstick on it. Are we good to go? I think we might be. I see our Lady Marshal making her way down to the official start marshal there at the end of pre-race. About to get that little green flag, and the gentlemen, start your engines.
Yep, there we go. Boots are getting closed. Cars are getting buttoned up. We will soon be ready to start this Heat 1 of the Super Hatch at the Regional Extreme Festival at Zwartkops Raceway.
Carl Stoltz leads them out. He'll be followed by Arthur Thorne and Hendrik Venter.
Then Mark.
Then Keithan. Then Ishmael. Then Josh. There's Mark. He is there. No, he was there.
There's Mark, yeah.
There's the 118. So the BM's there. It was just hiding behind its sister car from Trans-Africa Racing and his son. That's going to be a good one, eh?
So
they had a great battle, actually, at Passion for
did.
Speed.
Joshua and Mark,
Josh
yeah.
and Mark, I think, are going to resume that battle. I hope they do.
Both in Civics at that race. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they were both in Civics that
Yeah.
race. This time in the 118 and in the Civic.
There's
my car. That's my old car. That's my old car, by the way.
That reminds me of Hilton
Van Nieuwenhuizen.
Yes,
That's
from
who I drove
Space.
That's who I drove with. Yep. Him and I were teammates. in Class A in Super Hatch for 1 season.
If not for Hilton, I wouldn't be here today because he sent me a brand new cam belt and cam sensor for my Citroen Berlingo that I drove here this morning.
Well, there you go. Thank you
So
for
thank
that.
you, Hilton.
Thanks, Hilton. Yeah, he's a big fan of the French brand.
He was a big fan of this class. He raced Super Hatch for a long time, in fact. I think he just got
won,
married and that's why he stopped.
I think he won it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken.
In a Peugeot
207 GTI.
207 GTI.
Yeah. 206 GTI and 207 twice.
So Hilton, if you're listening, we're waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, bring the cars back again. We miss you.
There's a Citroen Berlingo van you can try and make go fast.
Mel cut her teeth as well. Mel Spray cut her teeth, yeah.
100%.
Got a chance. She actually was the chair lady of this class and ran it for a long, long time.
That is, yeah, I do actually remember driving. Actually, and we saw Matt here out here with the ATS-backed Polo with the hand controls.
Hand controls.
That was in Super Hatch.
Yeah, Super Hatch was kind of a class that was born here at Zwartkops, and it's kind of stayed here, and it's travelled with the Regional Extreme Festival. Last year, with a little bit of dwindling numbers, they joined 111s, but they've now got the numbers back up slightly, so they're putting them in as a separate class once again. So that's good to see. Let's get some heat in the rubber, shall we?
That was a lot of heat put through the rubber. I actually heard that. That was the first time today I've heard sounds through my headset of the cars, and that's including the V8s that were going past. So someone definitely making sure that all the wheel spin went through those semi-slicks to make sure there's enough heat.
Karel Stoltz would be the man that you'd be thinking about right there.
That's not something you want to do off the line, though.
Light the tires. Well, it's almost time to kick the tires, light the fires. So let's see what happens as they go into start procedure. Remember, this is a standing start. So we'll go into that fastest 2 minutes of your life. I see Mr. Bond at the back there. Quinton Kotze has joined us in the Audi. You were right. A3 1.8 turbo. There it is.
2 minute board is up. 1.
It's about 10 seconds, that 2 minute board.
30. And here comes a 5.
Here we go. High five into the lights on. Drop the hammer.
The Opel was sleeping, and so is the Sandero.
Sure, yeah, for sure. The Sandero of Keith and Mikey's left on the line there slightly as Josh got through there and managed to make his way past. We're watching the background as you can see George Aldrich coming through there in the Peugeot, trying to find his way through. Look at where Mikey's ended up, though, tucked in right behind Ishmael Beloy as they go into Castrol for the first time. They are trying to close things down rapidly on the Polo of Arthur Thorne. But off the line, Hendrik Venter had a fantastic start as well. So Venter, as he come into the back straightaway, looks like he might even take the lead.
Yeah, Venter looking up the inside into turn 4 there in the Opel Corsa, still running the Opel, the original Opel livery that was used in Group N. The Sandero looking for a way around, but the long way around turn 4, I haven't seen that done before in a hatchback. Let's see how that works out for him up the hill towards turn number 5. It looks as though that Toyota Etios is going backwards in a big way as it goes down to 3rd place up into 5. What a send from Joshua Totoy to get that car to the apex, down the inside and past the Renault Sandero.
Yeah, and as we are joined by the number 1 lady in the world of motorsport, Tanya, she's in the house watching Super Hatch unfold here. Opel Motorsport colours is what you're looking for there. Those Opel Motorsport colours were amazing in the day. And running at the front end now of Super Hatch as they come through to complete the first lap. Keithan running slightly wide there. I think he was shaken up a little bit by that move from Josh. It came from a long way back, but Josh Totoy snuck up and Keithan Meinkes had no answer. He now goes defensive onto the Renault and tries to keep out Diane Medley coming through.
Yeah, Joshua licked that stamp and sent that move from yesterday. But as we go through turn 2, it's the Polo TSI up the inside of the Opel Corsa as they head down through 3 up to 4. They're side by side again. This time the Opel on the outside with the VW Polo going down the inside into turn number 4. So Arthur Thorne looking for a way past. He's got the move done and definitely has the legs. But that Toyota Etios now all over the back of the Opel Motorsport coloured Super Hatch of Hendrik Venter. And he's going to have to defend that up into turn number 5. But it does have the legs on the Polo. It doesn't seem to have the mid-range, though.
The most incredible driver of the day today has to be Quinton Costa in 007 because he's in 11th and 12th place at the same time. I don't know.
That's brilliant.
That's brilliant, hey? That is amazing.
Is he driving with one leg in one car?
He gets out the one, he runs to the back, he gets to another one, he runs to the one, goes forward 50 meters, jumps out, runs back. It's unbelievable. No, only joking. He's only in one car. think
It's
they
just a
have
timing monitor issue.
Yeah. There we go. Well,
Etios
Stoltz
looking
coming
good.
through. Here we go. Possible change up for the lead. Or second place, I should say. Yeah, there we
Down
go.
the inside goes Coral, but it's not over yet. That Opal's going to be down the inside into 2 if he's not careful. They get on the brakes. He's defended it. Is the Corsa going to look for the switchback on the exit?
Yo, Etios.
Did I see Di Matteo on the window?
It's Di Matteo racing that preps that car, yes. You're spot on. Well done, eh? You're pretty good.
My eyes work, bro.
Oh, you see. You very good. You can see. Big. You can see wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way away. Well done, Carl. Yeah, it is Di Matteo racing that preps that Etios from Pretoria Toyota. Arthur Thorne is the man who's trying to get away from that car of Carl Stoltz. So let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Trans-Africa Racing battle about to unfold. Josh Totoy closing in on Ishmael Beloy. Ish has been a seasoned campaigner in Supercars.
How late
He's
is Josh
been
on the
around.
brakes?
Yeah, he's good, eh? He's very good on the brakes up into turn 5. But as I was saying, just finish off that thought before I let Carl jump in here. No worries. One of the most seasoned campaigners in Super Hatch is Ishmael Beloy. He's been around since the inception, so one of the longest standing drivers in this category, along with Mark Totoy and John O'Dotoy.
Oh, Carl Stoltz is starting to turn the pace up now, turn the wick up now. He's caught right into the back of Arthur Thorne. It looked like he didn't have the pace to run with the two of them after the first lap. He dropped down to third. He was moving backwards quickly. Oh, there's Josh on the brakes again into turn 1 on Ishmael Beloy. He's going to have the move ready for turn 2. But as I say that, into turn 2, it looks like Carl Stoltz all over the back of Arthur Thorne through 2. They're going to head through 3 now up to 4. But that Etios just doesn't seem to have the legs of the Polo through 3 up to 4.
Yeah, the Polo just giving that little bit extra, probably a little bit of aerodynamics, although they are similar in terms of aerodynamics on the newer versions of those cars. Not a bad little aerodynamic package on an Opel Corsa. Then it's the 2 Hondas, and just behind them it is Mudley, by the looks of things, who are closing things down. No, Keith and Monkeys, I beg your pardon, in the Sandero.
Yeah, Joshua Toy, let's see how good he is on the brakes now. This lap up into turn 5. It's a bigger gap. It's a similar gap to what he had the previous lap. Look how much he closes in. That must be 3 car lengths at least.
He's on the brakes at the 50-meter marker. That's where he climbs on the anchors, so that's where he makes up the ground. Ish, of course, is smooth as silk, so he's going to be a tough man to get past. So, and he also knows exactly where to place that car so that it doesn't open up the door to give an opportunity. Aldrich falling back slightly there in the Peugeot into the clutches of, I think that's Brudenkamp at the back. And that's also someone that's expected to see a little bit higher up. Leon Brudenkamp normally runs a lot higher in Super Hatch than what he does at the moment, down in 10th place overall.
Probably a little bit of niggly problems or, a bit of setup issue from having an off-season and coming back into the first race of the year. Maybe development not done from their side, but development done on all these cars in the off-season to try and get them slightly quicker. We're doing 1:16s at the moment, 16.1 being the quickest. Sorry, 16 dead by Carl Stoltz being the quickest. So that Toyota
He lost a bit of
Etios,
ground out of turn 3 though.
that Polo just seems that much better out of 2 through 3, and by the time they get up to 4, the Toyota starts coming again. On the brakes again. Here comes Josh. He's going to take another car length out of Ishmael through turn 4. Great early on the power. He's going to have a run up into 5. He's definitely closer now than he's been all race. He's going to have the move, if he's brave enough, to send it down the inside. We've seen him do it before. He had a look. He changed his mind.
Or maybe next lap. Hang on for one more. Get a little bit closer. They've just got to the halfway stage. They've got 4 or 3.5 laps to go as they come through turn 6 and 7. Heading down the hill towards turn 8. The Honda battle is raging. Keith and Monkeys is waiting in the background to pick up any of the pieces in case something goes wrong as he heads down the hill there.
Yeah, Keith and Mikey's much better qualifying than where he is at the race at the moment, but maybe just not quite getting to grips with the track changing or the evolution of the track. As we head into turn 2, the Etios going to go the long way around.
Long way around there is not the place you want to be because there's a lot of dirty rubber out there that's going to affect the grip of the car. It's also affected the drive there, but there you can see once again the Polo versus the Etios. Just straight line speed pulls away.
It can also be gear ratio. The Toyota might have a shorter gear ratio that they're having to shift that often, and that's why the Polo are riding away from you. You know, whenever you shift in gear, you are losing time. So if you're shifting more than the guy in front of you, you are going to lose a bit of time. Because here, up the tabletop towards 5, he doesn't seem to be losing that much time on the Polo.
He's losing ground to the Opel though. That Opel's closing rapidly. So watch out for Hendrik Venter possibly to steal away Carl Stoltz's second place.
On the brakes into 5. That's
2.5 to go.
On the brakes into 5 is where that Toyota is good. Through 5, 6, and then obviously on the brakes into 2. Here's Mark Totoy looking for a way pass on Dean Mudley. in the Renault. BMW versus Renault on the brakes into turn number 5. Mark thinks better off it. He'll wait a couple of laps. He's got 3 laps still to do it though, so he can't be overly cautious and overly patient.
I'm Woodley just keeping him at bay for now, but Mark du Toit in that 118 will look for a chance. If one opens up, he will take it with open arms. Just behind that though, also a nice little battle between Aldrich and Bredenkamp. Bredenkamp has closed the gap down there on Georgie. So Georgie Aldrich maybe having to fend off the intentions there and the attention being given to him in the closing stages here of first heat of Super Hatch.
Mark du Toit maybe being a bit tentative to do the full send, knowing that Duane Woodley needs to drive that car home.
maybe. Yeah, no,
but I doubt it.
No, Mark du Toit, if he sees an opportunity, he'll steal it. That's for sure. So 118 versus the Renault. A little Clio's hanging on
Josh
to
is
alive.
close.
Josh is a lot closer now to Ishmael. Possibilities of a change up for the lead in this little battle as they go up the hill, unless Ish goes defensive.
Ish got a very good drive out of 4. It looks like he's safe now as they get up on the brakes into 5. That distance being a little bit too far away. So Josh just maybe going into turn 4 a little bit too fast, and again into 5 too fast. You can see he's going to lose the time on the exit. So Ishmael Beloy's smooth as fast seems to be working. And if Joshua doesn't get the hammer down and get past him soon, Keith the Monkeys is going to be all over the back of him again.
Yeah, the Monkeys has definitely closed that gap down. So they're on to the final lap now, and it's Arthur Thorne and Carl Stoltz for the lead. Heading towards turn 2, Cashel corner. Watch for the different line coming from the Etios. Going to try and get the late apex. Get the drive down towards 3 so that he doesn't lose too much ground onto the back of the Polo. Look at that, as the Polo just pulls out. There he goes.
It just rockets out of there.
It does, eh? Yeah, massive, soul destroying, because you know you've caught him through all the twisty bits. But you get onto the straight and where the car can open up a little bit more, and he just disappears from you. There's no way you can catch him.
No, you're almost trying to throw a fishing rod at there and get the hook on the bumper and pull yourself in, but unfortunately it's not going to happen for him. It depends how late and how brave he can be on 5 and how close he can get. He might have an option into 8, but it's going to have to be very late and very brave on the brakes into here to make sure he's close enough come 7 and 8.
No.
And it's definitely not close enough yet.
Thorne's got this one for now. So as they come through into 6 out of 7, down the hill towards our final corner of the circuit. Race 1 win. Looks like it's in the bag here for Arthur Thorne. And it's a battle of the 7s. It's won out by the 47 over the 37. Thorne over Stoltz. So it's Volkswagen versus Toyota. Volkswagen wins this one out. Opel for 3rd. Good drive there from Hendrik Venter in the Opel Corsa. Led out for a little while. And then, of course, for T1, that gives Thorne the win and Venter 2nd. Class A is Stoltz ahead of this man, Ishmael Beloy. And Joshua du Toit for Class A 3rd place as they cross the line. So it's Pretoria Toyota and Trans Africa Racing 1 and 2. And then in T2, Keith and Mikey still getting the win in T2 there as he finishes up in the top 5 overall.
George Algrook and Leon Bredenkamp finished their battle for 2nd and 3rd in T2 and 9th and 10th on the road overall. But that brings a close to the Super Hatch Heat 1. Lunch, unfortunately, was supposed to come up after the Super Hatch, but that has been cancelled to help us catch up the delays we've had with the issues on circuit. Was as quick as the Orange Army are and as good as the Marshals are here. Unfortunately, we still lost half an hour. So we'll be dropping the half an hour lunch break, and that should bring us back onto schedule.
Yeah, bring us back onto schedule with BMW M Performance Racing Turbo Cup up after this. Performance Racing Series Turbo Cup make their way back onto the track for the second heat of the day and the start of all the second heats of the day at the same time. Bob Neal's car hopefully has been sorted out, and so has Leon Lopes's. They had some problems with those two cars in Heat 1. Southern Ontario was in a big battle, but remember what happens now with Heat 2. There is a invert on the grid. Top 5 are inverted on each of the classes, so there'll be a little bit of work to do for them. Coming from the lead of the race to the back of the race. Carl, be careful because the floor's wet as you come in here, bud. That's going to hurt. So as they come through, it is Turbo Cup in the house one more time. Michelle Singh this time will start from the front row. Pommersheim has to start from 4th. Bob Neal and Leon Lopes will be 5 and 6 having gone into the pit lane. So there'll be a little bit of work to do for those cars coming from the inverted grid. Hopefully to try and get back to the front end. Pommersheim's had the pace, certainly, amongst everybody else out there. And the fact that Cashin Naika was not out there in the first heat just boded well for Anton Pommersheim to extend his lead in the championship. It's also a possibility of a lead in the overall championship for him too. So a bit of work to be done there for the BMW M Performance Racing Series man if he comes back. But I know he's got dual duties. There are international duties as well as local duties that Cashin is involved in. So we'll have to keep an eye out on his progress. Also looking for a change of luck there for the Victron Energy car. Coming to the line, such a great battle, ending up with the three cars almost, I think, 0.3 of a second between them in the end for what was Class C's honours at the end of the first heat. A little bit of cloud cover coming over. That's always nice for the engines and for the cars. Not so great for the track temperature, but of course it wouldn't have too much of an effect because it looks like it's partially clouded at the moment as opposed to the full overcast conditions and rain we had yesterday. They won't be enjoying the rain if the rain did come, but they will definitely be enjoying almost ideal conditions now for race cars because slightly cooler air with that cloud cover coming over just makes the engines work a bit better. It makes the tyres work a bit harder, but it's certainly a lot cooler in the cockpit as well for the driver.
No, not even that. Colder air compresses better, and that's what these vehicles need. The cold air to create the power to do the lap times they've been doing. Anton Parmesan, we saw the pace he had. We talk about pace. He's got about a second at the moment that he can spare. I said he wouldn't run around close to the 102s in the previous race, but he ran in lower 103s, which was more than good enough to build the gap that he did. And I'm sure it'll be good enough to get him further up the field. Because Shen Naika, I didn't even notice that he wasn't taking part in the first heat, to be honest. There was so much action going on at the time. But we'll see what he can do from... Where? On the
No, he's not there.
Oh, no, he's not there at all.
There must have been some kind of a problem there for his car.
Yeah, so 991 not there at all.
GT. It was the dominant car, of course, had passion for speed at the first round. Back on board once again with Craig Herbst in the Victron Energy car. Looking back at him, we saw how happy he was at the end of race 1 after that magic battle he had with the Master Mo's car of Eugene, as well as the Hilligen car. And they, of course, now start from the back of the pack of Class C. But 27 cars about to go to battle once again here in M Performance Racing Series Turbo Cup.
One of the ones I want to see is Vessel Mostert again make those moves that he was making like in the first heat. Let's see if he can do it and then still hang on to where he was. We don't want to see him leave the circuit again this time. But some great moves from him throughout heat 1 to try and move himself up the order.
For sure.
The Pete Noort safety car heads into the pits, which hands it over to Nishal Singh to control the pace. He slows it right down. He's got the outside line, and we see him come through and wait for the lights to go off. The lights are still on. He looks up. Lights are out, and we are racing down into turn 1. Class A gets the start just ahead of Class B. There will be gaps between all the fields to try and separate the classes out heading through turn 1 and 2. And with 20 odd cars on the grid, it is a far better idea. It's a big send down the inside. That was from Leonard Archer. I think the new pink hairstyle giving him a bit of confidence into turn 2. He looked for the move. Ethan Kutsia also looking for a move now on the exit of turn 2. That car managed to stay in gear this time and keep him facing in the right direction.
Yes, Craig Herbst on the inside of Eugene Coase as they come through turn 2, Cashel corner, heading towards 3, trying to close things down and get up as quickly as he can to the front end. He wants to try and find a way to the front end of Class C as quickly as possible if he can, so that he's got a chance of at least getting in the overall victory. Remember, with the overall victory for these guys doesn't necessarily work on their times. Lead car is now Sav Gutteri. Pomasham in second, Archer's third, Bob Neal, Nishal Singh, and then Leon Lopesha. Salvi Gutteri leads things out over the second of the Autoniche cars, and then right on his tail is Ethan Gutsia. So the leaders and winners of race 1 have got to the front pretty rapidly. They're not all at the front yet, but they're nearly there.
It looks like Kroos has lost that position through 6 as well. So there was a long-winded pass all the way through 3, 4, and 5, but it finally ended into 6 as we watch the Class C's come into turn 1. That 6-7 of Gutierrez all over the place into turn 1, defending and then opening the door again last minute. But he goes middle of the track into turn 2. This is helping the likes of Ethan Gutierrez hang on to the front pack and try and move himself into the front as quick as possible. But in the front of the Class A, it's Sav Gutierrez and Anton Parmesan fighting over that lead. Down the inside, Kroos to take a place back. And it looked like that was on the 327 car of, quick scroll down. 327 of CN Moodley losing a place there. Craig Herbst has lost a lot of time. Oh, he's in the front.
No, I think he's lost a bit of time. I think they just hit him. No, he is. He's in the front. No, you're right. He has hit the front. He's found a way past. So he sneaks up to the lead and tries to hang on now, possibly for the win in Class C. Class D, I should say.
Well, we know Kroos is fast in Class D. He needs to get the hammer down and get away from him as soon as possible. The more he battles to move himself up the field, the better it's going to be. But they're also going to run into the back of the Class C battle, which is what we saw in race 1. And it brought the Class D battle very, very well. Kroos is wide.
Gets forced wide there by the Hejo transport machine of Miller. And Johan Miller trying to find a way past, but this is on board with Craigie as he goes down into turn 8.
Not smiling just yet, but that's because he's in the lead and he's got a few laps left to go. Yeah. There's that M2 coming through our shot. A great looking new version of the BMW. But it just shows how well the body shape of all these cars have aged. None of them look out of place.
Not at all. It's really great to see how well they all work as well together as a pack and put some of the most amazing race action. So, Salvi Gutteri trying to hang on to the front end of Class C. He's got Honor Naidu in the Autoniche car there in second, but massive pressure coming from Ethan Gutierrez. Gutierrez looking for a dive on the inside up towards turn 5. Is he close enough? No, not close enough to get on the inside of that SO Autotech car. And nearly found a way past.
The variance in these cars, some with more horsepower, some with more handling. So certain areas of the circuit, one is better than the other, and this is where Ethan's car looks really good. He's right up the back bumper. He almost rides into the back bumper on the brakes into aids, but he just doesn't have the confidence there to get the move done. Ethan Gutierrez, very, very well versed behind the wheel of a race car. He's gotten the cutback on the exit of 8. He's got the inside of 1, but the door is firmly shut in front of him.
That was great from Naidu. Watching in the background as Cam Christian closes that gap down on them. He's not too far away from joining the party here. We'll watch coming out of turn 2 as well, just behind that. High in front of Mava, starting to put the pressure on in the third of the Sav Speed cars. Looking for a chance to possibly squeeze through there and get a little bit higher up than what he is at this stage.
Ooh, Salvi on the brakes. That car stepped out so badly as he tried to get it into turn 4. He stood on the brakes and it looked like the back wheels wanted to lock up, but he's managed to make it through and quickly. Ethan Gutierrez has got a good run out of 4, but he's going to have to be braver than what he has been on the brakes to get a move done.
He's certainly trying as hard as he can to find a way past, but hasn't worked out quite just yet.
There it is.
Here's another look, another little nose up the inside trying to find a way. No, not into turn 6, but he might have a good drive coming out of turn 7. Down the hill again. This is exactly where he wants to be. But on a night, sees him coming and goes defensive.
He has a switchback. He did it the lap before. He's going to get early on the power and try and get up the inside. The SA AutoCare car is aware of it. He's moving over into turn 1. Bit of a late move. Ethan might be complaining about that after the race, but it is definitely close racing between the two of them. But all of this allowing Gutierrez to just stretch the legs out in front and build his gap of the Class C lead at the moment.
Craig Herbst looking to close things down now. As you can see, he's going on board with him towards turn 2. Castral corner. He goes late on the brakes. Nice run there from the second of the SA Autotech BMs. That's that M2 you were chatting about. And Herbst is behind him at the moment, so he's got a bit of work to do. And we're about to get to the halfway stage. Lap 4 and then into lap 5. It takes us to halfway of the 10-lap race here for the second heat. Oh, is it maybe a 12? This is a 12.
I've got on the time screen. We've got 7 laps to go, so I think it might be a 12 lap.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is. 2 extra laps. Reverse grid. Yeah, reverse grid. That's why. My apologies. That's the reason for it. Bob Neal and Leon Lopes are still going at each other there, which is quite good to see. Have they got a head there of Leonard Archer?
Yes.
I think they have. Yeah, they have. Archer's dropped back. So race 1 winner has gone from hero to number 5. I'm not going to say 0 yet. He's not 0 yet.
Oh, best control BMW, all kinds of over the curb. Hang on to that. Why don't you?
Nice one. Pesting himself through there. What a pest he is. Somebody needs to get control of him.
He definitely controlled that pest all the way through that right hand. A great job from him. Well held.
Still fighting hard there with the 327.
There's the driver I like to see to come to the field, is it not? Is that Morstad looking for his way around the outside of turn 8? He didn't get on the power the way he wanted to. Are they going to go side by side through 1? It's 3 cars looking for a way past. Around the outside, and 1 he goes. Is he going to be brave to stick it down the brakes into turn 2? We've got 3 cars side by side. Is that the leaders of A coming through the pack?
It is. That's Parmesan trying to squeeze through the middle and get into the middle of this little race. Miller around the outside. Parmesan has already found such good pace. He's already into the back end of Class C and D. And looking for a chance now to squeeze through there to get ahead. Put some breathing space between himself and the rest of the cars behind him.
Yeah, there's onto Parmesan looking for a way up
in the background. There comes the black V8. There it is. Squeezing through as well, just as quickly and pretty much almost identically as rapidly through that pack of cars as what we saw Parmesan do.
Not the leaders of Class D, are these, Craig? This is no, Craig Herbst currently leading Class D. This is Mark Robler.
Yeah. So you got Craig Herbst leading Class D, and Mark Robler with Cyan Mudley and Johan Miller behind him. So there's Robler, there's Parmesan, then Mudley. Mostert has joined the party.
It looks to me that Mostad's done it again. He's actually mixing it up with the D's at the moment, as opposed to being up with the C's where we saw him early on. So maybe another mishap as he almost ends up in the inside wall of turn 1.
Robler with a bit of attention being shown around the outside by the lead car. You won't be too worried about Parmesan. You'll let him go through there and just get on his merry way. Close will be the next car to be caught by the leader. There's the 24C car there, just slowing slightly of Nick Naidu. Nick Naidu with some problems. So not going to go according to plan there for him. 24 car there of Naidu, unfortunately slowing up.
Oh, there it is. Very slow on the outside. Hazards ablaze. And the yellow flag is out as they head up there, but it's Sav Gutierrez in second place at the moment, looking for a way past. He's caught Parmesan. Parmesan in the 992's lost a lot of time on Sav Gutierrez there, and I think this is why he's trying to get his way through the back markers. Oh, there's cars all over the place. That was a 66. I think that's
Lopesha. That's Lopesha slowing down. Lopesha with some problems in the closing stages again.
So the Class A 66 of Leon Lopesha looks like he's just going to do a circulation for points. Close gets out the way for Sav to come past. Sav's got his finger pointing somewhere, or was that a thank you?
No, that was Sav saying you should have got out the way earlier on.
But he's definitely caught the gap on Parmesan at the moment. Parmesan, a driver that did a lot of karting, cut his teeth at karting with the D2s, moved to KZ, and then straight into the BMW Performance Parts Series, and doing a great job of it in Class A at the moment.
It's a good run there from Anton Parmesan, keeping it all together at the front end, but he's got massive pressure from a man who's got huge amounts of experience in BMWs.
I think a huge amount of experience in any sort of race car at the moment. A lot of laps put in, and not only that, a lot of work done to prep a lot of these cars on the grid. So not only does he have the driver knowledge, he also has the mechanical knowledge and the technical idea of how to get these cars to go on the track fast, as we see this new M2 coming under pressure from that of the Victron Energy car driven by Craig Herbst. He is currently the leader of Class D and is starting to mix it up in Class C. Did we not expect Craig, one of these? No, it was in the turbo class that we were worried about a breakout. Or the NA class.
This is the turbo class, but he's going so well that he's putting the pressure onto the Class C cars there of Chetty. So Sheldon Chetty starting to feel the pressure coming from behind from the leader of Class D. So Herbst's going really well at this point in time. Class C at the moment, I think, is in the hands of Ethan Kutsia. I think he might have found a way through. I just saw in the background Kutsia's car ahead of that red car of Salvi Gutierrez, so there was a change up for the lead of Class C. No worries at the front end for the Parmesan car and Sav, but Sav was closing on Parmesan, so we'll keep an eye on that as well, just in case anything happens in the next lap or so, because we're about to start the final lap.
Nishal Singh, we just caught him there. He's up
3 more laps to go, 12 laps.
So Nishal Singh coming through the shop there. He's up into
There's
fifth place.
confirmation.
There's confirmation. You are right. There is a been a change.
Whoa,
Oh!
Hein.
Great catch.
Well,
And all the cars missed him.
Hein van der Merwe missed out there by Nicky Dix and Cam Christian as they came past. Just avoiding the sliding. It's a third of the Sav Speed cars there, so it's one of the cars that Sav Gutteri does the preparation on.
The OMP liveried EC BMW V think here still holds out on Class C, but just barely against Gutierrez. We know that Salvi's good, we know that he's quick, and we know he knows the Zwartkops circuit very, very well. So let's see if he can regain. He's going to go around the outside of turn number 5. Ethan Wise to that. He's too
Salvi's out of
much.
shape. Onto the dirt. That's going to allow the other two cars through. Yeah, there we go. Altanish car sneaking through. Salvi gets it eventually back onto the circuit. It took him a while to come out of the dirty stuff. It's thrown him right into the clutches of Nicky Dix by the looks of things.
Yeah, it's Naidu and Benny Lut that have gained from that so far. It looks like Nicky Dix is going to make a way past down into turn number 8. Whether he got it done or not, we don't know. There's that limping Leon Lobscher heading through turn 1 as our current leader of Class C makes it through turn 1 as well.
I think that might actually be the Seaman car. Yeah, it is the Seaman car there, unfortunately. It's not
Oh, is it not?
But similar looking car. There's a lot of them look the same though, but so don't worry. I feel your pain.
There's also a lot of very white cars.
Yeah, there's a lot of white
at the
BMWs
first
out
race of the season.
That is your leader of Class C, Ethan Kutsia. Behind him, Arnold Naidu, and right on his tail, Benny Late. Then behind that, you can see Nicky Dix, Cam Christian, Salvi Gutteri, now trying to make up some ground. He's getting himself back into the top 3 if he can. And he did have the pace earlier on, so possibilities is he can still hang on and get up into that top 3.
A lot of smoke coming out of the exhaust of that car of Salvi, but it is a turbo vehicle, so any sort of seal starts slightly going, you do tend to see that smoke. There's our leaders again. It's the 992 of Anton Pommersheim looking to clear the back markers. He gets past Salvi down the inside into turn number 8 quite easy. It is the last lap and he will be coming to take the checkered flag. Anton Pommersheim takes the win of race 2 in Class A of the BMW Turbo Parts Performance. BMW
M Performance.
M Performance Parts Turbo. There we go.
Turbo Cup.
Turbo Cup.
Well done to Sav. Second place there for him. Bob Neal will come through for third place in Class A. And he's going to hang on just to beat out Leonard Archer, Nishal Singh, and Leon Lobscher. And it's going to be Ethan Kutsia for Class C's honours. If we pick up on him somewhere around the track, these guys are still flat out. I don't think they've realised. No, they haven't got the chicken flag. That's why they're still flat out. That's the 21 car coming through there of Benny Lake.
He's got him past.
He actually has. Yeah, he's got ahead of Arnold Naidu. This is Hilligen. There's Ethan Kutsia coming for the win for Class C. And easily done. Once he got to the front end, he kind of got some clear air, which was able to give him some breathing room and get away from the pack that were fighting behind. So Benny Late just in the late stages there, squeezing out Arnold Naidu for second place in Class C. And Nicky Dix eventually coming through for fourth ahead of Salvi Gutteri, who's in the 5th spot. There is Pommersheim. I don't think he saw the checkered flag. That's why he's coming through for a second time. There were about 4 cars ahead of him, so he probably missed the flag completely. That's the reason why he's taken the flag for the second time today. But there it is, M Performance Racing Series Turbo Cup Race 2. Unofficial results there. Going to... Just a little how are you doing there? Pommersheim, Gutteri, and Bob Neal, top 3 in Class A. Class B went to... Or Class C, I should say, went to Ethan Kutsia, Benny Late, and Arnold Naidu. And Class D to Craig Hapst, ahead of Michael Krobler and Eugene Kos. Volkswagen Challenge will be up next. We'll be back shortly.
race 2, excited? What do you think it's going to be like?
Yeah, race 1 was very good. It was very tight. So, hopefully we get some good dicing in there. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, man. Well, good luck,
Thank you very much.
Lekker die baan. Hoe lyk die dinge? Hallo. Hoe lyk dit?
So it looks like we're going to find out what Drickus knows about, because ons weet nie wat hy weet nie.
Nee, hy ry ander klas. Hy's al by die pit.
Race 2, excited? What do you think it's going to be like?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a bit of a problems with the gearbox in race 1, so hopefully problems are sorted out. So let's give it a go. I'm sure it's going to go better this round.
Excellent. Well, good luck,
Thank you very much.
Ja, jy is net as jy afstap. So as jy nie pit lane
race 2, what are you expecting it to be like?
Yeah, battling this weekend. New car only really got to test it properly for the first time yesterday, but yeah, just overheating, some suspension issues. But I'm hoping for another top 3 this time around.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I like this mug.
Francis, it's race 2. What are you expecting it to be like? It's a bit hot.
It's a bit hot, and the racing will definitely be intense, as it always is here in the ATVE VW Challenge.
Car going well?
Car's going lovely, so I'm having lots of fun. It's obviously challenging with all of these oaks around me. They're really good at what they do, so learning a lot on the first time out in Class A.
Excellent. Well, good luck,
Thanks.
Right? One of the heroes.
Volkswagen Challenge, courtesy of ATE, back out on track now for race number 2. And another big battle expected amongst these competitors. They put on a really good show actually for the first race, and it was a pretty spectacular battle in each of the classes. We just found out what he knows, because nobody knows what he knows according to his tagline. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie.
Oh, is that what that means?
No one knows what he knows. But we know what he knows now, because he's just told us what he knows, and he's going to go and do what he knows best in the race car.
Look, not doing badly. First time out in the VW Challenge. I mean, these kids are quick. The front 2 coming out of 2 of the front 3 coming out of the VW Rookie Challenge, being trained by Matthew Merton, Brad Limburg. I'm sure there's other coaches there that I'm missing. Jonathan Mkhotsi. Like all the top VW drivers in the country at the moment have spent time with these youngsters that are running there. One of them being the King Price car of Christopher Tate that you spoke to earlier on in the commentary booth today. So he's up against some really stiff competition. So to be, I think you ended at 2 seconds off in the last race from 3 seconds off in quali.
No, exactly.
Progress is progress, and he's doing a good job. I'm sure he'll be in the front relatively soon as we watch the rest of our VW Challenge competitors head up the hill. Class A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yeah. A, B, and C, separate starts for each of them. They'll come to the line and have their separate starts. It's going to be another battle royal. We heard, well, I heard, you didn't hear too much of the interview, but when Chris did step in here, he was saying that there was a little bit of overheating and a little bit of niggles in the car. They're going to try and sort those out, hopefully get them spot on for race 2 so that he can at least run with Josh and have a bit of a fight with Anthony Lessing as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, so Lessing and Josh were the top 2 in Class A, but looking for a chance now to be a little bit higher up than what he was. He doesn't be fighting for third. He'd prefer to be fighting for the lead. That man will be looking to try and get a little bit higher up than what he finished.
For sure.
He had an absolute nightmare start to the season. So Stuart Mack looking forward to improving slightly. He's going to be alongside Drickus as they come to the line for the start of race 2.
Yeah, I'm sure Christopher Tate would like to be more Lessing closer to the front.
Oh, I like that, eh?
That was good, eh?
That was good. That was very good. He's getting better, hey? He is. He's getting better with his puns. I like the puns being thrown in there, particularly when they are intended. More or lessing. Oh, that's so good.
I thought about it in the first one. I just didn't sound great, so I left
You
it.
should have dropped it.
I should have.
You know? Why wait? Just Tate it.
We'll stop.
Walker the Stalker, unfortunately, had some gearbox issues. That was why Eric Schultz, the man in front and centre of our shot right now.
Yeah, Graham
also
Nathan
known as
there.
Mitch Buchanan of Motorsport, because he's always running around like a lifesaver. Have you ever seen him in his Mitch Buchanan karting shirt at Adobe? It's quite
Yes.
funny. I've got a video of him on Facebook that was the best video I've ever done with him. He literally went into the full Baywatch jog. We're into full race starts now as a 2-minute board goes into 1-minute board, goes into 30-second board, goes into 5-second board, goes into lights on, and we go racing. That's how quick it is.
Literally not far off.
No, I'm not. There's the 5. Lights on. Revs up. Lights off. Let's go racing.
Oh, great start from...
They were like
he was in third
identical.
there.
Every single car got off the line exactly the same time there. That was brilliant.
Class B, much of the same as we watch Keegan Nathan try to hang on to the lead into turn 1. He's lost the inside though, so it's going to be a difficult one to hang on
Davison's
to.
got the inside line there. I think he might just squeeze him out.
Class C gets away now. Baby Blue car. Oh no, bad start. Bad start from whoever that was. Can't quite.
99, I think, yeah. 99 car. They're getting a little bit of a tough time of it off the line, but here we go on board with Drickus as they come out of turn 2. Out of 3 onto the back straight.
It was Keeman Duama who he looked like he got a great start, but he was just slow to second and absolutely got engulfed by the rest of Class C. Back to the battles though. It's Walker the Stalker into 4th, just ahead of the King Price car of Christopher Tate. We saw him up in 3rd earlier on, so we'll see if he can move up. But in the front though, it's the Photon Polo, the Puma-backed athlete of Josh Moore in the front. Behind that is Lessing, and in 3rd at the moment is Aldrich.
Yeah, Rogers Aldrich. I was about to say it's the white polo brigade at the front end, but Aldrich just spoiled the day because he put a couple of stripes on his car, so he didn't get the memo. Everybody at the front needed to be in white polos, and Aldrich said, no, I'm going to put a little stripe on mine, and King Price said, we're going to splat Chris Tate's one and give him a little bit of help there for the year. Here we go. That is
Stuart Koenig
with Pillay ahead of him. Bryce Pillay keeping the lead, but of course that changed up right in the closing stages. Carl Peterson is tucked in behind them by the looks of it. So is that Peterson? No, it's not. It's the 24 car. So
that is Dimitri.
Max Corbett. It's Maxi Corbett who's there. So nice to see that as they come through and complete another lap in anger.
It is. Sorry, I actually went through to go find him. It is Max
double-checking
Corbett.
me there,
I wasn't double checking. I didn't know who it was.
I can just see frantically on the keyboard there going, is that Max Corbett? Yes, it is. You lucky.
Back to Group C, back as the Northern Nuts and Bolts of West Koenig. We saw the battle between him and Pillay in the last race. It was a 2-car battle. The Design Lab car of Pillay currently leading it out at the moment as we're on board with Drickus. He's under pressure. I see a red bonnet just behind him. Could that be the Auto Trader car of Stuart Mack under attack?
Do you want to have anybody more dangerous on your tail than Stuart Mack as a new driver in the class? No, you don't. Whoa, that was
case in point.
Stuart Mack having a long
issues
look
in
on
the front
inside, and a slow car just ahead there. Is that Davison? Oh,
no,
that's
it's the King Price car of Christopher Tate.
Oh no, nightmare here for him. Nightmare for Chris Tate as he pulls into pit lane. And that's unfortunately the King Price car out of race number 2.
So there's a spot for Drickus. He might be losing one soon to Stuart Mack, but he's gained one from Christopher Tate, albeit because of an ailing car. Down into turn 2 we go. Is Mack looking for the inside? Not just yet. Just in front of them, Walker the Stalker just hanging on there. He looks like he's lost a bit of the lead. Maybe looking for
He's
a
got
whole
a gearbox issue.
He's got a whole box full and can't find one.
Can't find one exactly. That's 100%. Oh, there you go. Straight past him. So Stalker going to the back of the pack there and losing out on the possibilities of white polos 1, 2, and 3 on the road. Although, if Dricker stays in there, he could be in there for a top 3. He's not too far away for a chance of a top 3 though.
There seems to be a race of attrition this in Class A at the moment. We've lost quite a few cars out of the running as they head up onto the brakes. Hard onto the brakes they go into turn number 5, turn 6. Just a quick lift and dab on the brake. You want to get the nose rotated as fast as possible. Not bad from Drickers, but Stuart Mack seems to have done it better. He's nice and close. You can actually see.
Little look
you
in the
can
rearview
see
mirror
the,
there. And a dive. Oh, is there a problem? Here we go. That's Tate's car being sorted out in pit lane. Drickers got great drive out of 6 and 7 and got away from Stuart Mack.
Let's have a look at the lap
Mack
times.
is a double champion in this class, by the way, back to back. So he knows exactly how to place his car into the perfect position, but he's got no answer in that AutoZone and Nathan Motorsport machine on Drickers.
Yeah, Dricker's currently turning a 16.5 with Stuart Mack doing a 16.4, so the two of them very close in pace. It's not like there's a major pace difference at the moment. So Dricker's Duplessis doing a great job to hang on to that lead of this battle, if you want to call it that, 4th place.
All the time.
I'd be watching that rearview mirror as well if it was Stuart Mack behind me. In the front though, less than a tenth of a second separate the front 3. There's a gap in terms of on track, but lap time wise.
How's this Class C battle? That's the way to do it, eh? Pillay in the mix. Duo has joined them as well. And there you go. Koenig just diving through. Finding a way past. I think behind Koenig is Duomo, but with him as well is Peterson.
I would like to confirm something with Duo. Is he fighting for second with a rookie banting tape hanging from the back of his window?
That's a rookie in the class. Brand new man to the class, looking for a chance to even take the win. Never mind for second. He's putting pressure on to Bryce Pillay.
Got the Northern Bolts car of Koenig lost that second place now to Duo now looking for a way to go up past the lead, up for the lead. He goes for the pass the brakes. He's late on the brakes, but is it enough? They're gonna have to go side by side through 5, and they're gonna have to do it again through 6. Into 6 they go, but he didn't quite get the drive, and now he's under attack from Koenig.
Stuart Koenig trying to find a way past, and joining the party is Dimitri Zafirio. So the insurer's car has now joined the party and looking for a chance to dive through and maybe get into the mix for the win here in Class C. Pillay, Koenig, Duomo I should say, and then Zafirio. Carl Peterson also not too far behind them. So it could be a 5-way fight if Peterson can just bridge that gap slightly. Great little fight here for Class C honours. And incredible to think that Kian Duomo, first time out, has got problems. Yeah, unfortunately, we've lost Christopher Tate. Walker the Stalkers had to pull into pit lane as well. I think he had a gearbox issue like he had in the first one, which is a bit of a pity there for Ian Walker in the Melavella and Cycles United car. Clearval Teron didn't make it out, and Philip Cruiser, we know, didn't make it out either. So those are the cars that unfortunately have got the DNFs on the timing monitor at the moment. This man has had no issues whatsoever all day long, other than a little bit of pressure there from the Car Care Clinic and GSI car of Chris Davison at the start, but he couldn't quite just get up the nose, get his nose into turn 1 ahead of Keegan Nathan. So Nathan hangs on ahead of Davison for Class B, and then it's Bouliard ahead of Koenig. Oh, change up for the lead. The rookies hit the front in Class C. That is a phenomenal effort there from a new man to racing. I don't even know where he's come from, to be honest with you. I don't know about you.
I've never seen him on a circuit before.
Exactly.
So
I
we've
know
got a bit
Paul
of
was
info.
saying he was in Class B. This is Class B. Oh, of course he's in Class B. Sorry,
he's in Class
my
B.
bad.
Okay.
Oh, now we're making him look good, and we're still making him look good. He's running at the front end of Bryce Pillay and Stuart Koenig, and those are seasoned campaigners in Volkswagen Challenge and in Polos.
So it's still Bryce Pillay and Stuart Koenig battling it out for the lead of Class C. Unfortunately, it was just a Class B car that got involved with that battle. But Kian now moving his way away from that battle. But still a great job from a rookie to be mixing it up with guys that have a little bit more, well, a lot more experience than they do. Speaking of experience, a driver that doesn't have that many years behind the wheel, but he's definitely got experience at a racetrack, and that is Keegan Nathan. Spending a lot of time around these cars and around VWs. He seems to have it waxed in Class B. He's had it all his own way all day. But a man that has been pushed hard, but seems to have kept his mind together through all the pressure, is Josh Moore. He's managed to give himself a 1.6 second lead over Anthony Lessing and Francis Aldrich.
3.5 laps to go for them as well at that point. So it's Moore, Lessing, and Aldrich, your top three in Class A. The payback car trying to close the gap down there on that photon machine out front, but hasn't had an answer to him yet. Equidistant there between Francis Aldrich for third as they climb on the brakes. Here we go. This is Drickus.
And Mac.
Drickus and Mac. Oh man, this is good. Come on now. Drickus, Duplessis, and Stuart Mac going at it side by side through turn 4. I think Drickus might have had the advantage to it. He got up the inside. He has.
Yeah, job done.
Gets back ahead of Stuart Mack. I can tell you, that's not an easy man to fight with. Stuart
Mack. Full set on the brakes from Stuart Mack.
Yeah,
it's
well
late.
Done.
Get it stopped.
Can he? Yes, he can.
Yes, he can.
Well done, Mack attack. Into turn 5 he goes.
I just want to ask a quick question. If you mistakenly hit Drickus off the track, do you just drive home?
You just keep going.
Okay.
No, just do not collect 200
down the inside though. Drickus still looking for a way past. Stuart Mack had to think about the turn in there. So Drickus still putting him under pressure. He hasn't given up just yet, and this will be huge in terms of a learning curve to follow Mack around a track like Zwartkops. He's done thousands of laps here, and like you mentioned, he's won this championship back to back to back.
Back to back for Mack is what it's all about. And Drickus right on his tail now, learning a huge amount. You can't ask for a better man to show you the lines around Zwartkops than that man in the AutoZone car.
Josh Moore in the front of A has just suddenly lost half a second to Anthony Lessing with 3 laps left to go.
And here we go as we pick up coming out of turn 5. It looks a lot bigger than what it is. But when you're in the race car, that gap looks like hardly anything. And that's why Lessing is pushing so hard. He would love to just have 1-for-1 there with Anthony Lessing. Or with Josh Moore, I should say.
Like we did in race 1.
Yes. But also just to flip it out so that the championship's on equal points heading into the next round.
Oh, fair enough. I thought you meant during the race. It would be very beneficial for Anthony Lessing to get into the front of this at the moment. It's not a track that Josh knows very well. He doesn't spend a lot of time here. He's more based on the coastal side. I think he spent a lot more time around PE and those sort of circuits. So with Lessing, this being his home circuit, and Josh to have this turn of pace, it's definitely a drawing board moment for Anthony Lessing.
Now remember, we go down this year on the away event for regionals to PE. So it's boding well here for Josh Moore. If he can continue this kind of pace by the time he gets to his home track, I think we go there in August. It's going to be a worthwhile effort. It's the substitute round for when we're supposed to go to Maputo.
Well, round turn 1 goes someone with no pressure at the moment is Keegan Nathan as he lets the back of that front-wheel drive car hang all the way through 1. He's gotten himself a little bit of a gap over Chris Davidson. And Chris Davidson, no slouch in a Polo, although he does have GSI all over the side of his car. He is a bit of a VW fan.
No, he's an Opel fan.
Is he an Opel fan?
No, GSI is the Opel Superboss, remember?
Yes.
And he's got the original Michael Briggs one and the replica that we saw at the Passion for Speed Festival. So nice to see that car. GSI, of course, is just a bit of a dig at Volkswagen. That he's a Volkswagen Polo driver, but his favorite car is actually a GSI Opel Kadett.
Your phone's ringing, it's Mike.
My phone. Hi Mike, how are you? Yes. No,
there is Jay Koenig in the other Northern Nuts and Bolt car, just going past shot as we go straight back to our Class B leader. Class B, Keegan Nathan. Just ahead of this battle, it's Chris Davison and Sebastian Bulliard trying to find a way to get onto the back of Keegan Nathan, but it's just too smooth and too consistent.
Yeah, and the two monsters behind there are not able to catch him. They've got their mouths and lips growling there, but just cannot find a way. Here we go, up to the top of the hill, in amongst the back of Class C now, coming up on Dimitri Severio is the leader, Josh Moore, and diving through onto the final lap. So it's a little bit easier, the gap this time compared to last time. We went to the back markers a little bit earlier on in the race, and they've lapped up to Dimitri, which I think is about third or fourth last on track at the moment. But down to the line, checkered flag will be on standby. It's Josh Moore for the win, and that's a great start to his season in Class A for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Wraps up the victory, ahead of Lessing for second, and a a nice third place there for Francis Aldrich, who comes through to wrap up the top 3 in Class A. Is it going to be Mack or is it going to be Drickus, the next car around that corner? We're not going to see just yet, unfortunately. We'll have to watch the timing on this because we're going to watch Keegan Nathan make his way all the way to the line and wrap up Class B. Was it Bulliard through, I think? Did I see right? No, I didn't. Sorry. Apologise there. It looked like it might have been a change up there between Bulliard and Davison. Down to the line comes Nathan. And comes through. Mac does win out of Adricus just ahead of them. And there is the winner of Class B. Well done to Keegan Nathan. He wraps up Class B ahead of Chris Davison and Sebastian Bulliard. And then we'll wait for Class C. Drickus will be happy with that. He's had a great time. Let's have a look and see if we get a reaction from him.
Thumbs up to Stuart Mack.
Yeah.
Good racing.
Great dice.
He totally enjoyed that.
Dimmy heads down to back into the pit lane. Oh no, he's going to still finish up the race. He's going to come through because he wasn't lapped just. They managed to stay ahead. So the last car across the line will be Dimitri Severio. And wrapping up our coverage today of ATE Volkswagen Challenge opening round for 2026 season. Great to have big battles like that all the way through the field and more of the same to come throughout the year. We're going into DOE Formula V's up next. There's the unofficial results. Class A, Moore, Lessing and Aldrich. Class B, Nathan, Davison and Bulliard. Class C, Pillay, Koenig and Zafirio. There. Carl, you weren't wrong. Mark Rowe was phoning me in the middle of that race, by the way. So Keon, of course, is our new man. He's brand new to motorsport. He's never been in a race car at all. He spent, I think, last weekend with the Rookie Cup in PE doing their little setup race program for next weekend's Nationals. So thanks, Mark, for that. A brand new man to motorsport and running with some seasoned campaigners for Class B and C.
I was going to say that bodes well for the program in terms of the Rookie Cup program. The amount of time he spent with driver coaches and I think it's only 2-3 days that he's got to spend with them, and suddenly he's able to turn pace off a Class B car. Sure, fair, but racing without any problems.
He's in a B
with
class car, but he's fighting with the top of Class C. So if he can fight with the likes of Bryce Pillay, with the likes of the rest of that pack of Class C, the front end of that fight.
In your first ever outing.
He's got some potential, that's for sure. Speaking of potential, another potential chaotic bit of race action coming away now from Formula V. They always put on chaos.
I was going to say, did you just call that before the race even started?
I don't have to call it. It will happen.
Just putting it out there, guys.
Formula V's is like. Anyway, a little bit of a heads up in terms of the championship. As they finished up in race 1, of course, is how they will now be standing in the race championship. And that's, I always like when Theo sends me that kind of stuff. He goes, by the way, the race championship points are as follows. After race 1, it's as they finished. So, Kat van der Berg, Lendl Janssen, Brandon Hills, Jaco Schricks, Peter Hills, your top 5 in the championship class. In the association class, it is Anton van der Merwe, Milé Stewart, and Reynard van der Linde, your top 3. But then just a couple of heads-ups from Theo's point of view, saying that Carl Watt unfortunately ran bearings, and Gert, of course, that was Gert's spare engine.
So Gert has issues, it's game over.
So Carl Watt has now got 2 broken engines, which he has to try and fix by the time we get to the next round. And then apparently Theo's told us he's now off the juice. He's not taking juice and protein anymore. He's only taking egg whites and chicken breasts, and he's putting the protein back into the engine so that he gets a bit more power for race 2.
Right. We also gave him the advice that if he stays straighter for longer and less sideways, he'll be faster. So let's see if he uses that advice.
That's exactly it.
And let's see what happens.
Hopefully that's the case. Because if that's the case, he'll probably be in the front. And remember, he's got the ability to go to the front. Look who's joining us here out of nowhere, hey? Nice. She's coming from that other circuit down the road. You know the one down the road, that big one that we were at. We had some fun. You remember we had some fun?
we were having fun there.
There's the lady that came from the area that we had some fun in.
And she gave me a free cup.
Did you really?
Yeah, I got a cup.
I got a free T-shirt as well, but it didn't fit me. So I gave it to Sam. She loves it. She uses it for gym every day. So thank you. We appreciate it. Hi, Megaroo.
Two cars nearly just rear-ended each other on the start-finish line there.
Because they're all practicing their starts, bud.
Because someone was practicing the brakes.
No one gets practice. Where do you practice a start?
No, right there.
Yeah, that's the only time you get to practice. Unless you ask the COC for a specific start practice, which all the motorbike guys do, of course, by the way. Can we have a practice start? Yeah, at the end of qualifying number 3, go to the start-finish line and we'll give you a practice start.
So you're not supposed to do a practice start out the pits?
Not really.
No one told me that.
Gert van der Berg. Oh, there you go. Oh, a little fist pump there for our camera guy. Thanks, Catty. Lendl Janssen, well, he'll be looking to try and turn things around. Hopefully get back to the front of the championship by the time we get into the next round of this championship.
And it was not for lack of trying in the first heat to stay in the front. It was definitely not for lack of trying.
Last lap, Gert van der Berg come back at him. So
it's going to be interesting to see the uphill battle one of the other hills is going to have Mr. Vaughnhill from 18th place on the grid. Let's see what he can do as the red flag disappears off the grid. They're now under starts his orders. We'll see that infamous fastest 2 minutes ever. 2 minutes board goes up. Now it's 1 minute. Then we'll see the 30-second and the 5-second. The drivers will be putting it into first gear now, checking the clutch bite. They know where the clutch bite is. They'll be looking up at the lights. Revs will rise. There goes the lights on. We wait for them to go off. It was quick to go off. We have a start, a little bit of an up and down start throughout the field. It looks like James Carter got a good launch and finds himself 2 or 3 places up. There's Miele Stewart making his way through turn 1, about to put Sean van der Linde under pressure, but under pressure in the front. It is going to be Hills up the inside. Peter Hills trying to go around the outside of 2 cars in turn 2.
Out for Vaughan Hills coming from the back of the pack as well, but in the 11 car. Looks like Carl Watt's car has been fixed as well, so starting from the back of the pack too. So 2 very quick cars having to come through this big field at the front end. Brandon Hills is 3rd, but it is a fantastic start once again from Catty. And look at this. Hello, incoming. Marcel Blicknote all of a sudden has found some pace in race 2.
And Theo van Doorn, he had a cracker start in race 1. He couldn't repeat it in race 2. He's gone backwards. We've got 3 or 4 cars side by side up into turn number 5. But it's Gert van den Berg out in the front from Lendl Janssen and Brandon Hills. The same 3 protagonists we saw in the first heat. But down the inside there was a move there. It looked like Shooks getting himself past Peter Hills.
Shrixie looking for a way through there, trying to find a way side by side as they come down the hill on Marcel Blicknote.
That's Marcel, yeah.
Yeah, Marcel Blicknote, and then Theo Vermaak is behind them. So Marcel Blicknote is ahead of Shrix and ahead of Theo Vermaak, which is not where he was in race number 1. But he's found a phenomenal start off the line there. So the youngster coming through and about to join the party there is the 7-4 car of Anton van der Merwe, who is, of course, the leader of the Association Championship. Man, they're mixing it up. I told you, they do not fail to deliver.
Oh, there comes the number 11 of Hills. He's already going past James Carter, so he's finding himself 5 spots in the first lap. He's up into 13th place, and unfortunately, Carl was trying to follow him through, but he just couldn't make it happen. It's always easier to get through the pack as 2 cars than it is as 1. Down the inside on Marcel Blicknote.
Apologies. It's not Carl. It's Andy.
It's Andy Bester.
Andy Bester that's spun out the shop. Carl's car broke. He's not out there. It's Andy Bester. Same colours, same team. My bad.
Well, Theo is getting caught up in that battle. He doesn't want to be there. He wants to be in this battle. But now we've got 2 groups of cars. Shooks has gotten himself clear of it. So is Theo van Doorn. Marcel Blicknote about to go down another spot, but manages to hang on. Miele Stewart having a much better run of things in 10th place, just behind that of Sean van der Linde. But it looks like Peter Hills is now joining the party on the back of Brandon. Down the inside goes Sean.
Anton van der Merwe losing getting 1 position there on Sean van der Linde. He now sets his sights firmly ahead of the rest of the pack to close down on Marcel Blicknote. Miele Stewart behind that. Then it's Reinhard van der Linde. And then Vaughan Hills. Vaughan Hills is ticking them off one by one and bringing Andy Bester along for the ride. It's actually not a bad plan. The two of them are working brilliantly as teammates there. Two of them out of Mangaza Racing. Remember, the Hills boys are in the yellow cars. MD and Carl Watt are in the sky blue cars, and Peter's in the royal blue car of Mangaza Racing.
Why is Peter in a different... Well, he's in royal blue and yellow at least.
Well, he's got a little bit of yellow. Last year it was all blue. Maybe he's just chucked in a bit of the Hills coloured yellow there because Brandon told him to. Under the influence of something at some point in the race.
Yeah, we got up into turn number 5. It looks like MDS is going to get that move done on the brakes. It should be easy for him, yeah.
Marcel Bluchnert losing out now to Theo for Mark. Anton has fallen into the clutches of Sean. Miele into the clutches now of Vaughan Hills, and MD has got through.
Yeah, so MD up now into 13th place. Vaughan Hills in 12th, just ahead of him. Reinhold van Linde and Miele Swart are the next two for these two to catch up to. When I say catch up, though, Vaughan Hills already all over the back of Reinhold van Linde, driving like a man possessed on tyres slightly fresher because he missed out on the first heat, or not all of it, but the majority of it. Actually, no, he didn't make the start.
Yep, that's what happened. So we are into lap 9. Oh, 9 laps still to go. Lap 3 completed. So a long way to go in this race. So there's still a lot of time there for Vaughan Hills and MD Bester to close that gap down and still find their way up into the top 5. That's where they'll be looking to aim their sights at, I'm sure. Right now, Gert van den Berg and the first 4 cars are split by less than half a second. Unbelievable to see that. Here comes the move from Brandon. Brandon on Lionel Janssen. Lionel Janssen comes across.
They're going to do it again.
Because the car's already in the way. Could be a second place here for Brandon. He's up to second place now. Peter Hills tries to help out a little bit there, but putting a bit of pressure onto Lionel, who just took his attention away, and he wasn't able to sort of quite get the car into the position he wanted. So that's helped Brandon out a huge amount and moved him up into what is second place on the road now behind Gert van den Berg.
Hard on the brakes they go into turn number 8. We saw the pace that Hills has. Unfortunately, he got to the front of the previous heat, but just left the door wide open for Gert to come past him into turn number 4. Hopefully now he's up in a second place, he can get himself into the front, and let's see if he's learned from his mistake in race 1 and doesn't leave the door open again. But he's still got to get onto the back of Gert. And like one famous commentator once said, it's all good to catch, but it's a completely different thing to get past.
Yes, indeed. And if was F1 backwards.
I learned that last night from Alan Mayer.
You see that? There we go. Right, onto that back straight away. Gert van den Berg trying to keep him out. Here comes Brandon. Has a look on. Oh, that is fantastic drive from Brandon Hills.
Yeah, he's not messing around this race.
Up into the lead of the race from Hills, ahead of Gert van den Berg. Drive out of turn 3 was brilliant. A little bit of slipstream. Slots out. Here comes Lendl, trying to do the same thing to Gert. Under brakes into Engine Extreme, up towards AMG Driving Academy. They go past the Toyota Gazoo Racing stable there on the right-hand side. That's the headquarters now of Team DGR. They'll be out there next weekend for a national championship racing down in Cape Town. But it is a 4-way fight for the lead. And this is just down the road from Ian Walker's 4-ways, eh? There's 4 ways in, 1 way out. That's what they say. 4 ways here. Which one of these 4-ways cars are going to have the 1 way out? That's what we have to take into account here.
Peter Hills is looking feisty at the back of this 4-car battle. I see him pull out of the slipstream very, very often in this entire lap. There it is again, down the inside, hard on the brakes.
Oh, he's got it!
Great move.
Perfectly timed, Carl. Well spotted.
There we go. That looks like he's lost the run though. Up through 3. He's going to lose it through 4 if he's not clever. He didn't defend it fast enough. It's always good to get the pass done, but once you got the pass done, you got to defend the place. You got to hang on to it to make sure you keep that 3rd place. He's going to have to go the long way around 4, and this is bringing Schuks right back in.
For Mark Eder van der Linde, looked right under pressure now from Van der Merwe. He has a look. Van der Merwe there having a big dive on the inside of Looknut there in the CIA and Lubrifuel's car. Look who's behind them though. It's Vaughan Hills. Vaughan Hills has bridged that gap and has closed in for a possible top 6. If you can get through there on those two, find a way past. Bridges, the gaps open up there a little bit as well. Look at that. It pulled away from Lendl. Lendl had to go defensive to keep Peter Hills out, and with that, the 2 cars ahead were able to carry the corner speed and the speed they were able to run in race pace. And with 6 laps to go, the halfway stage reached. They've got about a half a second gap.
I'm listening to the front 5 cars as they came through out of turn 6. You can actually hear them clutch dumping the car. So they flat out on the gas and just dabbing the clutch to get the RPM up. So through the rotation, it actually starts to drive the car down to turn 8. And it's only something I've heard from the top 5. I haven't really heard it on camera from the others. But if Gert van der Berg is clever now, if he's got the pace to run with Brandon Hills, instead of challenging him, you've got 6 laps left to go. You've got a group of 3 really quick drivers behind you. Attacking for the lead now would be detrimental. You're going to bring 3 drivers back into the fight. Rather keep the fight between 2 of you and then a run to the last lap.
Exactly. Vaughan Hill's now trying to find a way through on Blick notes. Up to the top. Let's see if anything changes. MD Bester. Marcel Bluchnote is keeping him out for now. PD Hill's trying to find a way through there on Lendl. Lendl seems to be just dropping off on pace here in the closing stages. Not what we want to see from the champion, and definitely not how he wanted to start his championship aspirations of going back to back again. As they come through, we're going to have 5 to go.
But again, Peter Hills has been smart about it. He's actually settled down. He's stopped attacking Lendl because of the gap that they've lost to the front. It's worthwhile just sitting and bring the fight back in, make it a 4 car back.
To the front.
Yeah,
exactly.
2 cars are always quicker than one, but
Work
also
together.
Gert and Brandon are clever. They're not fighting at the front. If they start fighting, it's going to come back in.
That came straight from the carter. Whenever the carters go past and they say, "Oh no, we're not going to fight," you'll see them go, "Think, come with me."
Yeah,
think,
they tap the back of the helmet. Let's go.
Come with me. Think and come with me.
So that's what the plan is happening, but it's not working out so well because Lendl Jensen, it was 1.2 seconds at the end of the last lap. It's down to 1 second. It'll be well under 1 second as we get to the end of this lap. And now the racing starts with 5 laps left to go. Gert is seeing Lendl come in and he's changed his mind. I don't think he's settling there anymore. He's going to want to have a go at Brandon soon.
He needs to get ahead of Brandon because he knows that Lendl's coming. And with that, the reason he's doing that is actually Brandon might have slowed them down slightly there. So Brandon Hill's lap time has concertinaed the whole field. And those first 4 spread out slightly for a couple of laps. They're now back at each other's throats.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's all concertinaed back into each other. What do they call it? The proverbial blanket can be thrown over those 4 just now as they head through to start. 4 laps to go. Gert, he looked menacing, but it looks like they've got half a car through 1. So Brandon just a little bit braver on the throttle through 1. A little bit of yellow paint coming off that car as they turn right there. I wonder what that was that fell off. But as they head through 3 up to 4, Lendl's back in the slipstream of Gert van der Berg. Gert van der Berg just a car length off Brandon Hills. We say maybe he slowed it down, but it could just be him waiting for the car to come towards him. 4 laps to go, maybe those tire pressures just starting to settle in. We saw how much pace he had at the end of race 1.
I also like the fact that right at this stage you see a little bit more oomph coming out of that front car. You saw a little bit of the wing go flying there. It might have been that VR46 badge that's on that car because it's running VR46 Academy colors, so I think it might be that. But now that Brandon Hill's watched in the rearview mirror and realized that Lendl Jansen has caught van der Berg, it's his chance to go. If he goes now and he knows that Gert's got to go defensive on Lendl, it might just give him that little bit of edge.
But like we say, we saw this turn of pace from him in the first race. 3 laps to go, he started trying to move himself to the front. It's now 2 laps to go. 3 laps to go still. He's got the lead. Now is where he needs to start thinking defense. You've got the lead, you've done the work, and there comes Vaughan Hills making another spot from 9th to 8th. Sorry, that's Sean van Linde. So he's up to 7th, and his next target being Theodore Vermaak, coming all the way from the back of the field. That's a great drive from him and MD Bester.
Yeah, MD now all over back of Bluchnote, looking for a way past on that car. If he can find a way through, he'll try and run with Vaughan Hills. There's not enough time to catch these guys, but there's still enough time to sort of get himself up into a little higher up in those single digits at the end of the race. But as I said, Brandon Hills was clever. He waited for Vaughan to catch the back end. He waited for Lendl to catch the back end of Gert and then put the hammer down.
Yeah, you say he put the hammer down. He just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's, not fastest. Lendl Jansen's 2/10 quicker, but he is in a tow. So Brandon Hills, the car's coming towards him, the pace is coming towards him, but it's not enough to get away from Gert van der Berg. 110.7.3 was the gap at the end of the last lap. Let's see as they cross the line now with 2 laps to go. You can't even separate them. It's too close. Brandon Hills is not getting the breakaway he wanted.
No, it hasn't quite worked out for him. Petey Hills could have helped out a bit more as he comes and joins the party. If he can get there, he'll be late on the brakes down into turn 2 to try and get a bit closer to that gearbox on the back end of Lendl Jansen, the multiple champion. We've got multiple champions at the front end of this field. Brandon Hills is the only one who hasn't won a championship in this Formula V class out of those first 4. Yet, that is. Yeah, let's put that in there.
Here comes the defence. He goes defence in the 4. He learned from his lesson.
Otherwise, I'm going to need help from the Pepper and Campos family and Hills family.
Apparently they play golf pretty well.
They're all good, eh? They're all good.
Just not Keegan, according to Jordan.
Keegan's horrible at golf, yeah. He's horrible at golf.
That's according to Jordan. That's his opinion. On the brakes, they go into turn 5. Round the outside, it goes hurt. We saw him try this. We saw him try and switch it on, but Brandon Hills wise to it. Lendl Janssen now looking for a way down. This is exactly what Peter Hills wanted. He wanted him to start fighting. It brings him back into the conversation. And unfortunately, though, Jaco Schrick's just a little bit too far behind to capitalize with a lap left to go. It's all Brandon Hills to lose. He has the lead at the moment. It's whether or not he makes the error he did in race 1, leaves the door open, and Gert comes past again. Gert's hoping for that. They go through 1. I expect Brandon to white line drive it into 2.
If he can keep it there, he's going to move himself up in the 2nd place in the championship. Because he'll be on. Oh, Lendl Janssen wasn't sticking with the party and with the member that went out for the final lap. No, he said, I'm going to come through you.
I think that might have given Brandon Hills the win.
If they stay like that, Brandon Hills will go to 2nd place. Gert van der Berg will hold on to the lead of the championship by 2 points, heading into Red Star on the 16th of May.
1 lap to go. Brandon Hills has got a bit of breathing room thanks to Lendl Janssen. Lendl Janssen went for the full lunge into turn 2. He didn't want to finish 3rd in this one. He wanted to win it. He knew he needed more corners to go for the win. So he tried to move up to 2nd early on in the lap. Couldn't get it done. They get hard on the brakes up into turn number 5. Brandon Hills has got the breathing room. He's just got to get through 5 and 6 clean. Gert van der Berg no longer under pressure through this part of the lap. Lendl Janssen, unfortunately, that early lunge in the start of the lap, I think has taken the chance away from him to have a proper go at a 2nd or 1st here. But it's all going to be Brandon Hills. He learned from the 1st race, and he takes the win here and the checker flag in the 2nd and final race of the day. Ahead of Gert van der Berg, Lendl Janssen, and Peter Hills in 4th.
Yo, I'm expecting plenty of WhatsApps from the Pepper family any second now. Here they come. The rest of the pack. It's Theo van Mark who comes through for 6th, and then Vaughan Hills. He got up to 7th, just ahead of Sean van der Linde. MD Bester got up to 9th place, and Marcel Bluchnout finished up in the top 10. Great job there from them. Anton van der Merwe still would have won out the association class, so he'll hang on to the lead of that championship heading into the 16th of May and Red Star Raceway. Up next, we go back into our brand new sponsored Digit FMS machines of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and they are waiting and standing by to go out once again for race 2. Let's catch up quickly with Jonathan Visser before we get into race 2.
We've tweaked a few things in the car, so we're going to give it all we got and hopefully make up some positions and have a damn good time. I think that's the number one priority. And safety. And safely, of course. Well, good luck, always, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Jonathan Visser and his team have done an amazing job behind the scenes. If you get onto their social media pages, there's a little QR code you can scan. You can vote for your favorite driver, vote for your favorite car as well. Mel Spur's looking for lots of votes, so if you want to get on there, hers is A64. Make sure you go and give her lots of votes. But they've also done like a whole trump card baseball card look and feel to their drivers too, so you can each get the driver, what he drives, all these things that he does behind the scenes, what they don't do. Looks like Gareth going in there for one of our international competitors as well. And Fado Siddique, maybe we can get a quick chat with him. No, it doesn't look like enough time. So he's moved alongside and gone up to find another interview there, possibly there, before we go into race action. But I think it's a really awesome effort that they put in. Remember, they also had the AMP squad here from 947, adding to the amazing footprint that we've put out onto the social media aspects. Wayne Masters, you were talking about him earlier on. Here's the Mastering Master of the Universe, our Masters champion from Polo Cup. Let's find out what his plans are for race 2.
Yeah, looking forward to it. The pace has been good today. The car's good. Just getting a little warm-up for next week, our nationals in Cape Town. So we're just shaking off the cobwebs for the next week's race.
Awesome. Well, have a safe one.
Thank you.
Current Polo Cup Masters champion from Performance Masters. He's quite the master, Wayne Master. But just to talk about our trump cards, let me give you an example.
Go for it.
We have Mel from Origin Oil. Her name, Melanie Spur. Age, I don't think I should say that.
Don't say that.
Okay, car number 64. Car, Volkswagen Golf 7 GTI. That's a very strange looking Golf 7 she's driving today. Car model, 2014. Wheel kilowatts, 210. Weight, 1,250. That is the car weight. And facts, Melanie is a stay-at-home mom of 5 cats.
Yes, that's right. And also runs, I think, 17 car care clinics in Cape Town. I'll give you another example. My favorite example of the trump cards that are here while they're rolling out is the one right at the back. And that is the Joker, Rawdon Cowley. He is 55 years of age. His number is 00. His car is a Ram 1500 6.4 Hemi. Okay, he's got it's a 2025 model, the 2015 model, I beg your pardon. Kilowatts is 250. Weight is 2,520 kilos, and car's name is D Truck, as in the truck. Facts:
truck.
Rawdon has never raced anywhere except at the airfield, where he enjoys flying helicopters, and since 2024 has been a spectator and one of the biggest supporters of the GT Sports and Saloons category. So there you go. No, Rawdon, of course, is the big MD of Digit FMS. So thanks for him for joining and being part of it. So there we go, Rawds. We give you a little bit of extra coverage there because of your amazing coverage you've given us so far in 111 GT Sports and Saloons.
So right now, as they leave onto the grid, just more about the trump cards, because I think these are amazing.
Yeah.
Right now, they printed on a piece of paper, but there is a plan to get them in an actual pack.
No, you can actually get a pack of them. You can buy them at the circuit and come in.
And we can actually play trump cards.
Yeah, so we can play trump cards.
I'm going to pick the Dodge, and I'm going to go on vehicle weight.
Vehicle weight wins every time.
Every time, baby.
Every time.
But isn't weight, I always had this argument in school. If it's race cars, the lightest should be the best. Yes?
Should be.
It should be, right? So all you kids at St. Peter's that argued with me, see, here's the man.
See?
Take Greg's word for it.
Were you at St. Peter's?
Yeah, I was.
Were
St.
you
Peter's
taught
College.
by Mark Hayter? Mr. Hayter, by any chance?
Wasn't he a cricket coach?
He was, yeah.
He was a cricket coach. He was my cricket coach.
He was at college with me.
There we go.
I actually taught swimming at St. Peter's for a while I was there on teaching prac. So, yeah, you were probably under my tutelage at some point. You didn't even know that.
I didn't swim, bro.
You didn't swim, okay? That's why you wouldn't have been under my tutelage then. Yeah, you don't look like a swimmer.
I wasn't one
you were
stage. I
good.
gotcha.
Fighting you were good, yeah. Alrighty, they're back on track for more action from 111 GT Sports and Saloons, and we've mentioned the fact that they've got a brand new sponsor. Fantastic to have them on board with the Digit FMS team. And of course, all their associate sponsors have stuck with them, like First Race. It's fantastic to have them there. And once again, congratulations to Mel and that part of the team for raising over 30,000 Rand by cutting Leonard Archer's hair this morning and giving him a chance to go and give some money to a worthy cause that will go to all of the charities that this class get behind. And they do a huge amount of fundraising at all the tracks they go to. So expect something pretty big, I think, when we go down to PE.
I think you should be next.
I was good to go. I thought, when I saw that, I thought they were going to sort of run the sort of shave-a-thon, cancer shave-a-thon thing that they do. Because they've done that in the past as well. And I actually did it in Cape Town last year. They cut my hair and they told me they're going to spray it Hulk green, but they didn't. They hid the can, and the can had the green cap on, but when they pulled it out and sprayed it, it was bright pink. So fantastic. It's the one color I don't do. I think I've only worn pink once in my life, and that was when I was racing for Acid Extreme team in Supermoto, and they whipped out new race jerseys with us, and I was like, they're pink and black. Oh no.
I have literally just changed the K2 Academy logo from blue.
All the stuff is pink.
It's now all pink and baby blue.
You should be good. You should be driving that pink BMW. Chloe likes that pink BMW.
If there's wheels and a pedal, I'm in.
Listen. Yeah, that's how you are. You get to go. You get to go. Anything with wheels and a pedal, you can jump onto it. Bars, maybe not so much, but wheels and pedals.
I did try bars once.
Oh, but you weren't that good at bars, eh?
No, I fouled my brains off.
That's not what you want to do.
My brain's out, is what I was about to say. But I foul hard, is what I was, the point I was
Okay,
trying to get across. And
Jared Dussault and Truta, front row. Dutoy,
third.
Siddique is your second row. Then your friend, Vessel.
It says Leonard and Leonard Otis Vessel. We're missing Leonard Archer.
Leonard Archer's not there, maybe his car broke.
His car broke.
His car broke, so he won't be there. Good to see the Honda's fixed. The Civic is fixed. The little Type R there is back on track. That's going to be good to see. Maybe we'll remove that timing monitor up a little bit for us.
Sorry.
That'll do it. There we go. That gives us about 17 cars that we can look at. Right, under starters orders for race 2 for Digit FMS 111 GD Sports and Saloons. And the lights are about to go out, and we are going to put those loud pedals to the metal. And as we go to the loud pedal, you can see Jared Rousseau goes straight to push to pass. Hazard lights came on the Super Cup Polo, and he gets that additional 20 or 30 kilowatts available to him just to get away from Truta and from Dutoy.
Through turn 2 they go. It's like they are so close together. I think I saw 3 together at one stage there. We got old shape polos, new shape polos, Golf GTRs, Golf 7s, and just to add to it, we've got an S2000. Not an S2000.
No, it's that one is Pretoria Toyota. That is a Lexus 200.
Lexus 200.
Yeah. Mel Spur on the outside as we go on board. Closing things down there on Charles. She's got a bit of pressure coming from Wayne Masters on the inside. He sneaks through. Gets his polo just up the head there of the Golf GTR 7. She comes backing him along and probably going to have the straight line speed up the hill. Closing down on Charles. Then you've got Wayne Robb just ahead there of Vota. Vota much better start. Just ahead of JP Nokia. So it's a change up there between the two of them. JP was ahead of Voti in the first one. Now change up between them. There goes that little Lexus diving through there of Lucas Besaidnote, the big boss man from Pretoria Toyota.
A little bit of argy-bargy with himself and Mel Spur in the last race. Kind of took him out a bit. It was a little bit of run over the curb that I think sent him more sideways than it should have. Both of them trying to avoid contact, unfortunately causing a little bit more of an issue. Right on the outside, well, down the inside goes the old shape Polo GTI on Wayne Masters as they head up into turn 2. Melanie Spur late on the brakes to get onto the back of that Corsa. First pole and first win, I think, for Charles Veyers in the previous heat. And now looking for a second.
Here we go, onto that back straight away now. Watch out for Sazbo coming through, trying to find a way past. He just squeezes out, and Holtzhausen coming up the inside as well. So Sazbo and Holtzhausen going at it.
What a switchback.
Change up again. Brilliantly done. I like the way they're doing that. Just a little change up there between Holtzhausen and Fisser. Fisser just hanging on to keep them out. And you've got the Super Cup Polo there. That's the Trinity Security Services machine that Vota Roos is hiring for the day to get some points in the bag, because unfortunately his Golf wasn't ready and had some problems and some niggles on Wednesday, so they weren't prepared to risk it. Here's Mostert.
There's a move he loves.
Oh, perfectly done. And no answer from that Pragma Polar. So unfortunately, a little bit of change up there for what is 11th place as Mostert gets ahead of Kobus Brits. Class A, it's all about Veyers, Mal Spur and Wayne Masters.
It's now Craig Presley who's just moved onto the back of Mal.
I was going to say.
Jonathan Fisser getting a move done on the Honda, or trying to maintain his... No, it's a move done on the Honda. He's also moving himself up to the field after his rallycross excursion up at turn number 5 in race 1.
So Sazbo fighting there.
Sazbo, sorry.
Fisser's got through nicely. So Fisser trying to close things down here on JP Nokia in the N4 Autocraft Golf.
Three-wheeling all the way around turn 4. absolutely amazing to see those golfs. I mean, if the circuit was all right-handers, you could just take the inside right wheel off. You wouldn't need it.
You would need it. You don't need that grip. Here we go. Especially on a front-wheel drive, because you're going to get the drive out on those front wheels. It's the back wheel that's lifting. So trying to close the gap down there onto Voterus. Visser behind that. Then the battle continues as Holtzhausen has now got ahead of Sarsbo. So Holtzhausen, Sarsbo, and then Mostert. Kubus Brits in the Pragma Polo. And then Charles Vaz. Vaz has closed the gap down there pretty well. Here comes Mel on the brakes ahead of Priestley into turn 8.
Awesome to see Mel going so well in that Golf 7, the A64, doing a great job up there in second, but Charles Vaz has really turned up the pace in that Opel Corsa. I heard a conversation in the pit between himself and Wayne Robb where he was telling him that if a certain ex-Opel Corsa driver who raced those cars in Group N got in that car, would do 106s all day around here in that car. So he has no excuses, is what he was told, and he's definitely not leaving any excuses out there on the circuit at the moment. He's built himself a gap, and he's starting to look like he will be taking an overall victory. Someone's off at turn 4. It's Mostert.
It's Mostert.
We watched him do that in the Passion for Speed, did we not?
We did indeed. So the Moscow car goes off at turn 4, uses the slip road for top of the hill to get back on track.
Careful not to come on in front of anybody, doesn't want to cause any issues.
Come past. A couple of Porsches going through there as well in the 924 battles at the back of the pack there. Marius Malhadra just getting past before he's... Then you got the Shield Golf here of Wayne Nabotsky. Nabotsky I think is second in Class B or third in Class B. Portgita leads out. And then it'll be Mike Sullivan in the Honda. There we go. There we speak of him. How's that for timing, Dave? Perfect. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
The original
Honda
British touring car Honda Ballard colours.
Yes, just with the green thrown in for Mike Sullivan, because he just always runs something green. He's the Irishman we spoke to this morning.
Yes,
as he walked past. Looking forward to St. Paddy's Day in what is it? 10 days time. Yeehaw!
And my wife's birthday.
It's and my mum and dad's birthday, same day as well. There you go.
And they're all Irish,
and we're all going to have something with a little Irish look and feel to it on that day too.
Right, back to the racing though. Malsper is still second, holding on from Presley. He's looking like he's closing the gap in the old shape Polo Vivo. That was the shape of that car, correct?
That's right. With a little bit of wings and slicks and wide body kits on it. So not quite the Polo Vivos they ran in Polo Cup.
No, the cars I drove in Polo Cup did not look like that.
No.
And they did not look like they're handled like that either.
No, this one's pretty good. That's what they look like.
No.
That car there.
Wayne Masters in his Polo Cup doing a bit of a shakedown before they head to the National in Cape Town next weekend.
Yeah, looking to go back-to-back in the Masters title as well, which is going to be oh, hello. Is that Fisser losing out slightly? Yes, it was.
It does look like Fisser losing out slightly. Maybe a little bit of a problem with that car, unfortunately.
Yeah, Vaz has got through on him, and he's dropped straight into the clutches of Mel. In fact, I think Mel's got through on him. Mel went through turn 1, and he's got past, so there's a problem there on Fisser's car. Fisser slowing up. Priestley's through on him as well, so he's lost 3 car positions in the space of two quarters, I beg your pardon. Fisser lost out there both to Charles, to Malspur, and by the looks of things to
Wayne Masters as well.
Yeah.
So he's gone.
Now
Priestley's got a problem.
Priestley's got a problem as well as they go down the back straight away. Masters closing now. Woo-wee! We're on for a good battle here. This is the way we like it.
It looked like Fisser almost ran into the back of Presley there.
Nearly did.
That car's coming and going. It goes, does. Goes, does.
It's got an intermittent fault. Yeah. An intermittent fault at play inside the Polo.
No intermittent fault here for Performance Masters. Masters, he's taking a great job there. There's one of the 94s. That's Marius heading through turn number 4, back slightly out, but able to hang on to it.
Malherba sideways in that 94. That's the original 94 as well. We had a 94R last time we were at Zwartkops a couple of weekends ago at the Passion for Speed Festival. There's a couple of those that have been chucked around on a few occasions. I was expecting to see Harvey Walding.
Big lockout. Can you hang on to it?
Louis Scholz.
Great work to hang on to that.
And the Bat Lady squeezes him out. Thanks for coming. 57 is the Bat Lady, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's Batman. Batman going through there. So Henry van Vletter finding a way through there on Scholz. And then looks like it's Rob clubbing up there. Yeah, so Rob closing onto the back end in the second of the Hondas.
Rob Clark down the inside from Container Force. driver I spent a lot of time on track with in Pro Kart, Triple S.
we
12
go.
hours of Freneken.
Honda versus Honda, side by side. Civic versus Ballard.
One with the
Looks like
boot and
Civic-
one without.
I think the Civic got the drive there. Trying to close back at the Batman. Bat Lady's further back in the pack, and Jared Rousseau now going into those back markers as well with Trutter. So this fight is on, but the lead is about to catch the fight. Always a difficult thing to do when you come up on a battle. He's on his final lap. Jared Rousseau goes push to pass, uses a little bit extra power up the hill.
Oh, he's going to do them both up into turn 5.
Done.
Easy game.
Done. Ding ding. Final round. Here we go for Pete Potgieter. Can he hang on for a possible win, or at least a top spot in his class as they come to the final race, a final lap of this race?
Oh, JP Nokia's gone in now. Oh, that's don't go sideways to the gravel.
Cheapers creepers. JP Nokia, what were you thinking, bud? That was nearly a little roly-poly there. Fortunately, didn't catch him. There's the win for Jared Rousseau as the flag comes out. Trutter in second. And Mark Totori will come through for third place. Here he comes down onto the braking markers for GTA 1, 2, and 3. Rousseau, Trutter, and Totori. GTB will go to JP Nokia if he was able to stay on track and stay ahead of Vota. No, he wasn't.
Doesn't look like it.
No, Vota got through on him. So the win goes to Voti in the spare car or the hired car.
Let's see if Wayne Robb comes through
That's
ahead
gonna
of
be one of
JP.
the fastest hire cars you can buy. Hey?
Definitely the fastest hire car you can buy.
So well done to Vota for taking the win there in class GTB. It's going to be Sazbo for second in GTBs.
And we've lost Wayne Robb.
And Wayne Robb's gone missing. So has JP Nokia.
Coincidence?
I'm not sure because Wayne Robb wasn't involved in that little incident.
Yeah, but we didn't see up until
I don't know.
6.
Might have been a problem there late in the late lap.
There's
There it
Wayne.
is. Okay, hazards on, so it must have gone into limp mode. So unfortunately, still some niggles on that little ST to be sorted out. But once that car gets fired up, I think we're going to be in a bit of trouble because that, of course, doesn't only run in his own colours, but also runs in the official colours of our new sponsor, Digit FMS. So well done to them. Rousseau takes GTA from Truta and Detoy. GTB goes to Ruiz ahead of Sazbo and Nokia, who hung on, fortunately, to beat out Cobra Spritz. Chalvez takes Class A ahead of Mal Spur and Wayne Masters. Hi, Mal. And Class B went to Pete Potgieter, so he did hang on to beat out Mike O'Sullivan and Wayne Labochki. GTB's further down there, and then C's went to the Batman. Well done to Henry van Vliet. Wraps up our Class GTB, GTA, A, B, and C. Up next, Class X for 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
Just to make it to the end. It's the first time out with the car, so if we survive the weekend, then it's a win for us.
It's going well?
Yeah, we've dropped a lot of time. It's first time out on track, so we've dropped almost 7 seconds over the weekend, so getting better and better.
Good
luck, eh?
Cool. Cheers.
Always great to catch up with a couple of new drivers and see what their plans are and how things have gone. So that little Alpha is definitely going to be one to watch out for Dean Parker. There you can see the onboard shot of Josh DeToy, also waiting to go for Class X. But shout out there to Jordan Pepper. I did say one of the Peppers would send us a message after Formula V's. Great to see that you're watching and joining us from wherever you are on the world there, Geordie. Thanks for the support, bud. And well done to brother-in-law, if I'm not mistaken, somehow in the brother-in-law, sister-in-law, Campi Hills and Pepper family. There's a big mix-up there. But fantastic to see Jordan Pepper has joined us for all of our race action and loved what we did with Formula V. Jordan Pepper coming in from international waters and telling us that he enjoyed the Formula V race with us. So we did enjoy your comment there, and well done to Brandon. But now it's X on track again for the Digit FMS 111 GD Sports and Saloons. And here we go once again for a little bit of almost kind of, it's kind of like Super Hatch A.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cars that are in Super Hatch that are in this class as well, but there's a couple of cars that do dual duties.
Did I miss a shout out from Jordan Pepper?
Yeah, you missed a shout out from Pips. Just sent us one now saying, watch the Formula V race, absolutely awesome stuff. Well done to Brandon. Wonder why I was saying well done to Brandon. I told you the Peppers and the Campis and the Hills would send something through from wherever they are in the world.
I think, I spoke about driver training that Brandon got.
Yes.
Maybe he got a bit of advice from someone. I think it was probably from Jordan.
Probably from Jordan, I'd say that. He was one of the guys that listened to Jordan as opposed to the other kids that said, no, we're going to go this way.
Yeah. We did speak about that once upon a time somewhere.
We did, yeah.
Somewhere.
Also just chatted there to Dean Parker in that little Alpha. So he's just getting that car up to pace. Not quite up to pace that he wants it at, but the more time you spend on track and the more time you get to get laps in, you'll find out where the niggles are and where the things need to be tightened up and tuned and tweaked here and there.
The best person I ever saw drive an Alpha hatchback must have been Morné Jurgens in that LG backed.
That's right.
I think it was a 155,
and it was South African touring cars at that stage.
No, it was production cars still.
Still production.
Still production cars.
Okay.
That was interesting to watch.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of good Alpha drivers in my time, I've got to tell you. Rechard Rutz was in an Alpha as well at one point.
He was.
Reggie was pretty good in that Alpha that he was in. But even, if you take into account when Alphas joined, was it either British touring cars or German touring cars or
German touring cars? When they run the up pipes that they banned eventually. Yeah.
Those things were machines of note, bud. They were proper.
DTMs. And then they came to British touring cars. That was brilliant. Tarquini. Gabriele Tarquini.
That was what I was going with. I wanted to say Tafani, but I knew it was
something. No, Tafani was Fabio Tafani. That he's
here. Yeah, he's here.
Yeah.
He's not there.
He's not there.
It was a T with an I at the end.
And 250 Supercars. I raced him in a 250 Supercars
as really?
Well. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're back under starters orders for the start of the second heat of Digit FMS 111 GD Sports Class X.
There was a lot of smoke that just came out of that Polo's turbo.
And there's a lot of smoke coming out of the Chimera as well again. The TVR is right at the back of the pack. Let's see what's going to happen now. So watching out for, of course, a couple of cars that we spotted out there. In Mimi LaRue had a good routing in the first one. Josh had a good one.
Fighting with that Alpha all the way and is still in his mirrors. So that could be an interesting one. There's your Jetta 2, Greg.
Yeah, I like that one. Karel Malherbe. Not only racing here today, but also one of our vendors on the day. He's got a nice, I think it's like one of those special breweries that you can get some craft beer from. And he also does a craft vodka and a craft gin as well, I think, at the same time. So he's not only racing on track, but he's got his vending machine out here and providing the folks here at Zwartkops with another option other than just our pit stop cafe. Here we come, out of 8. Someone call 911. Are we going to need it again? Because Odendaal was a tough car to beat in the first one. Can he be beaten here by Tian van Rooyen? Or possibly the two cars behind there of Thorn and Freckleton. Freckleton and Thorn had a ding-dong wheel-to-wheel, literally knocking wheels with each other in race 1. Can they do it again now for race 2?
Yeah, that's right before he lost it into turn 2. He's going already. He's up into third. He's gone into second. Odendaal's gone from first to third in space of 2 corners. And it is Van Rooyen with a little bit of extra laps. He gets an extra race in the BMW M Performance Parts Series. So using those extra laps to his advantage and getting himself into the lead and getting a gap early on as we're on board with Josh and Toy. It's the Origin Polo trying to go around the outside. I think that's Fisser looking for way past on your Jetty 2 there.
Fisser trying to find a way through and sneak into the inside there. We just pull that little up a little bit. We'll check and see who that 118 machine is. I'm not sure if it was Fisser. It might be car being shared there. But, or is it Fisser? Because he's not on the timing monitor. It's Heather. Heather, of course, that's what it is. Yeah, the 118 is the 18, of course, now of Ernest Heather.
Oh, Odendaal all the back there.
Origin and Wix machines. As Odendaal had a little bit of a look and tried to find a way through on Freckleton. Couldn't find it just yet. A little bit of extra aerodynamics on that front Golf might help him out a little bit. But clearly, the Super Golf behind is going to have a little bit more drive down into turn 1. Can he sneak through? Yes, he can. Oh, well done.
Side by side, only just enough room given. It's not over yet though. We've seen how late he gets on the brakes into 2. There's late to the brakes. He's locked it up and somehow kept the thing all kinds of together and just missed the side of Odendaal.
Third gear, hit the power pedal as much as possible and let it drive you out of it.
I'm almost sure he pulled the handbrake to get that rotated because that was close.
Alright, so Josh now trying to close things down on Troy Starr. That was a nice battle we saw in the first heat as well. Troy unfortunately ran wide at the last part of the race, allowing Josh through. He's not going to look to do the same again. Mal Halbert trying to close the gap down there on Ernest Heather. And in the background you can see coming through there Dean Parker and Moodley.
Troy Starr trying to hang on to that position ahead of Joshua DeToy. Josh looked up the inside into turn 4. Nothing doing there. We've seen how late he is on the brakes up here. We saw him playing with Ishmael in the Super Hatch. He's late on the brakes, but the Golf's aware of it. Troy Starr covering it off. Let's see if the switchback is on into 6. The Honda just doesn't have the power out of the corner. It's the Golf still leading it out from the Honda.
Honda is not finding a way through there on Starr. Troy Starr keeping it all together for now. Now they come across the line. Another lap completed of this 8-lapper.
Freckleton has done Van Rooyen a lot of favors staying ahead of Wayne Odendaal as long as he did. It was only a lap and a half or 2 laps, but it was enough to build a big of a gap. It's 2.4 seconds at the moment between Wayne Odendaal and Tiaan Van Rooyen. I'll keep an eye on that gap as the race goes on. J.A. Freckleton, he's already lost 1.3 seconds to Wayne Odendaal.
I was just about to say to you when you were chatting about him losing the gap there to Wayne Odendaal, he's just a bit erratic.
Yeah.
He's quick. And because the car's quick and they're close together at the front of the race in the first 2 laps, what the problem is that he's a little bit erratic.
Oh, misgear for Troy Starr.
A little misgear there from Troy Starr allows Josh to close the gap down a little bit, but he goes defensive to keep him out. But just to finish up my thought there, Freckleton just needs to smooth things out a little bit and he'll be a lot quicker.
Yeah, but I think that comes with lapse in time. It's just something that you get used to. You always think going in fast is going to be better. But 9 times out of 10, maintaining the momentum and concentrating on the exit of a corner gives you better lap time than throwing it in. But you need to be able to throw it in like Joshua Toy just done now. He's going to look for the switchback. He's over the curb. He's early on the power, but just not enough power in the bottom end for that Honda to pull up next to the Golf. But as I was saying, that sort of full send lunge mode that Freckleton is in is great for racecraft and exactly what he needs to get to the front early.
Man alive, Troy Starr went over the rumble strip on the inside of turn 7 and the back of that Golf was hopping around big time. Fortunately, it's a front wheel drive, otherwise he would have lost huge ground there because it was literally bouncing out of turn 7, which Josh would have seen. It's going to now give him an opportunity to maybe pounce.
Yeah,
pounce on the bounce, eh?
Pounce on the bounce, there you go.
Oh, yellows and safety car.
We've got a French car, yellow.
Was it a safety? No, it was just yellows.
It was just yellow.
I just saw the safety car board alongside. I thought the safety car board was out. No, but it's just yellows into turn 4. So somebody thinks he's probably in the kiddie litter on the left-hand side here.
Yeah, can't quite see it now at the moment. Who are we missing from here?
Double yellows up into turn 5.
Oh,
there it is. It's the Alpha.
That's the Alpha.
Yeah, it's Dean Parker.
And it looks like he's hit the outside wall there on the brakes. Hopefully he's just spun it and avoided the wall. As they come through.
Just pull to the left there slightly. We'll see it. There it is.
There it is. It's hit the wall. Hard.
Oh, that's a big one. That's not on your own, I don't think. Unless something's broken and he's gone left.
I mean, he's walking next to the car, so he's all good.
That's some serious damage to the front end of that Alpha, though.
Are you sure it wasn't a safety car, Greg?
I didn't see a safety car board. I just saw the yellows, and then I saw double yellows. Maybe it is safety car. No, there we go, safety car. I was right. Why don't I just back myself, Greg? Greg, just back yourself in future. Okay, Greg, I'll do that. That was.
See, this is why Greg doesn't normally have a commentator, because he normally talks to himself.
I do, but I talk to myself every day as well. by the way.
Just don't start answering yourself.
Live on the drive. That's kind of what you would look at. Do driving and then you talk to yourself while you're driving and then things like that. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, I hate singing. I hate seeing any car, but a new car like that.
It's really not that bad. It's just a bumper.
You know the
and
cool
a bonnet.
thing is we don't have to take the commentator's curse for that. We can make that the pre-race driving cameraman curse, because he chatted to Dean before the race.
Dean gave him a commentator's curse.
Gareth was all that. It's all G.
Was it Gareth?
It was all G. Yeah.
Gareth.
Well done, G. Yo, that's the same colours. That's why we got a little mixed up. Apologies on that
it's
one.
Still Wix filters, origin, same polo shape.
Same polo shape. One driven by Fisser in the previous race, and one driven by Ernst in this race.
I'd love to see a replay of what actually happened at the top, but it definitely looks like it's either contact or it's just swapped ends on him on the brake pedal.
I don't think there was anyone near him, though, at that stage. That's why I think it was just on his own, and something broke. Well the car's drivable, so it must have been helped out then.
It's just a bumper and a bonnet. It looks like
bumper,
radiators there, fluids there.
Just moved it out of harm's way up the exit road. And if that's the case, we might have lights out on that Toyota Corolla GR from Pretoria North Toyota.
I don't see lights on.
Safety car board is still out until that safety car rolls in. No, we still have lights on.
Lights on.
Come on, turn the lights off. Hit indicator. No, you know why? They're probably still doing cleanup at turn 4. These laps do count, by the way.
That could have been that could have been all kinds of ugly. Because that's a 180k an hour plus braking zone.
Yeah, in these cars, for sure. There you go. That's the reason why. I just want to get rid of the brand new engine logos and banners that are on the sideline there. They're going to have to cut that one off, I think.
For sale today on Facebook Marketplace. Slightly used engine banner.
Yeah, of course we can probably get some money for that. Just check out Carl's page. He'll be selling that later on. Engine, if you're looking for your banners, Formula K is probably the spot to be at tomorrow. You might have to find them there.
I would have dropped them off at your house. Find an anonymous tip.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty. So they're all line astern right now, waiting for clearance. Once we've got clearance, we can go again. It'll be
two laps of racing.
Sprinter. Oh, I like a 2-lap sprinter. Especially when you've now concertina that field up.
And you've got Freckleton
in the
third. Looking ominous at the moment.
In the beginning. In the beginning, Freckleton was looking very dangerous. And he's back to the beginning now with the concertina effect of the safety car. So we got 125 BM, Golf 1, Golf 1, Polo 2, Polo 2, and then Jetta 2.
I'm going to correct myself on the Alfa Romeo Giulia. It's a Giulietta.
Not a Giulia, but it's an Alfa.
It is an Alfa.
It's like you said to me about the TVRs, and I went, Griffin? No, Chimera.
No, Chimera.
Those Alphas are very similar looking on numerous occasions, especially the slightly older ones.
So I've got 3 laps on the timing monitor, and we've just seen 2 on the board.
Yeah.
We're going to go with what's on the board.
Yeah. So I think they've switched it over a little bit too soon. But here we go. We'll get confirmation now. It'll be 3 laps to go.
All the advantage that Tien van Rooyen had is now gone.
And he's got 2 very dangerous Golf 1s on his tail. So my suggestion is come out of turn 8
and stand on it.
Hammer. Drop the hammer.
Did he stand on it?
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, great move. So there we go. Across the line and into the second part of this race after a little safety car incident. Hope Dean Parker's car is easily... there we 2 Golfs out of shape. I like that. 1 Super Golf, 1 Golf 1 in the VO kit car.
I get nervous every time you start saying that name. After second place, he doesn't have the legs of the BMW, but we've seen how good it is on the brakes. But he's got only a lap and a half, 2 laps left to go at the moment. He's got to get that car past and get it past early. We've seen, there's big moves in the background though.
Heather on the inside.
Heather on the inside of Thorn.
Getting up the inside.
Where is Freckleton going?
Oh, I did mention the fact we might see Freckleton getting a bit haywire. He's done that. 2 Polo's going to sneak by, and that's costly. Lap and a half to go, and he's dropped down to 5th.
No, he hasn't.
Well, I thought he might have dropped down to 5th. He's down to 4th.
He hangs on to 4th place around the outside.
Man, this guy he's pretty spectacular. He's driving.
The name on that car is so apt for him.
Just says it all. Yeah.
Okay, this is super golf really, really close to Dean van Rooyen now. Wayne Odendaal all over the back of him as they head onto the final lap. It's going to have to be turn 2. We've seen the legs that the BMW has.
Oh, in the background, there goes Heather sideways out of turn 8. A couple of cars went off at turn 8. Here we go. Around the outside comes Odendaal. Watch for the cutback on Tian van Rooyen. Van Rooyen going to keep him out. Can he keep it together? You think he might. As they come out of turn 3, he's going to have just the advantage over that Golf to hang on. But now has to go defensive as they come out of turn 3. Watch him come to the inside of the track. Probably place the BM in the middle of the circuit. Oh no, he got good drive. He didn't have to worry about it. Look at how he
That BM's got so much legs on that Golf.
Length away there on the Golf.
Oh, but through forward slow. Woo! He's going to go for the inside. Tian was looking to defend it.
No, it's tight. No, it's tight. Tiger there.
I think they touched. There must have been a little bit of a niggle around the outside. He's going to go. He's got it sideways. He's turned it in and on the gas. He's going to have to do it for a second time into turn 6. Hang on to it around the outside for 7.
He wants the outside line. He wants that outside line for the inside for down the hill. Here we go. He's got the inside line. He's got it. Perfectly done. Now he's going to be good on the brakes. Here we go. No ABS versus ABS.
How brave is the BM on the brakes?
No ABS wins. Thanks for coming.
Electronic aids, eat your heart out. Wayne Odendaal takes the victory from Tian van Rooyen. Arthur Thorne holds off from J.L. Freckleton. And coming across the 9 is your Jet 2, Carl Malherbe.
Well done, Carl. Troy Starr beats out Josh Tatoy behind that. And then Mudley ahead of Heather, I think, who's come back on. They are going to be stoked with that. Those guys are going to be getting out of the cars, high-fiving the hell out of each other. Because that was proper.
Tian van Rooyen can't come out the car.
Oh, he's going straight into it.
He's going to go straight to the lineup for the next one. 96, that is the Golf 2.
Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about that. He'll have to give high fives later on because we go straight into M Performance Racing Series. So that's how we wrap things up there for our Extreme Festivals coverage of the welcome to Digit FMS, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and that Class X was exceptional.
Did you hear the crowd?
No, they're going well.
All the way down the main straight. I still wanted to stand up to see if something had gone wrong or something had gone pear-shaped as they came down the main straight.
Proper good. Odendaal, Van Rooyen, Thorne, your top 3. Well done, guys. An amazing effort out there from all of you guys and girls, by the way, because we did have Kajal Muran in there as well. So well done to all of them. Looking forward to more of the same of that as we get to Red Star Raceway on the 16th of May. And that wraps up all of our coverage from the 111 GD Sports and Saloons. And a massive thanks to them, to GDFMS, and to all of their associate sponsors. Up next, back into some BMWs with M Performance Racing Series, the naturally aspirated Cup. Let's get the boss man to bring the naturally aspirated cup onto the circuit for race 2.
Mr. Bean being the boss man.
Well, yeah, and then Bernard de Gavea leading them out as the chairman.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's why I asked. I
There
was
we go.
confused between either him
there's two,
or Mr. Bean.
Kind of two boss men, I suppose, could be out there at the moment. One thing I am watching for is, did they get Chloe's car fixed in time and maybe back on track? It's in the garage. That's a pity.
Bent lower control arm.
That's why it couldn't go anywhere. Okay.
Badly bent, apparently.
Pity, because she was going really well.
She was. She's doing a good job. Like, really. And she was visibly upset after the incident, understandably so. And you'd expect that, from a passionate driver that just wants to do well. So, but all good. Everybody came out there uninjured at least. The next question is, who was the car that rode into her?
Ari. And I don't think he was there either, because I don't see the pink pork BMW going out there. Fortunately, those two cars with some too bad damage to get them back into race 2 for the naturally aspirated Cup of M Performance Racing Series now. 12 lapper coming away, also with the inverted grid, remember, in each of those classes. So class B, C, D, all into the mix here. And let's see what's going to happen with possible change-up in those grid positions and how they can get through the field. I'm expecting to see possibly Karabo and Kent go at it for that class, because Karabo will be slightly ahead of him on the grid, having finished behind him in race 1, but now starts ahead of him in race 2.
Inverted grids. My brain just clicked now. I'd completely forgotten about the inverted grids. How many are there? Do they invert the entire class?
No. Top 5.
Top 5.
Top 5, yeah. So that's where we're going to see things change up here ever so slightly. So as you can see, that's why De Gavea starts on pole ahead of Cochrane. Gernalds, Sakudu, and Van Vuren were your top 5 in class B. And then in class C, we're going to see, is that Shane Kobler? No, it will be Philip Mostert who starts there. So class C will be, you've gone too high there you go, a little bit. Claudio Jardim, no, a little bit more. There we go.
Cool.
Ken Swartz will start ahead of Tian van Rooyen, Shane Krobler, Nicholas Herbst, Ignis Duplessis.
Yeah, Karabo actually
Karabo's
missed
got
the rotation.
Why did Karabo miss the rotation? I thought he finished in 4th.
It's...
Unless he was penalised. Maybe he got penalised. We didn't see any of the results. I haven't seen the results. I didn't look at the results myself. The official results that went out, because we haven't got enough time. Class D will see Mostert Senior, Van Lockenberg, Platt, Miller, and there you go. Reinhard Miller was also looking at that one.
It's the top 4. Parmesan was 4th.
No, but remember, but maybe it's the top 4 in D. I don't know why. Mostert Senior, Van Lockenberg, Miller.
I'm sure we'll get the information shortly.
It's alright. We'll work with it. We'll go with what we got there. But watch out for Karabo coming through. There he is in shot just ahead there. There's Blum as they come through. Olorata Sakudu and Andre Van Vuren will be fighting hard to get to the front there. See, so Class B was the top 5, that's for sure. They inverted the top 5 there, which means Bernard de Gavea, as I said, will start on pole.
They may have looked at lap time and decided on a safe swap.
Anyway,
it is what it is. We've got the starting order in front of us.
Yep.
Pole for Class B will be Bernard de Gavea, our boss man, as you call him. The boss man, sorry, not our boss man. Boss man for BMW M Performance Parts and the series as a whole. He is involved with the entire organization of the series and coming together, putting the classes together, the breakout times, ensuring everybody is here and enjoying a world-class motorsport day.
Do you think Tian's going to try to go for back-to-back wins here? He's just won in Class X. He's on pole. He's on the front row for Class C, ahead of Ken Swartz, alongside Ken Swartz. Tian van Rooyen.
Wayne won Class X. Wayne Ordendal won X.
Oh yes, he did. No, he did.
He almost won X.
He almost won X. Okay,
Yeah.
no, he won a win.
But he's definitely going to be fired up.
He
For
wants
this.
to win
Tires are
Class
going to
C.
beat the
Yeah.
temperature. Like, I feel like it's a slight advantage having come off a track and back on a track. Oh, there's a lot of them going side by side into turn 2. One of them being Tian van Rooyen down the inside. There goes Karabo Malamela on the outside. And Mitch Katsia, hoping he's fixed his horsepower issues, can hopefully hang on to the rest of the Class C group.
Yeah, Shin Naidu just ahead of him there, trying to stay in the SA Autotech car, this time on track. There's Ken Swartz going defensive. And Tian van Rooyen had a big look there. A big look into turn 4.
Kent opened the door to get the good run out of 4 and up onto the group again, but Tien van Rooyen's not done with him yet. Goes defensive, goes against Kent Swart, and around the outside comes Tien van Rooyen. We've seen he can go side by side. Kent Swart's hip and shoulders him to the edge of the circuit, giving him just...
Blew him out of shape. Something went wrong there. Back end stepped out of him coming out of turn 5. He gets the custom shop BMW back onto track, and here comes the Class C competitors, or Class D. Class D field through. So it looks like Des is going to drop right to the back of the pack, unfortunately there, having to wait for a safe entrance back onto the track.
Morgan Jacobs, I was just having a look there in this group. She's just behind these two. It's the Fireball Kusheshe BMW against the Moscow Kusheshe BMW as they head down into turn 1. The Z3's free and clear. Has given himself a gap, and just there is Morgan Jacobs. Is it?
I think it is. I think it is coming through there. We'll keep an eye on that as they head down towards turn 2 now. So no, it's not. It's not 271. It's up there. Morgan Jacobs just 2-3 cars behind.
Freddie van Staden.
Yeah, 2-3 cars behind that. What I think what's catching out there is the two Moscow cars. There's one Moscow car that's at the front end. Not this one. That's the leader of Class D. That's Platt. But you've got that one there that's fighting, and then a little bit further back is the third of the 5 from the Mustard Racing Team, the Moscow Racing Team.
Throwing me off slightly there, trying to see who the numbers are while there's all these cars moving around. It is a difficult job to do, but at the moment, who's got a difficult job? It is Bernard de Gaveo from Troy Cochrane. Troy Cochrane, one of the older hands in BMW M Performance, and knows how to pedal that E36 BMW around the circuit. He's looking to find his way past on Bernard de Gaveo before Andre van Vuren and Richard Grensold start coming to put pressure.
Yeah, I can tell you right now, Bernard de Gavea is capitalizing on that.
Big Senok gets what?
Nearly up the inside there from the 28 car, but having the door firmly shut there. Ignis du Plessis trying to find a way back to the front end and at least make it back-to-back victories for him in the Class C, because he won out the first one. Shane Krobler not too far behind them.
He's going to run wide. He just kept it. Well done, well held.
Krobler is looking dangerous though. Watch in the background. He closes that gap. In fact, running wide didn't slow him down.
No.
I thought it would have. Man, he just kept it buried and he came back on track and got great traction. Possibly going to go for the overtake here to the top of the hill.
Oh, Ken Swart doing a defensive masterclass. Wait for on the exit. You're going to see if he can get it down the inside.
The door.
He can't. Door is firmly shut in front of Ken Swart.
Done. You would think running wide at a turn 3 it's going to slow him up. It didn't slow him up at all.
There's Jennifer Roy making some space as well down the inside. It looks like he's got him past Haps.
Yep.
As they head down towards turn number 8 now. There's dices all the way through. Grobler looking dangerous. You are right. And he's finally gone away from his nemesis.
Sisters. That one, yeah. Carl's gone right now. Here we go. Karabo Malamela looking for an opportunity to drive on the inside of Claudio Jardim.
Thank you for finishing my thought.
No problem
exactly
at all.
What I was going to say.
Got you. Yeah, I had you there. Don't worry. That's why we work so well together.
Oh, Van Rooyen's gone slow on the inside. Has created a mess around the outside. Karabo's trying to capitalize all the way around the outside. You can do that in a slew car, but unfortunately he got the hip and shoulder and it sent him wide and behind Mitch Kitsia.
Karabo Malamela, remember, will be participating next weekend in Cape Town, but the way he's driving right now, he might get onto the rallycross track there, because you don't want to be going wide out of turn 2, bud.
You also don't want to be making wheel-to-wheel contact. No. Never say fall.
No.
So I think the racecraft will be slightly different. There's John 246 making a move through turn 2. Let's see where that puts her in Class D.
Yeah, just up the inside of Philip Mostert Jr. So what is that, about 7th or 8th place? 8th place there for her. Nicely done. And pulled away almost instantaneously.
Yeah, made the move and pull away. That's a great job. We actually spoke about it when we spoke into it. Got to get the move done and got to get moving forward.
Justin Brown trying to close down on Philip Mostert Jr. behind that. Trying to make up some ground as well from his point of view. And now as we get on the brakes, the 133 car is hard on the attack. Trying to get ever so slightly away there. That's Dirk van Lockerenberg, Ferdy van Staden and Philip Mostert Sr. behind. And then we've got, of course, Harbour and Renier Smith, and then only we're going to see Morgan Jacobs.
Oh, there's a bit of smoke out the back of that Moscow BMW. It didn't look like it got the exit. It should have. It's coming under pressure, but then all of a sudden on the top end, it stretches its legs and say goodbye. So maybe I was just completely wrong in misreading that as they head through turn number 1 in the BMW Bryanston entry. Oh, Morgan Jacobs bouncing all over the place on the front end. Hard on the brakes in the turn 2 that go. that car looking a little bit worse for wear on the front, maybe a little bit of damage, causing all that bounce for Morgan Jacobs. It even looks like she's taking a shunt in the back as well.
Here is the fireball of Reinhard Miller. Still, in fact, he's got the lead. That's the lead. He's got ahead of Platt. Yeah, he's got ahead of Platt, so he's taking the lead. So moves himself up into the front end of Class D, ahead now of Henry Platt in the Dragon Ball Z3.
The Dragon Ball Z3.
You like that, eh?
I did. I registered it when you gave me the geeky look from the left-hand side. Like, why did you not see it?
I'm throwing it at you there.
I was reading.
I know, I'm throwing it at you and he's like not even listening to me. Here we go.
The Moscow BMW Z3 making sure it keep it. Ken Swartz still doing a good job to be defensive. Is that Grobler that's still behind him?
Grobler side by side at this point in time, but he's side by side with Peter Lombard. Lombard and him fighting for honours.
Yeah, Lombard a Class B car, so he's trying to find his way back onto the back of Class B, but right now it's the 28. Sorry,
Ignis.
He's gone.
Yeah.
He's put the hammer down and left. And just behind him though, Ken Swart hanging on in front of Shane Grobler and Nicholas Herbst. So the rivalry between Grobler and Herbst continues, but this time Paul Ken Swart is brought into the battle.
Ignis Duplessis got to push to pass on that BMW. He's got away from these guys. Here comes Herbst on the inside of Grobler. Going to try and use the back marker to his advantage. Maybe just force him away. No, he's got stuck there slightly. And then Jardim joins the pot. Oh, it's good.
Oh, this is giving Kent some breathing room. Karabo has gotten himself past Mitch Cassia in the background there and onto the back of Tian van Rooyen. Maybe Tian van Rooyen starting to get a little bit tired after back-to-back heats, now in his fourth heat. I don't even think they had time to fuel that car up.
Maybe a quick little drink of juice, a little bit of splash and dash, and back into the grid for the next heat. So out front, Van Vuuren's at the front, got ahead now of De Gavea, so change up for the lead there for Class B. Gernald still hangs on for the third spot, also in the boxy. And behind that is Cochrane with Olorata Sakudu closing down on him in the closing stages. We have got, what are we on to? 8 done? 6 done? 6 done?
6 to go.
So halfway stage.
6 down, 6 to go. Halfway through, Troy Cochrane under a lot of pressure from Olorata. We know Olorata is good in a pack and he can get a pass done. It's whether or not he gets it done early enough in this race to give him 6 laps to find some more positions. But at the moment, Bernard De Gavea doing a great job of ensuring that he hangs on to that second place behind Andre van... Ooh, big send down the inside from the E36 on the 222. Scroll down quickly to have a look at our name sheet in class. Oh, it's 3 abreast as they head up towards turn 4. It's Craig Platt losing a place there to Philip Mostert Jr. and Ruan van der Walt, all in the battle. The 3 of them all side by side. You can see the row on the front end of the Moscow cars. Into 4 he goes. The door gets shut. And it looks like Ruan van der Walt.
Ruan van der Walt, yeah.
Going up the end, going to either lose a spot and up into turn 5.
A great little battle in between those two back-end Moscow cars. Fighting hard and fighting in amongst themselves. And rule number 1, beat your teammate, but don't take him out. 222.
Oh, he took himself out.
No, he doesn't have to worry about it. That's fine. Take yourself out. Help me out. Rule number 2. If your teammate takes himself out, it's advantage.
Oh, here comes Andre van Vuuren into the mix.
Late on the brakes on the slower cars there. Lucky to avoid that. That could have ended up a lot worse for wear. So that'll make that 3 to go, I think.
Let's have a look at the top of scope. No, 4 to go.
4 to go.
Almost there. Here comes Ken Swart still trying to hang on, but he's hanging on to a Class B car. Would be better off maybe just let that car go. And for all big enormous soft ends on him through there. But he's managed to hang on to it.
Good catch there from Swartz.
He's going defensive on a B.
Swartz goes defensive, hangs onto the inside line down into turn 8. It's not going to be an easy one yet. Lombard is making him work hard. But on Lombard's tail, you've got Shane Grobler and Nick Apps who are looking pretty dangerous. One either side of him. So he's got a silver one on the left mirror and the multicolored CIM Lubrifuels car on the right mirror.
That was the livery of the BMW art car for
That's right. Yeah, there were a couple of those that were put out, but he went with that livery.
Oh, he's got the move done. Oh!
The boss has messed it up.
De Gavea from second place. We said he was doing such a good job. And in turn 4, he pins it around. If you can't get that car turned, it's going to have to be a safety. So hopefully he can get that car. I'm sure that car is running. He can get it turned around and back on circuit. We've only got 4 laps left to go. There will be 3 to go shortly. But I'm sure Bernard De Gavea will get that car turned around and back on track. Here comes Van Vuuren.
3 laps to go there for Van Vuren. De Gavea in second place has thrown away his chances. Going to give that to Gernholz now, who moves up into second. Sakudu will move up into third. Olarato in third place. I'm just thinking about championship standings. Could possibly move himself up into the lead of the championship with 2 good finishes here this weekend. He had a win on the first round. Andre Van Vuren missed out on a DNF
Correct.
in the first round as well. And Van Vuren now with 2 wins will bring himself back into the championship, but I think Olarato... Man, that was late. That was late from Lombard. Peter Lombard was exceptionally late to have a go on the inside of Ken Swart. Swart saw him coming. That was like a trailer door slam lock on him.
Yeah, but he saw that coming late. I saw the steering input suddenly open. I don't think he knew that car was there. But again, I don't think he knows that's a Class B that he's battling as well. So all you're doing is slowing yourself down and bringing another season. Let him go. You know he's a B. You know he's quicker. He's got more pace. Oh, we're going to go defensive all the way through.
It doesn't work like that as a
and that's
racing
2
driver.
moves.
You should know that. If you can beat a Class B car in your Class C car, you're going to do that. That's exactly what Ken Swartz is doing here. He wants the honor of beating that Class B car and be in the fight, and the fight is on.
Round the outside goes Lombard. Kent is just going to open the door and run him out of circuit. It forces Lombard to have to go defensive on Grobler. So maybe not bad tactics from Ken Swart. He's using the Class B car to keep the other C's away from him.
Yeah, put a bit of buffer between himself and Grobler and Herbst.
He's definitely getting the elbows out. It's something we needed to see from Ken Swart in the karting. He's doing it now on saloon cars and is proving to help him along. He is actually getting his elbows out and making sure this is a hard race for Lombard, Grobler, and the rest behind him. It looks like 5 or 6 cars that are now catching up to the back of this group. One of them being his teammate, Karabo Malamela. So all of this moving going on in front with Ken Swart is helping Karabo get onto the back of this group.
Yep. And unfortunately, with Tiaan van Rooyen, I think he's just feeling the effects of 4 races on the day. He's dropped back slightly there behind Karabo Malamela in the Liqui Moly and BMG car out of the Pablo Clark Racing stable.
There we go again into turn number 4. Ken Swartz left the inside open. Lombard's decided not to go for it. We're going to head up to 4. We've seen Lombard go for 4. Kent needs to be wise and keep it tight on the way out of here. Move straight over to the inside. We've lost the battle, though. We're going to go back to Mosk and Andre van Vuren and have a look at the Class Bs coming through that of the Ds. That's the 117. That is Richard Gernholz. He is our second place Class B car ahead of Olarat Saduku.
That's a final lap here for Van Vuren. Bit of traffic to negotiate. Doesn't want to do anything stupid now. He knows that Gernholz is not too far behind him. He'll probably be watching those rearview mirrors and watching Gernholz also scything through the traffic as quickly as he can. Has the Moscow car seen him? No, he hasn't, but he will now, because he'll realize that curve vent air conditioning car of Andre van Vuren, teammate to Nicky Dix, has squeezed through. And he'll follow him now down to the line and to the checkered flag with 1 less lap to go.
Whoa.
He's coming back at the leader. Hello! Take on Andre van Vuren. There you go. Well, Van Vuren's going to back out of that. He says, I don't want to.
Yeah, no.
It's all right. You go ahead, Pat. You do what you need to do. I'm not involved in the fight here. You see, that's the other thing that happens here. Blue flag's waving now, telling that the Moscow car is under attack from the leader, but he's not going to worry about him. He'll let him go.
That was very much a you do you, boo.
Yeah. You know that I know that you know that I know. There's a checkered flag. You do 1 more lap, okay? You go do 1 more lap.
Your race could have been done already.
I'm done, bro. I'm going home. I got the trophy. Yeah. Where are you? Oh, yeah, you know where.
So Class B honours Andre van Vuren, Richard Gernholz and Olarato Sakudu come through in the top 3 for Class B as we have a look at the 165 come through our screen. I'm interested to see what's happening with the C battle.
Hopefully we pick up
which has gone past.
Here comes Ken Swartz.
Here comes Ken Swartz still leading it out. Ignis du Plessis. Ignis du Plessis won it.
Got that one. Swartz in second. Grobler third. And Haps in 4. Grobler Malamela. Did he come through for 5 or did he lose out to Jardim? No, Jardim got him. Jardim got him in the end. So nice run there. Class D is Miller in the fireball. Here he comes.
So here comes Randall Miller in the final fireball. Followed by the what, Greg?
Oh, yes. We'll go there. Coming through for second place in the Dragon Ball Z3. Dragon Ball Z3 there, piloted by Henry Platt. Well done to him. And good congratulations to all of our BMW drivers today. Fantastic race action once again provided. And
as
certainly certainly we've got to re-mention the fact that Turbo Cup and Naturally Aspirated Cup are working brilliantly. We've got 2 more races to go. It's V8 Supercars powered by Dunlop, driven by Dunlop I should say, and Super Hatch. We'll be back shortly. Dunlop V8 Supercars back onto the circuit for their second heat, and looking forward to another big battle. Also with the inverted grid now, and looking forward to seeing if this man can maybe just turn his luck around, as he ended up in the wall at the end of race number 1. And definitely doesn't want that to happen. Remember with this one as well, first one was a 10 lapper, this is a 12 lapper because of the inverted grid, giving the drivers that are in that inversion a chance to come back to the front of the pack. So it will be Wayne Spicer who will start on pole ahead of Sam Dahl. Warren Lombard should be third. Then it will be race 1 winner Thomas Reeb, Franklin Mateo, and Terry Wolford. And I think that is the size of the field, because there were a couple of cars who weren't able to make it and get fixed up in time. Maybe Steve made it out, yeah. Steve might have made it out as well. We'll keep an eye out for him. But they'll come to formation in a few moments' time. And then we'll get confirmation whether Steve was able to get back into the pack. I know that Aki Kampan had some problems in the first one. I don't know if they got that Mustang of his fixed in time. And hopefully Larry Wolford will also be back, because I haven't seen the red Holden out there either. So that means it'll be 3 cars of the original grid that haven't made it on. If I don't pick up on Steve in the background. There he is.
There he is.
Okay, he is there. He is there.
So the Corvette back on track. Unfortunately, it didn't look like the red Holden made the return for race 2.
Yeah, that's Larry Wolford, unfortunately, who had to slow down at the end. I hear something in the downstairs, though. Yeah, they might be trying to get that car fired up. And
yeah, there it is.
Oh, great time. He might have to start from pit lane, though.
Yeah,
they're going to hold him there until the field goes through, and then they'll let Larry start from the back. It's a little disadvantage, but fortunately he'll still be able to start the race, because they're about to come into starters' orders right now. They'll be heading down the hill. They'll probably just tell Larry to hang tight there until the field goes through, and then they'll let him exit pit lane and start from the back of the pack. Remember, they only start from turn 3 anyway, so he'll be able to slot in, and it won't be too much of a disadvantage, having not got to the start area in time.
Up through 5 and 6 is the Peter Inuit Toyota safety car. The Corolla's been busy today, not only doing starts, but a couple of safety car moments as well. Terry going to try and capitalize on the fact that he's getting to start from the front of the field. So driver with pace, the reverse grid actually assisting him there, and possibly allowing him to get a little bit of a gap from the field.
Yeah,
get his head down.
Right in the closing stages, so he's still classified into that inversion.
As a finisher, yeah.
Which has allowed him into the inversion with Wayne Spicer alongside him. Sam Dahl and Warren Lombard will be behind that. Then it'll be Thomas Reeb. And Thomas Reeb will be joined by Franco D'Amato, the Italian stallion, who spun out here at turn 8. Lights are out. We got double yellows. Watch, of course, for Larry Wolford coming out of pit lane to join the back of the pack. They should let him go now, and he will then join onto the back of this pack as they come out of turn 2. He's got a little bit of a disadvantage to make up, but that was quite a nice shot there out of the rearview mirror. You could see out the side of the car on that camera
the entire field
the
coming
whole
through
field
behind
behind him out of turn 1. Wolford's on track, so it's Wolford at the front and back of this. It's a Wolford sandwich with a bit of spice in it, I think.
All the way through the field. The only people we're missing at the moment is Compman and Fuller, who didn't make it out for either start. But at the moment, Steve Herbst is the GT2 that is going to be holding up, going to be trying to keep Larry Wolford behind him as we head up into turn number 5 down the inside. That's the 98 of Sam Dahl trying to get past Wayne Spicer. He gets the move done on the way in, and it looks like Warren Lombard is going to be looking into the move into turn 6, but he can't get it done from that far behind, and he needs to get a move on because race 1 winner Thomas Reeb is right underneath that rear wing. Warren Lombard going to try and get to the front and hang on to it for race 2 victory and try and get the overall win on the day. Wayne Spicer not making it easy for the front runners to get past him, and that giving Terry Wolford so far a 2-second lead on the rest of the field at the moment.
On the rolling start lap, yeah, that's a nice lead to have. Late on the brakes.
He
locked up the brakes there to Terry Wolford. That's how hard he's trying to stay at the front end. Spicer now going a little bit wide out of turn number 2 with the Italian stallion on himself, Franco D'Amato. D'Amato trying to find a way past if he can. But as you can see, it is now Wolford with Sam Dahl
that
on
cause
the move.
There's something wrong there.
The Falcon trying to close down onto the Mustang. Have a look at Terry Wolford's watching those rearview mirrors. There's the gear shift. And there we go, back down the box. He goes down into What was that, into first gear, I think, there for turn 5? No, second gear into turn 5. So into second gear, coming out of turn 5, he'll hold second gear through 5, 6 and 7, down the hill to third, and then back to second for turn 8.
Wayne Spicer still hanging on ahead of Franco Di Matteo. Franco Di Matteo trying to get away past in the Jaguar. He hasn't quite done it yet. So great job there from Wayne Spicer in the GT2 class to hang on ahead of Franco Di Matteo. But right now, the leader is Terry Wolford. I said the car didn't look good on the way up to 4 because Sam Dahl closed the gap 7/10 of a second, but it might have been the exit out of turn 2 after the lockup. And typical racing driver, Terry Wolford's going to get out the car race 1, complain the brakes don't work, and probably get out of the car now in race 2 and say they work too well. Locking up the brakes on the brakes into turn 2. So Terry Wolford, 105.5 was his best lap, 104.8 of the lap time of Sam Dahl behind him. Warren Lombard not messing around either. And Thomas Reed, they are right in a train chasing down that yellow N4 autocraft of Terry Wolford.
So you got a Mustang out
Full
front.
send.
There's a big move there from Warren Lombard going on the inside. Can he find a way past on the Falcon? No, he can't. But Ford Falcon hangs on for now. So it's Mustang, Falcon, Mustang, Corvette. That's how it goes into turn number 7 and down the hill towards the final corner here at Zwartkops. Remember, this is a 12-lapper. So 2 laps completed, about to be 3.
You didn't even know he was there.
Lombard dives through on Dahl. Dahl didn't see him coming. Backed out of it last second. There was a little tag, but fortunately no damage. And they continue down towards turn 1.
Yeah, I don't think Sam Dahl had any idea that there was a Warren Lombard up the inside there. He turned it in, and on the first bang, turned it out again. And that's lost him the place. Look, Thomas Reed was looking to get past anyway, but that just made it that little bit easier as they came out the exit of turn number 1. A little bit slower was Sam Dahl, and the move is down on the brakes into turn 2. Right now, though, Terry Wolford is leading out the pack. It's Mustang versus Mustang, old gen versus new gen. Let's see how they go up the back straight. Terry Wolford hasn't gone defensive. There's no point in defending thin air just yet. But someone who needs to go defensive is Warren Lombard, because Thomas Reeb is sending it down the inside.
Yeah, Reeb is loving life in that Corvette on the shorter track that we're here at Zwartkops. Just as exciting as any of the circuits we go to, if not sometimes more exciting. But right now, the reason for the Corvette is, of course, the short wheelbase on the shorter circuits help him out a big way. He'll probably go back to his original stallion, the Lumina, when we get to the longer tracks like East London and Cape Town. But of course we don't go to those 2 tracks this year with the V8, so only go to PE. So I think the entire season he might be playing around in that Corvette and just risk the opportunity.
What's happened to Lombard?
When we get to Lombard slowing. Lombard slowed up there dramatically coming out of turn 1, and that could be exceptionally bad for
And
the reigning champion. He's very
There's a puncture.
slow. Has it got maybe a slow puncture on the back right there?
Yeah, right rear's got a puncture.
So there we go. That's going to allow Sam Dahl in with a chance of an overall podium.
Could that not be the contact with Dahl?
Could have been. Could have been. He was on the left-hand side when Dahl hit him, so back right is where that damage would have gone. Maybe it's just, as I said, sometimes when you touch wheels, it pulls the valve out.
Yeah, Terry Wolford had the back end of that yellow N4 autocraft V8 very, very sideways on the exit there, trying to stay ahead of Thomas Reed, but yeah, that is definitely an ailing Warren Lombard.
Lombard might just stay out, because remember, he's still going to score points. So he might just nurse that car around and just see if that tyre hangs onto the rim and doesn't peel off.
Wolford now 104.6, quickest on the circuit, 103.6 is Thomas Reeb. Terry Wolford leaves the door open but breaks late into turn 2. Thomas Reeb can't get it done. Terry's taken the wider line in, got the apex late and got early on the power to try and get the drive around 3 up to 4 before he comes under attack into 5 and 6. We've seen how good Thomas Reeb is on the brakes there. He sent it down the inside of Warren Lombard. Is he going to do it into 4? He changes his mind. And now the run up to 5, where we can expect the possibility of an overtake.
Heading to that top of the hill, that's where Reeb has been dangerous all day long. He looks dangerous again. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, not quite close enough.
Oh, Terry is so late to the brakes.
Terry will be worried about, because that's where he went off, remember. So he's going to be wary every time he goes up into turn 5, hoping that the car doesn't have a similar situation to what it had in race number 1. But it seems to be hanging on for now.
I was going to say, judging by how late he's getting on the brake pedal and how sideways he is, I think he's completely forgotten about his first race incident. And now he's just trying to hang on for that win. It's been a long time since we've seen the yellow N4 Autocraft Terry Wolford car take a win. In fact, the last time I think we saw it, he was on completely different colors under Fuchs.
Yeah.
So it'll be nice to see him finally take a win in his new colors. He tried all year last year. It'll be great for him to see if he can get it done this race.
into turn 3 now. Thomas Reeb will want to spoil that opportunity if he can. If Reeb hits the front, he'll probably take the overall championship lead heading into the next round on the 16th of May at Red Star Raceway. So it's a big gap here between the races, but that's enough time for lots of cars to be repaired and those little tweaks and niggles to be sorted out.
It'll also be fantastic to see maybe a couple of more cars coming out. I saw a lot of conversation happening in the shed today over a few cars. A couple of drivers that we've seen before in this class seem to be wanting to make a return. So it'll be nice to see maybe hopefully a few more cars on the grid, especially at the regional extreme festivals. The noise of these cars, the way the ground shakes when they come past. Could you imagine 18 or 20 of them as Sam Dahl explores track limits a little bit more than what he should be?
A little bit extended on the track limits there was Sam Dahl.
Oh, there's a send down the inside into turn 2. How late is Terry?
No, Reeb's got it. He's got that inside line. Watch. Here he comes. Inside line from Reeb. Get the drive. Yeah, there he comes.
Switch back from Terry. Get it into the slip.
Nicely done from Thomas Reeb. Just squeezing
doesn't look like
through
Terry
there.
has the legs to hang on.
Now, Reeb's car has been on rails today. It really has turned some great lap times around this track.
Let's see if Terry can stay in close behind him. Thomas Reed, he's had some good pace all day in the Corvette. Terry Wolford now, he's lost the lead, so I think the conversation or the thought process needs to be to hang on to second and not chase first. He's already lost 5 or 6 car lengths on Thomas Reed. There's a second in lap time between the two of them. So unfortunately, Terry Wolford going to have to work hard to try and hang on.
Second place will definitely be better than what he did in the first race, that's for sure. So still classified down in 8th, but parked on the sideline means he loses a valuable chunk of points there. I think if I remember, they scored 10 for a win, so 8th place would probably give him 2 points, whereas second's going to give him 8. That's going to bring him 10 and bring him slightly back into the championship.
Oh, rubbing is racing between Wolford and Di Matteo. They're side by side into turn 2. Di Matteo getting a bit of hip and shoulder to make sure Wolford can't go around the outside through turn 2. But this argument is far from over. It's going to run through turn 3 up to turn 4. Franco Di Matteo goes defensive, but not enough. Here comes Wolford down the inside.
Wolford on the inside of 4. Done. Just squeezed through there. Di Matteo giving him a little bit of room to play, but room to survive as well as the attack was on. Speaking of an attack, Sam Dahl is putting that Falcon all over the horse in front of him. That Mustang is under big pressure from the Falcon from behind, and Sam Dahl wants a second overall. Reeb and Dahl would love to be finishing up 1 and 2 on the road, and there you can see on the sideline lots of support as they cross the line and complete another lap, and we've got 3 to go.
I honestly thought that was an Opel behind him.
You thought so?
Yeah. There was an Opel in
There
Supercars.
was. No, there was the Opel Astra and the Opel...
Jan Ferry.
Yeah, Johan Ferry had an Opel Astra. But that's a Ford Falcon.
Oh, he's got the move down the inside. He's got the legs around turn 3. Terry Wolford absolutely dead around 3. It looks like that car, as the heat comes up or as the car gets hot, it starts to lose more and more power. I mean, you can see how Sam Dahl has just driven away from him as they exit turn 3.
Wolford's going to just try and hopefully hang on for that 3 spot because it's a long way back to Dad Larry in 4th, who's just been in a big fight with Frank.
Oh, the brakes are going. Look how often he's hitting the pedal. The brakes are on their way out.
So he's a lot of brake fade there. That could potentially play into the hands of Larry. How far back is Larry? He's not too far back, actually, with 2 laps to go still. So there's a chance here for Larry Wolford and Frank Di Matteo to catch and pass Terry Wolford in the closing stages.
No, that car is not stopping at all. So he's kind of just floating it into every corner and trying to use as much brake as he can. But supporters for Sam Dahl there going crazy on the wall as he comes past in second place. And limping through goes Terry Wolford. There you can see his foot trying to pump the brake to make sure there's pressure before he gets to the corner. You don't want to hit the pedal and the pedal goes right down to the floor. It's not exactly the greatest feeling as they head through turn number 2. The only saving grace for Terry Wolford is that one of the main championship contenders in Warren Lombard and the current championship, the current champion, has had issues with his car. He is out and he's 4 laps down.
No, here we go. Up the inside of Steve Herbst with a lap and a half to go there for...
Oh, there's Larry.
And Larry and Franco about to catch and pass Terry Wolford.
Yeah, Terry just got to let that happen. These two still battling. So it's Franco Di Matteo still against Larry Wolford. a battle that we've seen through many years
No, I've
of
never seen
V8
that before.
Supercars.
It's the first time I've ever seen this race between Larry Wilford and Frank Nimmertoe. It's fantastic. Can we see more of this, please? Can we please see more of this? It's really good. But there you go. Leaders through and on to the final lap. Reeb and Dahl. Sam Dahl there. I wonder if he's going to have a little late go here.
He caught a massive gap.
He can smell a first victory in V8 Supercars. And is Thomas Reeb going to give it up without a fight, or is he going to keep fighting right to the end? Reeb needs the points. He knows. He would have seen that Lombard's not there. Some pit board would have given him that information, I'm sure, and that arch rivalry between himself and the current champion.
Oh, from there was ambitious. That was ambitious.
Had to have a go. Got to show a wheel in there at least, eh? But I think it's too little too late. Sam Dahl will have to settle for second place. It's not going to be quite the win he wanted. It's certainly the win that Thomas Reeb wants. And it's another one to wrap up a phenomenal day there in the Cafe 9 Automotive Corvette as he comes through to wrap up the V8 Supercar Championship for the day with the victory ahead of Sam Dahl. Oh, and Dimmertoe snuck through for third. Frank Dimmertoe's moved up into third place as Larry Wolford.
It's not over yet. Larry Wolford's coming down the inside.
Late dive from Wolford. They are side by side. Here we go to the line. Wolford's got the drive. Has he got it? As they go across the line, it's
Franco Dimmertoe.
Oh, the Italian stallion just beating out Larry Wolford. How's the gap there? 0.02 of a second. That'll do. That's more racing we want to see. Can we see Dimmertoe versus Wolford more often, please?
Yeah.
0.02 of a second at the end of a 12-lap race.
0.032.
I like that. Terry Wolford has survived for fifth. It'll be fifth in GT1 as well. And it looks like Steve Herbst is going to win Class GT2 ahead of Wayne Spicer. We got one more to go. It's Super Hatch. They'll be out shortly, and we'll be back with the final race action from the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops.
Last race of the day, what you expecting?
Yeah, it's going to be good. Hoping for a good start. I didn't have a good start in the last race. And yeah, going to look forward to chasing the kids around today.
It's a bit cooler now, so it should be a little bit better.
Yeah, it'll be better for my car. Got a 1600 turbo, so the cooler will be nice for me. But also be nice for the 2-litre turbo in front of me. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Good luck.
Cool, thanks much.
So, last race of the day, how's it been for you? What you expecting?
So today's been very fun actually. I'm expecting to bring the car home in one piece and maybe have a little dice with Josh.
Nice and cooler this afternoon.
Yeah, nice cool afternoon. The weather's looking good, so yeah, we can only expect some ups.
Good, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Last race of the day, what you expecting?
Hopefully first place, but we'll see how it goes. I'm extremely excited. Hope everybody just has some fun on track, and we'll just see how it goes from there.
Car been running fine?
Hundreds.
Excellent, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Last race of the day for you. How's the car running and what you expecting?
The car is running very well. I'm impressed with the car, even though I'm running, with the limited tires at the back. But the car is running fine. We'll see how it goes.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Race
Yes.
of the day for you. How's the car going?
It's very excellent, very surprising. I've outdone myself with this one. Second time I'm racing this motor. So yeah, I'm pushing it as hard as I can. Trying my very best. It's doing well. Thanks. Appreciate.
Last race of the day for you. How's the car going and what you expecting?
Well, the car's going good, so I just hope we can win Class A. And that's about it.
Nice and cooler temperatures should go a bit better, eh?
Definitely better.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Is a Super Hatch one more time?
One more time for Super Hatch.
Alrighty then. It's been a good day.
Jim Carrey fan, are we, Greg?
Massive Jim Carrey fan. Massive Jim Carrey fan. That's why it's always take care then Baba now. But we're not doing that just yet because we've got 8 more laps to go. And Super Hatch are back out on track. I do dig the window tinting on that Audi.
Yeah, the yellow window. Dude, there was one particular driver that I remember consistently changed their Devin Robertson and Jagger Robertson in
Always.
the NX Legends always had different color perspex.
Tasty. Very tasty. Josh looking for another chance to be at the front end at least and have a fight with Ishmael Beloy like he did in race 1. There was a 3-way fight. Those are the 3 cars at the front of the field in race 1 as well. So more of the same expected between them. Ethan Meinke's will definitely look to improve. We heard from Mark Totori while you were just stepping outside for 2 seconds saying that he wants to get a slightly better start. He botched his start a bit in race 1 in that 1600 turbo. But Joshy is definitely looking to get ahead of Ishmael Beloy and at least fly the flag the highest for Trans Africa Racing in this one.
Yeah, right now, just a step ahead of his. It's not. That's his old man behind him, Mark.
Mark's his dad,
Mark's
yeah.
his dad, yes.
And Ishmael, of course, being a long-time standing competitor at Trans Africa Racing, along with Jonathan and Mark Dutoy, and yours truly on a few occasions as well.
Yeah, Jonathan's kids now doing karting in Minimax. I think they walked away with a win at the last SRMC. So Callum, I think it was Callum that took the win.
Callum, yeah.
All 3 wins. Qualified pole, 3 wins, dominated.
Yeah, and then Josh, of course, stepped out of karting straight into Super Hatch, and he's loved his baptism of fire last year, and now getting an opportunity to be part and parcel of a couple more events. Unfortunately, as you saw at Passion for Speed and the Alpha, didn't quite work out for him, but they're trying to get him into as many cars as possible to give him the same experience as what his dad and his uncle have done, and of course what his grandfather did.
Motorsport runs in the blood of that family, and I'm sure it'll continue for many, many years to come. The Zwartkops International Raceway laying host to the final super hatch race of the day. We're all on the grid. Red flag is out. We wait to go under started orders. As soon as those lights come on, you'll hear the RPM go up, and suddenly the lights will go out, the wheels will make noise, the tires will squeal, and we'll be flat out into turn 1. And for the start of the final 8 laps of racing action for today here at the Regional Extreme Festival, we have the final whistle blown. Here comes the fastest 1-2 minutes of your life as the TSI...
It's the fastest 2 minutes of your life. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, 100%.
Unless they wait like that.
Unless they wait. No, they heard us now. They're taking... Yeah.
1:35. 5. Lights on. Let's go racing.
Lights on, lights off, and we are racing. Terrible start from the Opel Corsa of Henrik Venter, I think that is. That couldn't quite get off the line. He's going to drop a couple of places. One of those being to Ishmael Beloy, and I think Joshua Dutoy might get him into turn 2 as we head down towards turn 2. Nope, he's still in 3rd place. He managed to stay in there, but it's Ishmael Beloy that gets past the Keithlin Mikey's, the Sandero.
Yep, the
Sandero.
Sandero getting through there on Josh Dutoy though, so Keithlin Mikey's made up 1 place on the start to get ahead of Josh. He's now looking to try and close down on that Sandero, but look at Keithlin Mikey's around the outside. Watch for the cutback as they come through turn 4. Try and carry the speed up the hill and maybe squeeze through there on Ishmael Beloy, under braking for turn 5.
Yeah, Joshua Dutoy, I think the biggest loser there. He started 5th. He came out of turn 1 behind Keithlin Mikey's. So that drops him down to 6. I say biggest loser, but he's the only one that's lost a place since the start. At the moment, it's Arthur Thorne and Carl Stoltz. The fight continues with Henrik Venter trying to hang in as best he can. Ishmael Beloy under big pressure.
Mikey's is putting him under pressure as they come through there. We saw Moodley run a little bit wide with a bit of pressure coming from Mark Dutoy from behind as well. So Diane Moodley just running a little high and wide out of turn 5, putting wheels onto the rumble strip, almost onto the dirt. There's a little clip of the curb there from the Renault Sandero Cup.
A little bit too much though, throwing it well out wide and losing the drive on Ishmael. This is going to allow Joshua Dutoy to get a little bit closer. But we saw how difficult it was for this car to get past by Joshua in race 1.
It's because he just knows how to place that car. Exactly where to put the car so that you can't make an overtaking maneuver on him. Ishmael Beloy, probably one of the most seasoned drivers at the circuit, having spent oodles of time in various cars out of Trans Africa Racing, particularly in that black and orange Civic. He's got a very, very competitive GSM Dart that he participates in the Inland and Historic Championship. Of course, that comes up in a few weeks' time here at Zwartkops too, so make sure that you don't miss out on that action. The action, of course, happening on the 28th of March, Historic and Inland Championship back here at Zwartkops International Raceway for continued action from what started as the passion for speed only a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah, so we'll be back here with a little bit more historic action. We're going to see a blast from the past and cars of previous homologation and model come and play here as Arthur Thorne is starting to get his playmate from race 1. It's Carl Stoltz who's going to make it difficult for him here in race 2 as the sun is setting here at Zwartkops International Raceway. Well, not setting, going down. It's getting down, a little bit dark out there.
Yeah, but there's a cloud cover,
still warm
and
still cloud cover.
Even more darker than normal. Here they come through 1. Mikey's trying to close the gap down there on Ishmael Beloy, and he's actually been closed down rapidly by Josh Dutoy, who got a great lap in there. Dutoy getting into some really good lap times now, exactly where he needs to be, which is close the gap down onto Mikey's. So it's a Honda Civic and Sandero Cup sandwich at the moment in the fight for 4th.
Oh, he's got the run now up towards 4. Let's see if he's brave enough on the brakes to stick it up the inside on the Renault Sandero. He's still line astern them. He decides against it. He actually lifts a bit early and lets the Sandero try and push it in hard there and stay on the back of Ishmael Beloy. It almost looks like Ishmael Beloy is helping the Sandero of Keith and Monkeys just stay ahead of Joshua Dutoy. It's someone to follow, someone to gauge the brakes on, and it definitely helps throughout the course of a race, especially an 8-lapper like this. 6 laps still left to go.
Maybe Ish playing the team game there, just backing him up slightly to give Josh a chance to close in, get his teammate up ahead of that Sandero, and at least give them 4 and 5 on track respectively by the time the checkered flag comes out.
Down into turn number 8 they go. Joshua's looking on the inside. Mikey's did go defensive. We've got another battle though of 3 carts. It's Dan Woodley, Mark Tatoya and Leon Bredenkamp with 3 for 3 at the moment. It's 4th, 5th and 6th in the battle, the 7th, 8th and 9th in the battle. And in the front we've got 1st, 2nd and 3rd in a battle as well. So not 2 by 2 here, it's 3 by 3.
And I'm going to sneeze. Sorry about that.
I do love how you switched the mic off,
No, I had to grab
and
that
then
one
as
off
you
because I was
sneezed,
like, oh my
opened
goodness.
it.
Sorry about that. If I had to sneeze, I had to sneeze.
It happens. It
There.
happens. I said a 3 by 3 battle at the front. Hendrik Venters
Wow,
having a very
there you
low
go.
race.
Josh through. Finds a way on Keithan. Just carried good corner speed out of turn 2. Carried it all the way through 3 and got up ahead of Keithan. Now looks to hunt down on his teammate.
Oh, he's pulled it in plenty on the way up here too far. But we saw this in race 1.
Yeah.
Look at him on the brakes.
Good on the brakes, but placement of the car ahead of him is the difficulty. Can he find a way through there? The guy has to roll out of it because Ish knows exactly where to climb on the accelerator, how to put the car, where to place it, so that you've got no opportunity to pass him.
And dead center in the middle, but there he's left the inside line open into 8. How brave is Josh? Brave!
Yeah, he's brave. He's having a look. Is there enough space? Yes, there is. He had to come out of it, though.
Yeah, Ishmael gave him only just enough.
And, of course, with Ishmael carrying the corner speed and Josh having to come out of it, he lost time. 0.2 between the top 2, and it's about 0.3 between these 3 cars for 4, 5, and 6.
Late to the brakes in turn 2. That Sandero is not done with this party. He wants to get involved and join in again. Joshua, car number 36, all over the back of Ishmael Beloy. He's right up underneath that bumper. Let's see if he can get the same thing done he did on the Renault Sandero. He's flat out through 3. It looks like he's got the legs to get it down into 4, but he's going to have to be brave on the brakes. A lot braver than he was on the previous lap.
Watch for 5. He'll carry the corner speed through here. Watch for the cutback and try to go on the inside of turn 5. He runs wide. Watch him come across. But Keith and Mikey's got good drive as well. He might have to go defensive on Mikey's, which will just spoil his chances of going on the attack on Ishmael Beloy. Beloy will be loving that. He'll say, yo, you 2 youngsters fight it out behind me. I'm quite happy to sit here and watch from the rearview mirror's point of view.
Yeah, I'll run the pace that I've got. You boys can play behind me.
And Mudley now ahead of Detroit by quite a comfortable margin. He's pulled a little bit of a gap there over Mark Detroit just in the background.
He's actually starting to catch this battle.
Yeah.
3 laps to go. The 3 of them are still lying astern as they come to the final corner, turn number 8. The Renault Sandero of Keith and Mikey's looking for a way pass, and Joshua Detroit can't make it happen.
He runs a little bit wide. That's going to try and run for the inside line for turn 2. No, Ish sees him coming, goes defensive.
Ishmael Beloy is showing down in 9th.
Oi! Mikey's late on the brakes. And squeezes through. I think Ishmael Beloy might just be... The timing monitor's not picking him up. The transponder might have gone. But Beloy is still up there, of course, ahead of Josh Detroit and of Keith and Mikey's now, who's now ahead of Josh Detroit as well. So we'll have to wait for the next lap, and hopefully the timing monitor will sort that out. But you can see it on the road there. It's Ishmael Beloy in 4th place overall, and Keith and Mikey's with Josh Detroit for 5 and 6.
Up towards turn 5 now. Joshua's lost the place, trying to take too long to get past Ishmael Beloy. Keith and Mikey's reckons he can get the job done, so he's swapped places with Joshua, not intentionally. He just made the move happen. Yep. And now he's looking to get past that of Ishmael Beloy. So Joshua gave up that place, but not obviously under pressure from that of Keith and Mikey's. Keith and Mikey's all over the back of Ishmael Beloy. Ishmael Beloy goes defensive. They're late on the brakes. Looking for the cutback will be the Sandero to get the move done into turn 1. He gets a slow exit, and that's going to put him under pressure from Joshua Detroit. If not through 1, definitely through into turn number 2. But that Renault Sandero just seems to have the legs from the bottom end and pulls himself onto the back of the Honda. Into turn 2 we go. We saw this is where he passed Joshua. Is he brave enough to go around the outside? It's left the door open.
He ran wide and opens up the door there for Josh. Josh slams and says, I'll take that any day. Thank you very much. Up into the battle. And now second in this little battle. But that'll make him 4th on the road, 5th on the road.
Oh, Josh has got a good run now through 3 up to 4. He's going to be lucky to get past. But again, it's not a corner he likes to pass in. So he just kind of leaves it there. Doesn't want to full send it down the inside into a corner like turn 4. Especially on a stablemate. Up through the gears now into turn number 5. This is where he's good on the brakes. Is he brave enough to send it down the inside like he did at turn 8?
No. But he'll have a go at turn 8. He's going to set it up from here. Watch. He'll try and run wide, keep that wide line. Try and keep the wide line through 6, so he's got the inside line for 7, and then try something down on the brakes into turn 8. Maybe not on this lap. He might set it up for the final lap to have a go into the checkered flag. Same thing here from Mark Tutoy behind that, doing it on Dion Mudley, I should say, as he closes up on that one.
Oh, a bit of a lock-up from Michel Valoy there into the turn-in of turn number 8. So if that's going to help, anybody's going to help Joshua Tutoy have a look into turn 2. But don't forget about Keith the Monkey's right behind him. We saw how late in the brakes that Sendero can be if he doesn't run it wide. Ishmael Valoy goes defensive, hard on the brakes into turn 2. Joshua trying to go down the line, the outside, decides against it and rather looked for the run out of 2. He's run wide.
He ran wide, so did Keithan. Target fixation there between the two of them. Let's get back to the front end. Thorne hanging on for the win. Carl Stoltz onto the final lap, cannot close down on him. So it's going to be the Polo who's going to wrap it up again ahead of that Etios. Unbelievable action that we've seen at that mid-pack battle, but we've kind of missed out a little bit here, but they've kind of been equidistant. There's not really been a fight from Carl Stoltz like there was in the first one. So Thorne should have this easily done. Hendrik Venter will still hang on for third place in the Corsa, but checkered flag is out for the last time today. And the win is taken by Arthur Thorne ahead of Carl Stoltz in Pretoria Toyota's Etios. Here we go. I think he's too far back here. That's too far back for my liking. He's not going to be close enough to have a go. He's going to go defensive on Keith and Mikey's. He holds that inside line. I think Mikey's is right there. That's why he's gone defensive.
Well, Mikey's also not quite close enough. It looks like we've got just like a car length between each of these cars on the final lap.
Yeah.
It was a great race throughout the race, though.
Brilliant.
But saying that, here comes the Sendero over the line.
Not quite close enough. Oh, and the Renault ran wide. Moodley ran wide into turn 8. Under braking. That's going to allow Leon Brudenkamp to come through. And probably George Aldrich as well. If Aldrich is close enough, there goes the Peugeot. Yes, indeed. So Moodley on a last lap, last corner incident, runs wide and puts the Renault onto the dirt. The Clio drops right to the back of the pack. So it's Thorne from Stoltz and Hendrik Venter. That is your top 3. Well done to them. Ishmael Beloy hangs on to keep out Josh Tutoy. And there you can see in terms of the classes, T1 goes to Thorne. And then it's Class A to Carl Stoltz, T2 to Keith and Mikey's. As we wrap up a fantastic day's racing here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's the Regional Extreme Festival's round 1. That is it, done and dusted. A phenomenal day of racing, some fantastic action right through the day. And congratulations, of course, to our COC, because we were supposed to start this final race at 20 past 5. We've just ended the final race at 20 past 5. So we made up a lot of ground with all the incidents we had earlier on today. So congratulations to JL and his team, to the Orange Army. You guys were phenomenal today. And hats off to every single one of you for getting us back on track for the race action that was hindered by a few incidents here today. Nothing majors, no big incidents that caused major injuries. A couple of damaged cars that have got some work to be done on them before we go to Red Star Raceway on the 16th of May. But more importantly, next weekend, we're down in Cape Town for the first National Extreme Festival of the year, and the live stream will come from Killarney International Raceway next weekend, approximately 10:30 as well in the morning, from that incredible circuit down in the Mother City. So from our side, Carl, thanks so much. Amazing effort there. Great to have you on board, and we're going to be on board, I think, full time here at Zwartkops for the live stream. So make sure you check that out. And we'll be catching the two of us throughout the week on a few other things that we get involved in. Thank you so much for all your support around the world, to all our friends, fans and family that have watched from all around the world. It's been an amazing day's racing here, and we look forward to bringing more of the same as we come back here on the 28th of March, remember, for the Historic and Inland Championship. That's not live streamed. That, of course, is just public announcing that we'll be getting involved in for that weekend. But next weekend, we're at Killarney. We'll see you all soon. And once again, a massive thanks to Tanya and her team, to the Orange Army and our medical team for keeping us safe, and to all of the subsidiary sponsors from our categories, and all of the personal sponsors for our racing drivers, and all the teams out there. Thank you so much for a great day's racing. From our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, on behalf of Mr. Buttercup himself, Carl Lawrence. Take care then. Bye-bye now.